Testing the mic. Greetings, everyone. I hope you can hear me. I don't know if anyone is on the chat. Let me know if the mic is clear. I'm not so sure from here. Um, I guess this topic, I thought I should put it on a Wednesday because we normally talk about social issues on Wednesdays from what Rudolph does. And so I thought I should ask this question so that, you know, Nigerians can suggest things that can be done so that Thank you, Chris George. Thank you, Chris George. I've got your message. Yeah. Yeah. So that because it's an interesting question, because we see Nigerians overseas. They serve very, very well, and then they go on into other people's militaries, and in healthcare, in technology, all kinds of areas. They are excelling in other countries. But in Nigeria, it's becoming a factor now that most Nigerians, especially the youth, their mind is not in the country. I can tell you that right now. Literally, when you are dealing with them, you have to always factor in the Jackba aspect of it. That okay, this person that you want to work with, half of their mind is looking to leave the country, and they will go on to serve the country that they are going to very well, while in their countries they don't do as much. Then we have, the Aerofy statement that we saw the other day, um, when he was talking about, some of the religious thing and implications of what they were doing in the Kaduna, and looking to extend it all over the country. We all know what happened during the elections, and in Lagos with NSP Luomo, and we see this over and over again. And even in the air, even after the election, the process still carries on. We heard about the one that the Basa in the Lagos assembly wanted to do. They are just everything they do. Everybody seems to be on their own in Nigeria. Other than the people try to work together. The people themselves try to work together, but the leaders um, tend to look for a way to divide them. There is also the idea of uh, the church religious. They wanted to regulate the churches recently, and there was a bill that has gone through the House and is into the Senate, looking to regulate how how the pastors need to get this is some kind of certification, and how it is taught at school, those sort of things. Why they want to pass a bill only for Christianity. Why do you think they are doing that? They know it's not going to go through. Technically, they know it's not going to go through, but they just want to remind Nigerians that you need to remain divided. And Nigerians, because of that kind of continuous reminder that okay, we are not the same, we are not the same, we are not the same. Even if we have been living there for thousands of years, let's not forget, before Nigeria was created, the same people lived on that land. Nobody, no, Igbo people didn't give us permission to live there. We were there. Thousands of years we've been there. And somehow we are now fighting over, and they are using their religion and tribes to divide people all over the place. Then they weaponize poverty on the other level. The poverty is one of the biggest instruments that they use. Because of poverty and downright, not just only poverty, downright traumatic behavior towards Nigerians, whereby they inflict unnecessary hardship, like hardship that is not needed. Like sometimes when you want to, like this fuel subsidies now that happened, it didn't need to happen like that. They could have just done it in an organized way so that everybody benefits from it. But no, 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 no. Why would they do it that way? They have to do it in a way that causes confusion. Prices shot up overnight. Stations are full, and we don't even know what the money is going to be used for that was saved they instituted the removal of the fuel subsidies. So this type of stuff, we see it over and over again, and I think that is what puts the pressure on Nigerians to feel like their country is not for them, that their tribe, their religion, and maybe even foreigners is what they should be listening to, that their country is not designed for them. Unfortunately, there is some truth there, that some of the things we see on the ground in Nigeria doesn't indicate that our nation is actually governing for the people. Because there's no way you will leave a nation this insecure. There is no way, no self-respecting human being is going to allow their nation to be run by generators, where they will be powering everything with generators. What kind of people does that? Who will inflict that on themselves? No nation has ever inflicted that. The only time it happens is when it's inflicted on you somehow. What nation will inflict on themselves the this type of poverty, where education system is always, they are always on one strike after the other, constantly. 9 months last year, because this is what the system has been designed to destroy the country itself, to make the country weak over and over again. We see what the current president is doing in office. He seems to be making a lot of moves, but how has any of these moves bettered the life of one Nigerian today? It is too soon to judge. We don't know. Maybe in the next 3 months, we'll start seeing the implications of what he has done, so that we can now say, okay, yeah, this is okay. He has done well for Nigerians, and life is beginning to be easier. Nigeria is more secure. They're not kidnapping people anymore, and power outages has reduced significantly, and people see a lot of infrastructure being put in place to energize the towns and the cities all over the country, and they see their military and their security forces increase in size as it's supposed to be, up to international standard. And Nigeria's security posture is below, less than 3 times less than what it's supposed to be internationally, and that is very, very abnormal compared to other countries in the world. And for me, that is fundamental to why Nigerians feel a kind of disempowered in their own country. Why would you feel comfortable when you have to literally put what they call it, Fort Knox in your own house? You put iron bar on your window, and they will put iron bar in the door. They will put barbed wire over the fence, and gate man will have his own. Area boys will have their own. The whole place, everybody is doing it for themselves. That is why people don't feel like the center matters. When everybody is catering to their own power supply, they are generating it. Water, they are digging for themselves in the ground. Government is not providing pipe bomb water. Nothing. Some of all these things is why I understand why Nigerians feel a little bit like, why should I put my country first? If I go to the US, after all, they give me benefits, they give me light, they give me healthcare, they give me they give me jobs, they give me all the things that I didn't have in Nigeria. So you can see why Nigerians feel like, why shouldn't I be more loyal to them than to my country? That is the problem. And is it that when we get all these things sorted, that Nigerians will suddenly feel like they are going to be Nigerians, they are going to love their country, they are going to want to, cater to their countries? Yes, I believe if they solve all this problem, that things will improve and Nigerians will start feeling like they're part of the country. I believe so strongly, because why would they not feel that way? Because they feel that way about foreign countries. They feel that way because the foreign countries do all those things for them. That's how I look at it. And in the context of this thing, this thing in terms of those foreign nations, but we are, see, okay, let me go back. We are not going to get there where we have all these things until Nigerians go back and consciously build their own country. And that is the problem. The country has alienated them. Why would they want to go back now? I want to fix this stuff themselves. Why would they go back? One of the reasons I think they may go back is if they find that wherever they are going to, they realize that those people are not for them, or those people persecute them heavily, heavily. Then they will run back home and realize that, you know what, there's only one home we've got, and we need to fix our own country. That is the only way it's going to happen. Or we have a good leader in Nigeria that starts changing stuff for the people. If they start changing stuff for the people, then Nigerians will start feeling like, okay, you know what, I'll give Nigeria another chance. That's from my own point of view. That's how I look at it. You see what our one of you see somebody what this person is saying on the chat about Nnamdi Ifia Kando. What is that? Like the forefathers APC agent talking. Well, you see, this kind of stuff we are talking about. We don't know each other. We don't trust each other. Look the statement I got first. This is what we get. That we are agents, and we are trying to this thing um, uh, kind to act like what is agent? You are all Nigerians. You know, Mama Echo got one thing right that I always remember. She said, "It's about the oppressed versus the oppressors. All this APC, PDP is not of no use. The politicians, all of them have failed you. You can't look at the country you are in. Your country has nothing to stand on right now that says, okay, maybe we stand on the Afrobeats, we stand on Nollywood. That is something that was done in Lagos. Yes, it shows you what that shows you that Nigeria is in such a unique position to make a lot of difference. Nigeria is in such a position to make a big difference for the people because whatever we do, we put our mind to it, we tend to have it magnified. We created Afrobeats, it's all over the world. We created Nollywood, it's taking over Nigeria, taking over Africa, and it's spreading all over the world too. That is because some people chose to do it. Some people went back and say, you know what, yes, I know Nigeria is bad, but I have to put an effort here to make sure I try to do something for the country. And I believe that until we start doing that, for whatever reason, nothing is going to get fixed. That's just the way things are in this life. Most people in this world, when they build a country, is because they consciously decided that, you know what, there's no other place we have got. Often it is forced upon them. Unfortunately, it is forced upon those people to realize that there's no other place in the world they've got. They have to build their own homes. During the Second World War, let me use this period to be telling all these stories before people start joining the panel. Dr. Damages is not around today. That's why he doesn't do Wednesdays anymore. So I am just covering for him so that we want to start returning to Wednesday broadcast so that people can be uh, this thing, how would I put it, so that we can be having more and more discussions so that it's not only weekend conversations we are having. Midweek conversation is always good for for us to be having. The middle of the week, Nigeria doesn't stop, the world still carries on. So that's why I asked for permission to do this today, and so that we can have discussion, because this type of conversation is essential that we start having it. Don't you think? It's important because what will it take for Nigerians to put their country first? Can anybody tell me? All these people, I can see in the chat the ones that are calling me APC bulls and all the rest. Can you tell me what it would take to put Nigeria first? What would be your condition? What would you require? Who who caused Nigeria would never rest in peace? Exactly. Who caused Nigeria will never rest in peace. Yeah, that's good. Nobody should be able to cause Nigeria and rest in peace. They should not have peace because they have made our lives hell. And part of it is why I'm here. I'm here in the West, and many of us are all overseas too. Until we start returning home to start fixing things in the country the way we've seen or in other places, and do even better if possible. How are we supposed to start getting out of the mess we are in? The mess we are in, if I start reading it out to you, you'll be you'll be concerned. Let me read a few numbers. Life expectancy in Nigeria, when it's 53 years, when most of the world is around 70, 80 years. That's chances are that when you are born today in Nigeria, you will live up to 53 years. Your chance of going past 53 years is less than 50%. That is in Nigeria. But in other parts of the world, your chance of getting up to 80, in the case of Japan, I think if it's almost 80 something years, for the women, it is 7 years. 87 years, while Nigeria is still 53. In the UK, it's almost 80 years too. So it tells you that that is not a very, very good state of affairs. When you also look at budget, the amount we spend for our national budget to fix our country every year. Nigeria is made up of 200 million people. We spend about $30 billion or so. Maybe if we are lucky, $40 billion on our national budget. Guess what? How much the UK that is of 66 million people, guess how much they spend on the national budget every year? 1.5 trillion. That is the consequences of mismanagement of our own land, of our own country. That is what has happened to us. Oh, you want me to go for security? Don't go there. When most parts of the world, their security ratio in terms of, let's say their military size compared to the population tends to be around, like in the case of America, 150 people to one soldier. But Nigeria is this in almost 1,500 people to one soldier. America has got the most advanced technology in the world. They are by far the most advanced in terms of military technology. And yet they have one soldier to 150 American citizens. Why Nigeria? One soldier to 1,500. And we are surprised Nigerians are having problems with security. If you don't have security, believe me, anything else you do in this life, you're working for some other person that has it. Is anybody that wants to contend that point can contend it all they want. It's just a very simple logic. If you are not secure, you are working for the ones that are. Make no mistake about it. And that is where Nigeria has been until we fix that. Any government that doesn't fix it, this idea that Nigerians feel like they are not part of their country will carry on, because they will feel like clearly this country is not designed to serve them. They will know. They know it inside. They know it inside. They sense it. Because all their work, what has it amounted to? All their hard work, what has it amounted to? They worked and worked and worked and worked, and look at what we still have. Life expectancy 53 years. You go to hospital, it's like a Russian roulette. You're worrying that whether you're going to come out alive or not, whether they're going to treat you properly or not. When Nigerian doctors are busy treating people all over the world. In the UK alone, in the last 3 years, in the UK alone, in the last 3 years, we lost about 6,000 doctors from Nigeria to the UK. Just one country. 6,000 doctors that are supposed to be treating Nigerians had left Nigeria and moved to the UK. Why would Nigerians feel like they should be proud of their nation? They wouldn't be, because this is what they have been given. And these are our leaders, and some of you people that are busy supporting, acting as if you want to die for your leaders and all the rest of it. You really need to reappraise some of the way you are looking at these things, because it's not that straightforward. Almost all of them are complicit in it. And maybe all of us as Nigerians are complicit in it too. We have put up with a country that has got so much level of dysfunction. Everything is so inefficiently run. Something that we know should be done this way, we'll do it that way. We are in court right now because INEC decided that, oh no, the stuff I shouldn't upload it anymore. It's beginning to emerge now that that seems to have been a conscious decision. Why do we always like to sabotage everything? Kenya was able to manage this very well. Kenya is able to run an election, then they contest the election, and they swear the president is elected, and they get the president. But Nigeria, no. Why should we make it that easy? We have to. Why? We always have to somehow make it bad. If we don't wreck it, we'll never be happy. When we keep doing this type of stuff, how do you expect Nigeria to do well? Why would you not be traveling overseas constantly? And all these people that are traveling overseas, especially the latest ones, soon they will remember, they will find out what they are doing, because they don't know. Everybody in Nigeria, most people in Nigeria, they think traveling overseas is salvation. It's not. Soon you will find out what the African Americans always knew, what the Brazilian Africans always knew, Jamaicans, Haitians, what they always knew. That until Africa is fixed, your fate over there is completely not in your hands. It's just that simple. That's how the world works.
until we start thinking that if we don't fix our own heritage, if we don't fix our lands ourselves, consciously doing it, putting in the hard work to fix it, taking the risks involved, it's a waste of time. Oh. We are just beating about the bush, because I've seen many cases around the world. I can start listing many of them where people went through hell over and over again until when they once one catastrophic one happened, they said no more. When a catastrophic, look at what happened to in World War II, and look at Israel today. That's the one a lot of people know about. Most people, many people don't care too much about what happened to China in the same World War. China was decimated too in the Second World War. And look at China today. Japan was nuked twice in the Second World War. And look at this in Japan today. South Korea, North Korea, name them. Vietnam, look, Singapore, Malaysia, all of them. Look at where they are. Look at where we are. Part of what is making us this way, I suspect, because there's a theory out there that says that when there is a massive crisis that is visited on the people and the people survive it, they will not forget it and they go on to build after that. Our problem is that when we've experienced that crisis, when the Europeans showed up, they stayed for 60 years or more. They stayed here for 60 years and they raised a new generation, 2 or 3 generations that saw their way of life as the way to go. Hence, why you have our leaders that have properties in all Western nations and they are all too happy to go there for treatment, while their own country is left without any of those things. They know how these things are. They go to foreign countries to get treatment as if it's some kind of. I can't even imagine how it feels to a poor Nigerian to see their leaders traveling overseas. Can you imagine how it feels to that young man that has never even been to Lagos before? For the first time, they've just showed up in Lagos and they've started seeing all the vestiges of technological and technological industrialization and all the tech this thing in the cities. They just started seeing it. Imagine when they see the leaders, they hear the leaders are in that steel tube flying to some fancy land that they see on TV and the internet. They see it almost as if it's some kind of heaven that the leaders are going to. And the leaders don't tell them that these people, where we are going to, they are the ones that made sure we were colonized. They are the ones that made sure slavery was a big, big industry on the continent. Most of the pain, most of our money that we are working for, that is where it is going. Our leaders don't tell us that. They don't tell us any negative thing that comes from them going there. Why would Nigerians know? That is why I'm asking the question. What will it take for Nigerians to put Nigeria first? Instead of Biafra first, Ududuwa first, Niger Delta first, Arewa first, Islam first, Christianity first. What will it take? We have about 40 something people watching. I think 49 or so people watching. Please press the like button so that more people can see the video. Because we need more people to be able to see the video and come in, at least to come and share some of their opinion regarding this thing. So because we need to know why and what it will take. Because my own submission is not entirely, I don't know whether it's entirely correct. I'm just giving my own opinion. It's an opinion. It's not um a rule or something that I like 10 commandments that I got from somewhere. It's just my own opinion. So I would like other Nigerians to come and give their own opinion regarding this. If this was an African American channel, you will see that a lot of people would have already been here. We have 49 people watching. I can see that the views are there, and but the likes are not very high. So let's do a bit of likes so that more people can see the video. We've got 13 likes while we have 45 watching. Dr. Damages doesn't do a lot of asking people to do the likes. I think he should be doing that because so that more people can see his channel, because he has one of the best channels, Nigerian channels out there. It's one of the best ones. So people should be seeing the channel a lot more, I believe. And I will be doing as much as I can to promote the channel too. Um, so let me go into some of the things other nations, just in case many Nigerians miss the fact that there are issues with other nations too. But yet, look at where they are. Other nations, it's not because they don't have problems like Nigeria does. They do. But yet, you don't see them abandoning their nation the way we do ours. You know, no other nations have put their people through hell too. But yet, we don't see them abandoning their nation for anything. Russians will give anything to defend their country, like you are seeing today. They will defend that nation no matter what. And that nation has put them through hell. Russians, I'm not Russians and Chinese, I'm beginning to wonder which one has gone through worse history in terms of their nation putting them through hell. Russians, the Second World War, they lost 18 million people. The Second World War. Then after that, Stalin went and inflicted so much this in desperation and suffering that cost millions upon millions of lives, maybe up to 20 million. And yet they are still in that country. And I must say, I've not had a lot of idea that the Russians are jackbarring even. The jackbar thing didn't happen in Russia. So what is it with us? China? If you know the things Mao Zedong put the Chinese people through, millions perished because of the things that man did. But yet, look at them today. So what is it with us? Is it because the Europeans that came here, they taught us to divide and hate each other? Is it because they kept close contact with us, so we were always aspiring to be like them and we forgot that we are our own people? I don't understand it, because we are so quick to despise our own nation, which I've listed a lot of the reasons why. I've listed them to there are reasons. I'm not saying there are no reasons why we should despise and feel like we shouldn't be Nigerian first and be patriotic and all the rest of it. I've listed so many of the reasons, but does any of those reasons rise up to what I just described with China and Russia? Does it rise up to that? And yet they are there. Vietnam, the same. Cambodia, the same. We don't see this idea of them abandoning their nation and happy to talk down about their nation. I've never seen any people in this world that are so happy to talk bad about where they come from than Nigerians. I've never seen any. That's Nigeria is number one. That's if you go online, if you hear the way Nigerians talk about Nigeria, it's really bad. I must say, in the recent times, I think it began to come down a bit. Just if it was 100% before, it has come down to 95% or so. It's come. I noticed that it has come down a little bit, maybe because of all the Afro beats and this what they call it, um, uh, Nollywood. All those things that are going on, because Nigerians are they begin to find that people are telling them, "Oh my God, those that musicians in Nigeria. Oh, I didn't know. Nigerians we are releasing your music all over the world and all the rest." They talk about Nigerians even in Africa, many African countries. They talk about us, and they feel like Nigerians have a lot to offer. And the truth is, many Nigerians they tend to have an idea that maybe there's some truth there, but it doesn't account for the majority of their feelings towards the country. This is why most of the time, the way this stuff shows up is they will be demanding for constitutional reform. They will be demanding for breakup of the country. They will be wanting to jackpot. They will just be, they will want to disconnect or talk about Rollins, what Rollins did and all those things. This is why they focus on all those other things, because they feel like maybe that will bring a kind of solution to their problems. But is it? I'm not sure it will. I don't know. If anybody else has a different opinion, they can come in and let me know, because I seriously want to understand the this stuff. I really want to understand. I want to hear different opinions. I'll put the link out there. Let me get the link out there more, so that I want to hear why and what it would take. I really want to know what it would take to fix this, so that maybe Nigerian leaders will be listening to this, so that they too will have an idea. I have my own ideas of what it would take. I have my own ideas. I don't know what it would take for Nigerians to say, you know what, we need to start coming back home. We need to start investing in our nation. Last year, during the presidential election, that's when I started getting involved in Nigerian politics, and that in terms of, talking about it. And from what I knew already, from having conversations with people all over the world, I found that Nigeria was woefully underdefended, like many black nations. As a matter of fact, it's almost unique to black nations. No other parts of the world are like that. Big or small black nation, all of them are underdefended. And when I asked why this was the case, I couldn't find any reasonable documentation to say why. So, but when I said this stuff needed to be fixed, most Nigerians were so against it, because their impression of what needs to be fixed is corruption. Um, what else? Electricity comes up. Um, which other one is one of the key ones that they tend to talk about? Electricity. Um, hmm, I think education shows up quite often. Education is one of them that seems to be popping up too, but it's not. It's corruption. Oh God, corruption is the biggest one that Nigerians hate the most. They don't care too much about military. As a matter of fact, because the impression Nigerians have for military is that the military is often brutalizing them. That's all they see of most Nigerians. How many Nigerians have been saved by the military or police? It's often the other way around. So this is why the impression that they get of these institutions are often negative, which I understand. It doesn't mean that, because I believe that those institutions are like the skin of the nation. And just because your skin has infections doesn't mean you want to rip it off and chuck it away. You just need to fix it. Isn't that how it is? We all like to buy. I'm sure some of our ladies out there like to buy their moisturizers, and what's the other one they like to buy again? There's moisturizers. There is oh, I don't know. I don't want to go there. What else? they use all kinds of stuff to make themselves, their skin nice. But when the nation has a problem, everybody just abandons it. Like, let's go. This thing is useless. Let's break the country up. Let's go for a new constitution. Let's every excuse under the sun, other than to fix it, really. And for me, that constitutional one is really weird. Why people hack on about that? Because in the end, going to hospital, the doctor is not asking for constitution before he treats you. He needs money. Some people say one of the concepts they use is, if the foundation is faulty, you have to rip everything up. I don't know where they got that idea from. How many times you build a house, the foundation is faulty, you destroy the whole house. You go there and fix the foundation. That's what tends to happen. They don't entirely destroy the house. Most of the times, they don't. You go and amend it. And in many cases, foundations are often good enough. In many cases. What often needs to be fixed are the walls, the pillars, the ribs, and all the other stuff that tend to deteriorate over time. How many houses have been torn down in Nigeria because of foundation? So I don't understand that analogy. Why they like that analogy so much. The only reason why you will have to be torn down most of the time because of the building, the way they built it. And that is what amendments are for. Nigerian government, they are doing amendment all the time. And I think part of the problem is that the gap between the people and the government is so wide that they don't even know their power. They don't know what they can change. They can make a lot of changes very, very quickly that Nigeria, this in terms of the constitution, will be functioning very, very well. The truth is, the constitution is not at the heart of our problems. The UK, they barely have a proper written constitution till today. And yet these people have proven themselves to be one of the greatest empires of all time. They conquered so many of the world. How did they do that? With piece of paper here and there, here and there, here and there. Is it that their memory is greater than ours? No. It's because that document is not the most important thing. It's what you actually do in your daily lives, how you run your country, how secure your people feel in your country, whether they can go out and feel safe and operate their economy. Nigerian farmers cannot even go to farm. If you cannot even go to farm, how are you going to even start thinking about how you're going to store the goods, which you need to do to compete in the world today? If you cannot even go to farm, you can. Most of our shops close earlier in the day because they don't feel safe. Some of them could stay longer, 2 or 3 hours longer. 2 or 3 hours longer in an 8-hour day, that amounts to almost 20% extra output, 30% extra output. Those little things make a difference because that's what other nations are doing. In China, they are busy talking about how they are going to how they instituted this they have this 9 to 9 6 days a week working thing that is causing a lot of problem for their people. They work 9 to 9, that's 12 hours, then they do it for 6 days a week. And that is the country that is doing very well today. They could just slouch like most Nigerians would like to do. I wouldn't say not most like Nigerians, some Nigerians would like to do. They could just slouch and say, you know what, we are one of the superpowers in the world, we've been industrialized, why bother? Let's go and do our own equivalent of first stack. Let's start having a party. No, they didn't do that. What makes a people so different? And Nigerians, we seriously need to be asking ourselves serious questions. Because when the Chinese were building what they have today, they went through hell. They went through hell. And when we say they, a population larger than that of Nigeria held their nerves and did what needed to be done. You know how hard it would have been to control that size population in that hardship. They were eating rations in China. Rations. And then millions died due to famine and all kinds of stuff. And we don't see them they are not very, very quick to want to badmouth their nation. They're not. If anything, they want to protect it, they want to grow, they want to make it stronger. Because they know one thing that most of our people don't understand. If they don't put their nation first, they will suffer. All of them will suffer. If you care about your tribes, if you care about your religion, I believe if you put your nation first, all those things will do better. um, how come you are the only one in the studio? I've shared link out. Nigerians are not coming in. What am I going to do? Am I going to start flogging them? Maybe they are all scared now. And you know, Nigerians, whenever they see Rudolph, they rush in. But when I'm the one here, they are not showing up. But I know that people like there are other people that like to join later in the day. America is when is it? It's afternoon now, so maybe many of them are eating and all the rest of it. So that may be the reason why. But that said, it doesn't. What does it matter? I can talk on and on until I round up this today, because in the end, the video will be out there. Anybody that wants to, challenge what I said, they can always come in later in the week to challenge it, or whatever they feel like they can They can say. But this topic, whatever happens, it has to come back or repeatedly. We have to ask ourselves, what do we need to be done before these things can be fixed? Before we start putting our nation first. One of the things I always ask my northern friends is that, you know, because what we tend to have is that, like that lady that, Victoria, I think it was her name, because she said something about their faith, it resulted in her losing her life. That kind of stuff shouldn't be happening. How can a fellow Nigerian take another Nigerian's life because of a religion that belongs to other people? It's that simple. The religion is not ours. You take your own fellow Nigerian people's life because of some other person's religion. And yet, those same people that did that stuff for that religion, if they go to North Africa today, you know how they refer to them? Their common name is slave. They call them slaves. And they treat them like black people. Why do you think they do that? Because a lot of people already understand this. It's only us that don't understand it. They understand that religion is one thing, but their race comes first. Their nation comes first. That is why Muslim, Christian, black African countries, none of them are doing very well. Not even by accident. Why is it that many of the Arab countries, United Arab Emirates, Dubai, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Iran, most of them are doing relatively well? Are they not all Muslim? Look at Egypt. Look at Tunisia. Tunisia recently was even kicking sub-Saharan Africans out, specifically Nigerians, kicking us out. Why those people know that their own people come first? Whether you are Muslim, they don't care. As long as you are black, they will see you as different. The way they treat black people in their country, there are black people in all these North African countries. Go and see how they treat them. They treat them like trash. They are all Muslims, so, and they were all converted to Islam the same time. We are not talking about like, okay, those ones are not Africans, so they got Islam the same time, and we in the sub-Saharan Africa, we are like fake Muslims to them. No, no, no. We're talking about the same country. They are all the same Muslims, yet they treat the darker ones terribly. They treat them terribly. They don't even hide it. And this is why I always remind our fellow Nigerians, if you think you are fighting an Islamic agenda that is going to make you better, you're just wasting your own people's lives. You're just not seeing the true problem that our people face. If you want to do your religion, do your religion. Oh. But remember, put your nation and your people first. Always. Because that's what they are all playing. And they are not telling us. They pretend as if it's all level playing field. It has never been about religion. It has never been about culture. It has always been about their own people. That's how people behave. Unfortunately, I would prefer a world where everybody has equity. But for you to have equity, you have to have something to offer. Why should anybody concede anything to us when we are so kind of beholden to their religion, beholden to their capitals, beholden to their hospitals, beholden to their lands, their education system? We don't even teach our own people with our own education system. Our judges are still using their white headgear. And when you tell them, they say, oh, it's just a uniform. It's not just a uniform. That is not like trouser. That is a hairstyle that doesn't belong to your forefather that you're wearing to judge your own people. The picture just looks like a white man is still judging fellow Africans. They don't seem to understand that because they've not woken up to the fact that this world is only us on our own. And it's not a bad thing. It's empowering. You have to take responsibility for your own people. I don't hate them. They are. Why should I hate them? If anything, you have to regard them as some of the best kind of human beings. If a mother is not taking care of her children, would you call that mother a good mother? If a father is not taking care of his sons and his daughters, would you call that father a good father? That is what we have been doing. They have been doing the right thing. Why should I hate them for that? I don't hate them. That is why when I say this thing, people think it's because of hate that I hate them. I'm saying it because we are not doing the right thing by our own people. I don't hate them. If anything, I admire them. I wish I could beat them because they are doing the right thing by their people. Why would I want to join a team that is doing the right thing? And maybe that's why our fellow Nigerians abandon in our nation to go and join a nation that has already done that for their people. But can you become another people's people? You can't. You are who you are. An antelope is not going to turn to lion. A crocodile is not going to turn to lizard. You can try. Eventually, you're going to end up in a bad place. You're not going to end up well. Most of all these things, our people go run overseas constantly, and they want to think that I was one of them, so I know. I can't see all these other people like to pretend as if why they go there. I was one of them. I used to think that's where everything is. Life, we are going to. There's something good that's going to come out of this. No, what is going to come out of it is our eventual extinction. It's not their fault. It's just nature. That's how nature works. If you don't control the genetic flow and you are busy rushing over to countries where they have a dominant culture there, what do you think is going to happen? It's a grinding mill. They are grinding your people away bit by bit, bit by bit. Over time, you are not going to exist. You might as well be the Neanderthals. It's not hatred. It's just nature. You see what I mean? Will, thank you for coming in. I think you know what, you are the bravest Nigerian today. I think you've got the you got the award for the bravest Nigerian. You are the first to come in on this Wednesday session. 60 people watching us, and how many people have showed up here? They've not come in. So what do you think now? What do you think it would take for Nigerians to put Nigeria first? And you can also expand on why Nigerians don't do why they don't, because I have my own reasons, of course.
Thank you. Thank you for. I guess I'm one of the. I won't say I'm the bravest Nigerian.
I know you get, for me, you got that award. You came in now to talk.
Okay, for you, okay, I agree for you.
Mm.
But I want to say that what we take Nigerians to put Nigerian first. I think in every Nigerian, in their art of art, they love this country. Most than you feel in Nigeria anywhere overseas, be in India, overseas, Europe, South America. You ask them, they love home. They wish what's going on in Nigeria. They lament condition, even though they may be successful wherever they may be. They lament, they wish things had got better. So that means in every Nigerians, there's something about that we love our country so much. They don't care about when I come home. I don't say what's going on in my state. Are they better? Is my state better than another state? Who's the governor of my state? I think what's Nigerian. When I hear that there's a bombing in Benue, there's Fulani killing wherever, or there's terrorism, it pains me because I love the whole Nigerians. People that that put us together, that crafted us together. I don't know what they saw that. Even though it seems like a bad marriage, but there's such a love, even among other tribes, Fulani, until this Buhari time. Prior to this Buhari time, there was a love. With love, I remember the houses in Lagos then. We buy them from Suya. We trusted them. People put them in their gate. The rich man put them in their gate, and because they are very straightforward people. So it's Igbo. When I was growing up, I remember I went to St. Famous College in Lagos. I mean, I don't see the difference between Igbo and Yoruba. My friends, Igbos, the Edo, I never saw the difference because we are one. So I feel like in every Nigerians, there's that love for the country. So if that's clear that we love our country, the problem now is that why can't we channel that love to make that country great. Oh, why?
Mm.
I suspect one of the beginnings is the leadership. I will not. You are right before when you said that it's not the constitution, it's not the foundation. No, I bet there are in this world today. There are some countries that has worse
Yeah, constitutions
that
that, that are not even well written, but yeah, they are still
they're
functional.
still prosperous. They're still better.
Mm.
Beyond constitution, that has, if you have the best constitution and it's about implementation, the right people. If you have, for example, if you have the best car, in the world,
Mm.
and you're not a good driver,
Yeah,
it's a matter of time. You read the car. But
exactly.
if you have a bad car, it's not too good, and you have a very good driver managing that vehicle, I'm telling you, that car will go far enough before you crash. You will go enough because it's a good driver. So I want to say that our problem in Nigeria is more about driver, leader. If you can get one leader, look at the United Kingdom, all these great countries, it takes one person that will look at the United States of America. Abraham Lincoln would have fought that opened their eyes to slavery, that slavery will not be tolerated. He said, I will fight America, I will fight my white people in the South to free black. So people in the North now supported it. People now rose, people that within their heart in the past, they couldn't come out against slavery. They were afraid of the system. But when they saw a leader that came out openly that said slavery is evil, they now came and supported him. So in Nigeria, if you can get a leader, a patriotic leader, and come out, that show actions, not just talking. Like Tinubu now, he's there now. President is right now. He's in charge. We have to respect that. If he can come back now, he's taking some good steps now. Look at what he did. He put some people there in the defense. He put the other tribe there. That's very good. If he now come out now and say, okay, I want to clean the government. I want to remove waste. People will start believing in waste. Look at I remember in '83 when these people came in, the Diagbo and Buhari, what they did. People bought into that. Remember? People were killing. People were obeying because they saw in that government law and order, love of the country, putting your neighbors first. You follow. So Nigeria, we are follower. All we need is a leader that will steady.
But Bill, you just said about what Idiagmo and Buhari did. When you ask many Nigerians that know about it, they often say positive things about it. Then why has no Nigerian leader taken a lesson from that and tried to implement something like that?
Mean a leader to follow suit.
Yeah, follow suit. Because most Nigerians, when they remember that period, they feel like Nigerians were doing the right thing. They were learning how to follow rules, cleaning the environment, and all those things, all those sanitation period. Even in River State, I remember they were making people plant this in flowers and build the painting their houses, stuff like that. So why has no Nigerian government since then tried to replicate the same thing, knowing that most Nigerians actually speak highly of that period?
I guess I want to say that reason is because there are good things come once in a blue moon. People that come, people won't copy it. People don't copy good things. They only copy the easy way. That route is not the easy. It's not easy route. Look at what happened to them. Within a few months, they were taking off.
Yeah. So, they didn't last long.
Yeah. So if anybody want to follow that step, they should be expecting that there will be fight back. There will be reaction within from their own family. They'll say, you want to kill yourself. That'll be.
Well, I think Idiagbo was on Hajj when that happened, or was he in the country when they removed him?
I think it was overseas when they.
You see all this traveling. He's causing a lot of problems. But it's just one of those things. Maybe he should have stayed at home, and maybe he would have had a country that is a lot more organized today. This traveling thing our leaders do, it leaves them very vulnerable. I remember even Gowon was overseas when he was taken out. I don't know, man.
But go on.
Yeah, go ahead.
Gowon is a bad example. Gowon had the chance.
No, I'm just saying that because when they are overseas, that's where things tend to go wrong.
Okay, you're correct.
Yeah.
So I think leadership.
So you say if we have good leadership, Nigerians will become proud of their country.
I think so. If the leader demonstrates it now, not just good leader, he has to demonstrate it by his own. Look at New York governor, New York mayor, about 15 years ago. Bloomberg was a billionaire. He came out then. He said he will not receive any salary. He will receive $1 per week, per month. He ran to the subway. People can see through him. And that guy won. That guy he did it 2 terms, and they now changed the constitution for New York. He now had another third term. It was amended constitution of New York, which
mm,
accommodated for another 4 years because people bought into him. Imagine US changing the constitution just to give him another term because it was
mm.
so
But do you know of any Nigerian leader, president, House of Assembly, or governor that has decided to skip their salary for to serve? Do you know of anyone?
no, no.
Oh my God, this is sad. Let's bring electricity in, please. Man, that is sad, man. Nigerian leaders, man. I really wish we have some of this one setting a good example for
Yeah.
the people. So, electricity. What do you think about what you've heard? Will it take for Nigerians to put Nigeria first, not tribe, not religion, not any of those, not Nollywood, Nigeria first.
Well, first and foremost, the topic, though it's a rhetoric topic, but it's quite an interesting one when I saw it. It's all down to patriotism. Are we patriotic enough? Uh, you know my position from day one, a position I have never left and I will never leave. Okay,
Mm,
and which is still down to patriotism. I know Will says we need a leader that will be able to steer us. I beg to differ in that regard because I think citizens often shy away from their responsibilities. Nigerian citizens shy away from their responsibilities. Let me generalize it. We Nigerian citizens, we shy away from our responsibilities, and that is where we are today. And we often blame our leaders for
mm.
the problem, but we are the major contributing factor to the problem. The citizens are the major contributing factor to the problems on
Wow,
ground.
a lot of people will complain. No, they will say, "How dare you blaming the
Well,
victims?" That's the term they will
they,
use.
no, claiming the victim. No,
No, blaming
I'm
the
saying
victim.
we.
That you are blaming the victims
How are the citizens victim? That is the question. How are they victim?
because the leaders are inflicting it on them.
No, listen. Let me. I can't confirm this news until somebody confirm it. That the president and the vice president's salary has been increased by 114%. Is that, I don't know if that is true.
Oh
It's
my God, I've not heard.
I
I've not
don't
heard
know.
about that. I hope not.
Okay, I heard about it, but I can't confirm it. I don't have. But if that is, let's just add for the purpose of argument, okay, let's say that is true, that their salary has been increased by that 114%. Now, after the removal of the subsidy, they said they're going to increase civil servant salary
Mm,
by maybe up to maybe 50,000 or 60,000. I don't know. That has not been implemented. So, what are the citizens supposed to do in this? That's why I said you can blame the leader as much as you want to, but the citizens are the problem. And I've also highlighted that our major problem is the legislative arm. And the
mm.
legislative arm are supposed to perform an oversight on the executive, and the citizens perform oversight on the
You know
legislative.
what? You know what? Just before you said that, I just had that epiphany. That is quite a powerful point you made there. This is why you have just made a strong case for why the citizens are partly responsible for the problems in the country
No,
because
no, no.
the
They are
citizens
not
are supposed to
partly.
perform
Sorry,
oversight over
sorry for
the. I'm
sorry
putting
for
it
interjecting.
partly, man.
They are not partly responsible. The citizens are in fact 100% responsible. I'm being honest with you. We are responsible. Now, with due respect to those who left the country, I can understand the situation. None of us believe that we will sit down here today be talking about Nigeria, because when we left,
Mm,
majority felt that is all. We turn our back against Nigeria. We will never talk about the country again. We will never have. But there are so many YouTube channel Nigerians showing concern, genuine or not, wanting the nation. So east or west, like they say, home is home. So we can't take ourselves away from it until the citizens rise up and do what is needful, which I will keep preaching, section 68, 69, 110 of the Constitution. And we start to implement invoke this thing. That is where the power lies. There's not, I've said this a lot of times, and there's nothing anybody will say or change the position. I said it
But
6 years
but
ago.
the people are not aware though of their power from the point of view. You see, the way you put it is so clear from the point of view where you said the people are supposed to be the oversight of the National Assembly. That is empowering to the people, but they don't know that. They don't know they have that kind of power. Because technically, let's say you are right, the president they increase their salaries and all the rest. They could start acting now to start recalling their House of Assembly members if the Assembly members don't challenge that this increase. You see what I mean? But they don't know that they have that power. And how are they supposed to? The process to wield that power is not very simple. It's very convoluted to them. So that is the problem. Either we need to educate them, like I think you are championing that, and we also need to make the process simpler. That's one of the things that maybe they should fight for that first, push for simplifying the process to this is recalling the House of Assembly members. Then actually, so that it will be easier for them to act on these things.
The process is not a cumbersome process. The process. Sorry, Wildy. I don't know if you want to say something. I apologize for that. Does Will wants to say something?
Yeah, I just want to say that you said that people are 90% responsible. I don't know where that is coming from. What would you expect?
Okay, you want me to give you the statistics?
What would you expect a common man to do right now that wants to change the country? The only thing they could do is
okay. Okay.
Army, police.
We all have constituency, isn't it?
Yes.
Do you listen to Uzo Kalu valedictory speech?
No, I know. I just saw the clip.
Okay. When he was thanking, he said he thanked his constituency for sending him to the house, voted him to the house. So the constituency has the power. They are the one that sends their leaders down there. So the common man, if the situation on the ground is really painful, and really it is painful, I have to be honest with you, it's actually causing pain on Nigeria. I'll give you a good example. The fellow that does my video for me, okay, that edit and everything for me, he's been doing one particular video for me for almost 2 weeks now. Almost 2 weeks, as a result of electricity. If his generator got bad in the process. So at a certain point, I say, you know what? If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. Let's just take it. As a result of the fuel subsidy, he went to his baba's place to see if he can use his baba's generator. And the moment the guy on the generator, not too long, unfortunately, the fuel leaked away. 2 liters fuel. So even though we laughed over it, but it was a very painful experience for him to go through. Now, if the citizens in our constituency some of us don't even know who is our leader in our constituency. The section of of that provision of that constitution, the provision there, it's not difficult, but we are not ready to do it. And I keep saying that those in diaspora, those of us in diaspora, we have a lot of responsibility. We have the opportunity. I'm going to bring a kind of a scripture here, if you don't mind, or a story in the Bible, which is the story of Esther, and where she found herself in between a rock and a hard stone. But she had to make a decision on that, on behalf of what? On behalf of the children of Israel. And what did she say? If I die, if I perish, let me perish. But I'll do the right thing. You guys pray for me. Nobody ever sits down and change comes. It's not possible. But we Nigerians, we want to sit down and expect change to come and keep blaming our leaders. It ain't going to work. That will never work. We want the change to fall from heaven. God does not operate like that. I've said this before and I'll repeat again. Divine intervention does not operate where people practice stupidity, with due respect. And that is the case of us Nigerians. Why we're
Mm,
expecting a miracle, it ain't going to happen. Take it to the market any day. It ain't going to happen. The citizens, whether we want succession, whether we want a different nation, whether we want a Yoruba nation, an IPOB nation, an Ijaw nation, you still have to make a representation to the House. Take, for example, Scotland. They want to have their own nation. What do? They have to make a representation to the House. Now they said, okay, you have to hold on or you have to wait for the Westminster to approve it, this and that. That is how people operate.
yeah,
Without
yeah.
that, it ain't gonna work. I'm not being,
Mm.
you know, I'm an optimistic person. If he knows that anyway, that I'm very optimistic.
Many Nigerians, if you said, if they heard you say what you are saying, they can't believe how many times I've been accused of blaming Nigerians, blaming the victims. That's what they tend to put it. That I'm blaming the victims. But all I was saying was that Nigerians need to, because I believe if you change Nigerians, the nation will change. You will change the leaders, everything will change. So if you welcome, and what do you think is going to take for you to forget about, let's go our own way, let's put Nigeria first? What would it take for you to get there?
Oh my God. Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Okay. God. Every time I wake up or listen to social media or look at social media, I get demoralized every day, honestly speaking. Um, Honestly, to be honest with you, I don't know. I mean, I think Nigeria, we've gotten to the point of beyond repair. I saw on the social media, I think on Instagram, where they said that the federal government and the elected politicians are going to get it raised by 114%. In fact, I got tired. I mean, see, you know what I said to myself? I said, okay, Tinubu just got into this thing and was firing people, reshuffling his cabinet and all that stuff. And people say that he's working. And what I said to them is that, hold on, he's just beginning. How can you get into office looking at the economy? I think we are about 70 something trillion million naira in debt. And all we can do at this point is to give 114% raise. Do you know what that means? That's about more
Oh
than
my God! Sorry, sorry, sorry,
double.
sorry, sorry. I'm sorry for interrupting. Oh my God! When you are saying this, I think Electricity said it earlier on. I had not confirmed it. I didn't know. But I'm looking at Guardian and all of them. This is for real?
You see, that's what I'm saying.
Oh my God!
That's what, honestly speaking. And the thing, I mean, the thing, I got tired. I said 114% in a country where the minimum wage is like less than
Unbelievable.
20, is it $20 or $30 a month? And honestly, I don't know. I'm tired. I don't know. This one shocked me. Of all
That
the
one, that
things,
one shocked me. This one shocked me too. The Nigerian government have done a lot of ridiculous things, but wow,
of all the things, look at the people
wow.
suffering. We are talking, we don't have electricity. We're talking about the price of gas. We're talking about the cost of food. I don't know if I said it on the show. I called my sister the other day and she said, oh my gosh, she's sweating. I said, put on the generator. And she said, oh, you don't know how much fuel is. Okay, please send money. And she said, when you go to the market, the prices of everything has gone up. And
Yeah,
the only thing we can think of is to give raise. In an insane country, we're supposed to be cutting the salary of all these elected politicians. In a sane country, we're supposed to be cutting the
wow.
salary. Instead, we're giving them raise to do what?
I,
Raise to do
I,
what? And I
I
don't
don't.
even know what they are doing.
Madness.
I mean,
Total
where money?
madness.
114%. Me and you that lives here in abroad, when you get 1% raise, in fact, you pray and thank God and rejoice. You get 2% raise. Yeah, it's like you put it in the microphone. Sometimes when I used to be on the floor, they will give you like 30 cents raise. You be like, are you serious? And you take it and still be happy and be going. And you're talking about 114% for elected politicians. to do what? To
Wow.
do nothing. This is again another way to embezzle money. This is another way because you can't tell me otherwise. We're talking about people suffering in Nigeria. If you open that international airport and ask people to leave, I don't think anybody will remain in that country. Honestly speaking, I don't think anybody will remain in that country.
When I talk to people now in Nigeria, because I try to sometimes employ people, I factor the Jackpot aspect in.
That is
Literally,
it.
because everybody, their mind is on Jackpot. I have to
That is
bring it
it.
up during interviews. I hope you don't plan on jackpotting within the next 6 months. Because that is a factor now in Nigeria. These leaders, oh my God. So
You
you inflicted fuel subsidy removal on
know,
Nigerians
and
just a
then
month,
give them the
within
money.
less than a month, and you want to increase yours. Oh my God, these people are
Yeah.
just completely.
This is, and you telling me Will, sorry, I'm taking time, Will. And you telling me that Nigeria is gonna get better? How? Google the average, the president of this country, as of I say Clinton or Obama, they were making about $400,000. They buy their own groceries. I remember Bush telling Obama when he got into power, watch that grocery, the first bill, watch it. They pay for their own groceries from what they are being paid, 400 and something thousand. President of a this country. Eh? And our senators are making more than them, plus the allowance and all that stuff.
And they still get to steal money too. They
And they
still
still
steal
get to
all.
steal money.
Oh my
I
God.
can confidently go down to the office of House of the Rep. I know what you're talking about, electricity, or the House of Senate. Even if they're not there, there is somebody there that will attend to you. Take your complaint.
Oh my God.
If I tell you I've not given up in this country called Nigeria, I know that I'm lying. I have. I
You
saw that
know,
this morning. I said,
If
you know
if
what, I'm
you
done.
cannot give up, if
I'm
you
done.
cannot give up,
You can't tell me
no,
otherwise.
you cannot be done. If I refuse to accept that you are done. If I refuse,
we have to keep pushing forward. This one
if
is, I don't think it's going to go
if
through.
I refuse to
How
accept
are you
that you are
gonna
done.
push? How are you gonna push? Tell me. How are you gonna
No,
push?
They can't go. This can't go through.
How are
If
you
it
gonna
goes
push?
through, there will be problems on the street. This is the kind of stuff that can cause problem because you just inflicted a lot of pain on people, and you go and increase your salary by 170%. That is crazy.
114%.
Let's wait and see. Maybe it's the misinformation. That's very
uh,
It's on so many websites. It's on so many websites.
it's
So the ones that have gotten it, it's on Vanguard. It's on Sahara Reporters. It's on. No, if it was fake, they would have reported it as
It's
such.
not
It looks like
fake.
they
It's
proposed it.
there.
Whoever proposed this thing, are they trying to kill us or something?
uh-uh.
What is wrong with these people?
That's so
if
intense.
you listen to the speech of the wife of the president, I think a Thanksgiving speech. I have analyzed that speech. I sat down, I looked at everything where she claimed or she stated that they are blessed. God has blessed her family, and they don't need Nigerian money. So this issue of salary increment for the president, it's if it's confirmed to be true, like I said it earlier. I was having a chat with a lawyer, and who screamed when he saw it, and he said electricity, and I said it's the truth.
They are so out
Well,
of touch. How out of
so
touch is that?
it's
Man,
unfortunate. When I listen to her speech, I term the speech A and J. Only me understand what A and J means. I've not come to that point to actually say it out what A and J means. I just need to do a bit of research to before I will say, because when I use the word A and J and I give the meaning to it, and people probably will say I've gone too far to make such a reference to them.
sorry, what is
But
A and J?
I can't tell you now for fathers.
But you saw the point you made earlier on that you were holding Nigerian citizens accountable.
Of
Then
course, of course.
Will said the leaders. But
No,
if you look at what
it's
just
not.
happened, though, you can see why he said the leaders. They are crazy. If they
Let
are
me
thinking about
let me
more than
put a
14%
question to
increase.
let me let me put a scenario to Will. Will, let me put a scenario to you. You are a leader, okay?
Yes.
You are given a free hand to do whatever you want to do without checks and balance. what will you do? Be honest.
It depends on who I am as a person. If I'm a good
Yeah.
person, I'll do the right thing, of course. But most people are not such. So obviously, they will exploit. They will manipulate. They will be advantageous to
But
themselves.
Let me ask Will. Sorry,
Will, do you?
let me
Sorry.
ask Will one question, please, before
Okay,
you
go
ask
ahead.
me another one, because this is
Right.
going to be interesting. So, what if you say because you are a good person, you want to do the right thing, but what if your family members want you to get money so that they too can make money from the office that you are in? Are you going to turn them down?
People know who I am. My family knows that I'm not like that. So there'll be a fight, infighting. But
But you will give them what they want now, eventually.
they have to be qualified for it. Because they're my family. That come with the package, back with the packs. But
Yeah,
they have to
but
be
you see what
qualified.
I mean. That is how
Yeah,
it starts. That is
yeah.
exactly how it starts. You start conceding to your family, and boom, the entire thing is open. Your family connects their family, and their family connects their friends, and before you know it, they are all having a party again. And I guess let's see, please go ahead so that you can
No,
ask your question.
let me just finish
No,
up.
no,
You asked me a question about. You asked me
you've
about.
already asked. Sorry,
Well,
Will. You've already asked the question. You've taken the words out of my mouth. Will, listen. Yes, you're a good person. Okay, even Jesus Christ Himself made us to understand that even if you go to the Quran and everything, checks and balance, holding people accountable is highlighted in every situation. So no matter how good I claim I am liable to be swayed. I am liable to be
Yes.
manipulated. I am liable to be pressured. Even with my good intention, I will get it. I may get it wrong. So
but
that is why the purpose of these checks and balances are necessary. Not that because you are not good, not that because you don't have good intention, but I can influence you. Okay, anybody can influence you and bring you to that point where you will want to break the law. Take
but
for example the son of the vice. Olumide, can you mute, please? Take for example the son of the vice president. I mean, they could have. It could have. The president could have ways. I mean, say, listen, I am the president, so you can't do anything to my son. But he has to plead guilty for tax evasion and fire. That is the checks and balance that we have to put in place. If these checks and balance are not put in place,
Nigeria, I
then
was woke up this morning.
even Joe Biden can run wild and say, I have the power. Anybody can run wild, no matter how it is. So these checks are, and that's why I say the citizens, we have failed. It's not that we cannot pick up back, we cannot pick up, we can pick up. And that is what I campaign on 68110. And once the video is out, I will share it to Dr. Damage. I've already told him. And for those who wants to be part of this move, that listen, write it down anywhere. Write it down. The only way, I use the word with emphasis, the only way we can turn that country around is when we start to hold our legislators accountable, because they perform an oversight on the executive. But because of the structure of corruption that exists between both arms of government, nothing is going to change except the citizens rise up. I repeat, for emphasis, the citizens must rise up and start to hold their legislators accountable. Do you hear any legislator complain all these years, all this while? Nah, because they are benefiting from it. Their salary will soon be increased. The president, the vice president, the senate, the senate chair president, their salary will soon increase. Just wait. It's just a matter of time.
Electricity. I think the point you're making, I think I cannot overstate how powerful it is. It's very, very powerful. However, there is this problem that comes there. What you find is that all these legislators in their local areas where they were elected from, they tend to be popular. That is the problem. Well, how do you get rid of somebody because of a national issue when in their local issue they seem to be popular in their local areas? So you see the problem there. They are elected. You remember they were elected into offices. Just like recently they were elected. And look at what they are doing now. And it's a national issue. The people hate it when they see it, but when they think about their own legislator that they know, they'll think, I like him. I like him. But he is part of the problem. How do you link it up?
But I also want to say add that isn't this when Nigeria rose 2 years ago in NSAS? People say it's enough from everywhere in Nigeria. People rose. Even in this past election, people have spoken that they are tired. Despite those efforts that people lost their lives, the government fought back. So people will always fight. The government will fight, but we don't have what it takes because they are more than us. Some of the power, the weapon, the government apparatus. So people have always posed reason. So you have to tell me about NSAS. People have spoken then.
Yeah. I think what the question I asked just now, because of the national issues and the people perceiving their House of Assembly members as being popular in their areas, they should still hold them accountable. Just because he helped you get some politician or whatever he got in the local area, doesn't mean you should let them get away with salary increase. And when, instead of you to go after the federal government, go after that one. I think that is a powerful point this electricity is making here.
I don't
I've
know if
never had
Olumide
anything
wants to
like
say
that.
something.
No,
There's
I'm sure he
Olumide, do
wants to say
you?
something. I'm sure he
I
wants to say
don't
something, and I know by the time he opens,
I
he
think he's
starts
on the
talking.
phone.
We are going to
I think
spend
he's
one
on the
hour
phone.
with him. Yeah, no, I think he's finished his call. Actually, oh, he's still on the phone.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, he's listening now.
Before I answer the question, I don't know.
Mm,
Olumide, do you have
Then
anything
I
to?
want to see electricity. Let me. I know you care about this, and
Yeah,
I'm trying to
yes,
put.
I want
I
to.
want.
I want to weigh
Why?
in. Thank you. Thank you for
Hold
the
on,
Let
great
me
Olumide.
opportunity.
Hold on,
So,
Olumide.
let me.
I want. Hold on, Olumide. I want to seriously put emphasis on what the point electricity is making. How powerful
You
it
say,
is. Hold.
Will, you said the government are more powerful than the people. I disagree with that. Okay,
Mm.
they are not. The government are not. Let me give you an example. Ife, are you? I don't know if you are talking to me. I'm getting distracted by nodding off your head.
No, no.
All right, go ahead. Uh,
No, I supported Mr. Will. The government
that,
is way, 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 especially in
that the
Africa.
government that the government
Yes,
is not. No.
yes, yes.
Let me
Strong.
explain.
Listen,
Let me
we live
explain.
in a society where our efforts. Look at the common election that we conducted. Look at the nonsense. In fact, we are about to see Shege Promas coming. In fact, sooner or later, people will not even afford to eat twice a day. Sooner or later, it already started happening. Eating once a meal in Nigeria would be like a luxury to some people. Honestly speaking, I agree with Will. If not, trust me, if let's say people go out to the street to protest, what's going to happen? They're going to send all the military into the street. So no, people are afraid to even protest. Even look at what happened during the NSAS. My brother. I mean, I
Mm.
know you will disagree, but the government is stronger than the people.
Yes.
I think I want to put. Let me now.
The,
Come on. I'm trying to
okay, go
put.
ahead. Go
Can you
ahead.
hear me? I'm
I
trying
yield.
to support your idea, and you are
I
trying to
yield the
block
floor.
me. What?
Okay,
I'm trying to support your. I know
I
you take.
yield the floor. I
You
yield the
literally have
floor.
the movement for this, and I want to support the idea because there has to. We have to change our mindset to start realizing that we have power over the National Assembly. I think that's something Nigerians don't necessarily have in their consciousness. That instead of them to be looking at the president, their target should be the National Assembly. Because the National Assembly holds the president accountable and they are supposed to hold the National Assembly accountable. This is where the idea that electricity is championing comes in because he wants to make it so that Nigerians know how to challenge their National Assembly members or look at recalling them. That is a very, very powerful thing for Nigerians to get used to doing. If they get used to doing that, they can influence the policies that the government is doing at all times. So let me let Olumide come in. I know I have an idea where it's going to go, but point is we can never predict Olumide. Olumide, you see, the question is about what will it take for Nigerians to put Nigeria first?
so um, so I mean, like you readily know that I'm always going to differ from your point and also from electricity's point. So where I differ from electricity is in the sense that see electricity. I mean, you were stating that all you can the constituents can recall him. How can you recall people that rig election? How do you recall people that rig election? See, I understand where you come from. See, Scotland, England, those are ideal society. Take for example what happened to Ekweremadu. If it was Nigeria, did you know that it will be the person that will be in jail now will be that boy? And nobody's talking about that boy. Those are ideal society where things work, where they follow the rule of law. You can't recall people who rig election now. How do you want to? We talk as if it's that society. Okay, that's one. Then two, how can Nigerians own? How can they work for something they never own? They were never part of that constitution. It was foisted on the military, by the military on Nigerians. And the people who own that constitution are the one directing the country. It is not the people's documents. They don't even. I mean, everybody's just confused, and they select who they want to be president. They choose who want to be senator. Look at the way they organize elections, spending billions of naira, and at the end of the day, everything was a failure. You understand? So I mean, we talk as if, for me, the foundation for building a good society is for the people to come together and agree to a document. When we've all done that, we can say yes. Then we can begin to amend, we can begin to make changes to the law
But
as we move
hold on now.
along,
Let me
as
ask
as
you.
as we progress over time. Make progress like the United States have done, like the UK has done, like civilized societies are doing.
Can I ask you? Can I ask you then? You reference the UK for a very
Yes.
very long time while the UK was running circles around the world and creating the great British Empire. Their constitution was basically written in tatters all over the place, and it is not even one document. And in the context of Nigeria, when you say the constitution is not done by the people, are you trying to say that it's not Nigerians that wrote the constitution?
It was written by a particular section of the country for the whole of Nigeria, not putting in mind the 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 other sections of the country, their own culture, their own language, their own beliefs. You understand? Those are very, even if those, we are made up of over 250 ethnic groups, about 300 ethnic groups. Did you put into consideration those minor ethnic groups when that document was written? We
I
didn't put
think
it
I
into
think
consideration.
that's why Nigeria is a secular state now. I thought they did that.
But they are not. They are making it to look like we are not a secular state.
If you wanted to add something, maybe she wants to support some point.
This is a
Okay,
little
go
bit
ahead.
out of Olumide. I agree with you, but this is a little bit of that's we don't have vision in that country. That is the bottom line. We don't have no vision. It's just like somebody wake up every morning and just say something and they move. The next day somebody says something and they move. Can you imagine? It's the same today that I heard that they're gonna regulate something about
Was it the
Christianity.
prescription that we got?
And in my mind, I was like, is that the problem of Nigeria again? Why is it that regulation of churches and Christianity is that this is just to cause problem in that country? So we don't
It's
even
really
know
sad
what we're
though.
doing. I don't even know.
I'm really getting concerned that some people are beginning to think that okay, maybe Tinubu is not going to be such a bad president. And I was saying it the other day, everything he's done none of them benefit the average Nigerian. And
Anybody.
with all this religious stuff and wanting to increase their salaries, it begins to make it look like these people they might be a terrible government. It's like crazy. Some of the things it's beginning to be disturbing now. Some of the stuff you are hearing on and on, like that Christian rule. What is that? If you wanted to regulate religion, you regulate the entire religious sector, not only one specific religion. It's crazy. It's like they want to divide Nigeria. Or what? What is wrong with these leaders we have in Nigeria? I don't get it. And this kind of stuff that make me feel a little bit sympathetic towards like your own opinion or Will's opinion, because when people say it's the leaders that's the problem, because most Nigerians don't care about these things that they are doing. Most Nigerians don't want them to increase their salaries, yet they want to do it anyway. Most Nigerians don't want them to regulate only one religion, yes, they are doing it anyway. So what happens to these leaders when they get in there? They start doing this crazy stuff that Nigerians don't care about. I don't understand it. It's a very, very strange phenomenon. And this evening of 104% increase, that one shocked me. That one really shocked me. I didn't see that one coming at all. You just go into office with 37% of the vote. Oh my God. And your first thing is, one of the first things you want to do is you inflict, after you put subsidies and prices has gone up. I spent 50,000 naira buying about 80 something liters of fuel. And now he wants to go and increase their own salary. Hey, God. God help us. These people, some of the things they are doing, it's like they want to drive Nigerians crazy. Go ahead, electricity, please.
Unfortunately, Olumide is not there. I hope he's here. I wanted to put a scenario before him so that he can, based on his argument. But when he comes back, I will put a scenario before him. And first, let me clarify my position or my point in respect to Ozzy Zokalo. He was lamenting what he said is people voted for him and brought him there. That's what he said. It's on record. So whether that is true or not, I don't know. But this is what I always want to disagree with, or I always disagree with. We present this helplessness situation. We are helpless. We can't do anything. And we just have to leave things the way they are and fold our hands and just keep lamenting and keep talking and keep blaming our leaders. I don't subscribe for that. Never has and never will be. I'm going to put a scenario to, not a scenario, but it's an analogy. If you look at the way, the effort in which Nigerians put, the risks that we take to so-called Japa out of the country, the amount of money that we spent on this wanting to leave the country, that effort, if we channel this effort into section 68 and section 110 of the Constitution, do we not think that it will get us somewhere? Is it a case that we just have to fold our hands and say sera, whatever will be, will be? The future is not for us to see. Say sera. Is that the case? I'm just asking, because if that is the case, then it's, in my opinion, to be pointless. We talk discussing this issue.
I
Is
think
it the case
Olumide is back.
that
Olumide is back now. So
Olumide,
that,
based on your argument, the question is it a case that we fold our hands because the constitution is not written by, is written by the military, the people who are there, we didn't vote for them, blah, blah, blah. So is it the case that you are suggesting, recommending, advising, whatever you have to clarify what you're doing, that we fold our hands
I mean,
and
I
do
mean,
nothing?
I mean, they so the civil society, the elite.
Did you get my question, Olumide?
I get it.
Okay.
I'm trying to answer by saying that, sure, take it. The civil society, the elite, the educated elites. I'm not talking about the the educated ones, the monarchs, chiefs, or whatever, with respect to our culture. We have to make them understand that there's a foundational problem, and this, it will keep recurring. So see, Niger Delta is quiet now because the powers that be in Nigeria have been able to select a few, like Asari Dokubo, like Tompolo, like the rest of them, to give them money, give them contracts, but they're not giving real development to these people where this wealth is gotten from. They've been able to quiet them for a while, but that generation will go and a younger generation will come and they will fight back. See, we should stop doing patch. We have foundational problems. We need to deal with those foundational problems. Our society is falling apart every day. Look at the president now. I mean, the president came in. He's a Yoruba man, I'm a Yoruba man, but I'm just aghast that people who got free education in their own time, during Paolo's time, are now telling people to come and get student loan that they cannot afford to pay back. And which country will even put a condition in there to say that if you don't pay back within 2 years, you go to jail. I've never seen anywhere in every civilized society where people go to jail for that kind of stuff.
Did he
It's
actually?
just, it's just, it's
Sorry,
just,
sorry. Did they actually include that in the student
yes.
loans?
If you don't start paying back within 2 years, you will go to jail. I mean, it's just things are just getting worse. I don't know. I don't know what's going on.
Wow.
How much time are we going to give to them? And we say Tinubu and this and I mean, look at the first initial step. This man gave the conference the other day and said, Nigeria has to increase its tax bracket. We have to increase our tax bracket. Who are you going to tax? And it is people from the south that will pay more of those taxes to feed the entire nation.
Wow.
On a meager income, I mean, it is just crazy. I mean, I was listening to him, I'm like, is this guy, we knew this guy, very predictable human being, exactly what he did in Lagos. Raking billions in Lagos to the people's demise without anything to show, tangible to show for it. Now he wants to spread it all over the country. Spread the tax brackets. Now he has increased VAT. He has increased some of the taxes they'll pay. But where will majority of this be generated from? I mean, the inequity is just too much. And you have some people practicing Sharia, destroying people's business because you don't drink alcohol, and you are collecting VAT money from that stuff.
Man,
The
putting
inequity is
people
just
in jail,
the
in jail for
federalism.
student loans. Oh
They
my God.
are touting federalism, but they are not practicing federalism. Not even fiscal federalism, not even by how do I what else? I mean, there's nothing federalism there.
Yeah, let me just add, we have 80 something people watching. Please and share the video because it helps. And I've
And
been
these
talking
people
to
are
Dr.
helpless.
Damages
They can't
about it.
fight back. Look at
See, hold on,
Showore came back. Oh,
Olumide, hold
look at
on.
what they look at the treatment
Hold
they
on,
gave the young
Olumide.
man.
He's not hearing me or what? Can he not hear me? See, I just want to do some, work in terms of the channel. Please like and share the video because it helps people see the video a bit more, and we need to be doing some of all these things because it helps Dr. Damage's channel go up so that more people can see it. Sorry, I think I must say some of the things Olumide has said is very disturbing. See, I'm hearing more and more worse things, and all this just happened within how many weeks? It's crazy. You want to put people in prison because of student loans? I don't know what is that. Yeah, we're talking about death jails now. You know when they end death jails in the UK, where because you owe money, you go to jail.
It's
You don't
like
go to jail because you
it's
owe
like a
money.
proverb down here where they say you give your child a gift with one hand and you collect it with the other hand.
That is crazy, man. I don't see. I'm really disappointed in. So this is what Tinubu has been planning for how many years? Please, Electricity, go ahead.
First and foremost, let me thank you, Lumide, for speaking out in respect to the president. I, to be honest, I did not expect that from you, but I admire that aspect of you. And let me tell you the truth. If I am, it doesn't matter who is sitting in that other seats. So you've never heard me speak maybe bad about the president or Buhari. I won't do that. Not
You see,
because
even I've
I'm
always said
afraid of
that
anything.
Electricity. I've always said that even if it is Peter Obi, with that
It's gonna be the
document,
same thing.
that document is just it's got
It's
so
gonna be the
many
same thing.
roadblocks that will not allow anybody. And then to crown it all, look at what Buhari did. I mean, the best way they are even going to pay the debts back is to go after all these people who have stolen money, to pay back the debts that because most
I
majority of this money is in their pockets.
This one is saying it's not Tinubu's submission, but he's the one that
uh,
passed it.
Let me say something quickly.
okay, go ahead, Will. I yield the floor to Will. Go ahead.
Thank you. I remember in the beginning I made the point about it takes a leader to effect a change. And I give an example about the United States that in those days during the slavery their constitution then supported slavery. You know, women couldn't vote. So the man there was no the power that be was very difficult to go and change the constitution at that time, that period in the history. It took a leader, Abraham Lincoln. People with those that at that time, people knew that slavery was bad. People in America, average American knew it was bad. It was immoral. But nobody could speak out because of the condition. The society was very difficult. The terrain was anti that. So people knew that. It took a leader like Abraham Lincoln that came forth and openly said slavery was illegal. And when he said that, people now rose up. People that had that belief in their heart, they now supported him. So when you have a good leader that will come and say, okay, this constitution is bad. We can't just sit down and say people will do it. When you get a good leader, people will rise up and support him.
I'm sorry, I've heard you made this argument before. Now, where I kind of differ with you, I understand where you're coming from, but where I kind of differ with you is this. When Americans sat down to write their own constitution, it was one culture, one language, one people. If the Fulani wrote, if they have their own country and they wrote and they wrote a constitution for themselves to reflect their own society and culture, fine. But don't write a constitution, don't write a document that will bind us, all of us, forever, affect generations yet unborn, for other cultures, other language, other tribes, other people, and you want us to live together as one.
Let me respond to you quickly.
That is the difference. Don't say that, oh, we can make it, we can patch it, we can make it work. Since 1999, they've done so many patch. Where is it today?
I agree with Mr. Olumide. Pardon me, I agree with you. I'm saying that you said exactly the same thing now with Nigeria. The same Nigerian, the constitution 1999 was pro Fulani, okay. But American constitution too was pro white. Was not pro black. Were not there in that constitution.
No. So the difference again, is that the blacks
is similar. The constitution of America was white.
It's not the original homeland. They are not indigenous to the land.
But they came eventually. They
were slaves, and they had to fight for their emancipation, which they eventually got. I mean, even the whites were reasonable enough to grant them emancipation and abolish slavery. But we've been calling since 1966, since they abolished the premier region. They've been restructuring, confab. We've been calling it all sorts of names, but they refuse. Why?
How did they fight for that constitution?
And they are insisting that we must follow the one that they gave to us. Why?
Please, Lefty, go ahead. He's looking to say something.
Yeah, Olumide, I think we're back to where we were earlier. Okay, let's hypothetically, we have the Constitution before us. Hypothetically, we all have the Constitution before us, and we now shred it because we don't want it. So, after shredding it, where do we go from there?
Okay, so electricity. I like that question. You know why I like it? Because there are so many of the majority of the ethnic groups have said this document is our problem. It is not fair to the rest of us. It is not making life. It is. This document has been rigged against the rest of us, the Yorubas, the Igbos, the Middle Belt.
No, just hold on. You see, I need you to cite one or two provisions in the Constitution to back your argument.
That is why I wouldn't do that. The reason why I wouldn't do that is because I told you that 99 documents is a fraud. I will not cite
Olumide, the problem is.
No. Olumide, with due respect.
Okay, what is the question again?
I want you to back your argument. You said it's a fraud. It's a fraudulent document.
Okay, the first sentence there is "we the people."
When you say "we the people," so
that's right.
We the people do not agree on that constitution. Is that what you are suggesting? So now I said
a select set of people, not we the people.
Okay, Olumide, can you take a step back?
Okay.
We the people it's not supposed to be there. Now, not that it's not supposed to be there. We the people do not. So we've
It's a
shred
lie.
that constitution. It's been shred now. We've shred it.
Okay.
What is the next step now?
So,
Hypothetically, we've
so that,
shred it.
that is why I'm saying that is a beautiful question. You understand? And the next step will be based on the fact that at this very moment in time, it is the most difficult time in our history, in the history of our nation. You understand? We don't want to break away. We don't want to fracture. We want to coexist as one because we believe that we tend to gain a lot being together than being apart. But at this time, again, almost every tribe, except one particular tribe, has felt not being a part of that country. And we don't have to go to war. We are sensible people. We don't have to go to war. The Yorubas are ready to talk. The Igbos are ready to talk. The Middle Belt is ready to talk. Every tribe is ready to talk, except the one tribe that is kicking against it. We know them. They are the ones who want to cling on to power. Everybody's ready to talk except go to war. This is the best time that any sensible leader, if Tinubu is in that, wants to put himself in the history of the people of Nigeria to be remembered forever in the minds of and in the hearts of the people of Nigeria, this is the time to call everybody together to say, you know what, we have a problem and we want to solve this problem permanently. Let us come together and let us reason. We have people who are educated, professors, um, name it, scientists, people from outside the country, within the country. We can even, seek resources from external bodies, UN, wherever. I mean, sit down and talk and fashion a way out and to write a document. We can do this quietly, sit down on a round table like brothers and agree that okay, fine, this document they can run the 1999 in the interim while they fashion a new document,
All right. All right.
representative.
Thank you very much.
Understand?
Olumide, thank you. I
But that
was expect.
document
No,
needs to be
let,
permanently
let me ask you one question now.
done away with
Okay.
because it didn't
So,
emanate from the people.
Olumide, so after this constitution, everybody in the country will be happy.
No. I'm not saying that.
So some
You
people will
understand?
still be agitating the way you are doing
Listen.
now.
I'm not saying that the constitution will bring
So
a
why do
100%
something?
solution,
Hold on. So
but
why
you
do
need
something that
a
you know
document to
when you
build.
finish it? Hold
You
on
need.
now. Hold on. You've been
Okay.
talking.
Yeah.
Why do something that you know when you finish it, you're still going to have the same problem again? Some people are still going to tell you that they are not happy with what you just signed up with. They are not happy. They will be like you.
No. See,
Maybe it's going to be on the other side.
in every
You know.
society, there's always amendments. There's always added new rules and laws as time progresses.
Then
The society
hold on.
changes.
You just answer the question that can apply to exactly now. Instead of starting all over again, why start all over again when you can easily amend the constitution now? No, your mic is muted. You're not hearing. You can amend the constitution now. You see what I mean? So why start all? Because when you finish it anyway, people are still going to be unhappy with it, and
So
they too
okay,
want amendment, like you just said. So you're just asking us to go through a loop of time wasting.
forefathers, let us do the hard work of forming a better nation rather than patch and continue to go down the drain.
The hard work,
1999,
I
they've
just told you
amended
that
it.
that hard work that you talked
1999.
about,
Let us not be afraid to talk. Don't be afraid of talking.
The hard work that you talked about, I just told you that people are not going to still agree with it, and you admitted that that is true. If it is true, then those people too will demand that they want to have a conversation too.
See, as perfect as Americans' democracy is, there's still
Yeah, but
competition.
what if they do? Why is it that when, let's say tomorrow Arewa says after this constitution we too want to have another conversation, that we didn't agree to this constitution? It was the Yeye people that wrote the constitution. We have to have a new one. What are you going to do? You're not going to just run away and say, you just prescribe that we should amend the constitution. If you say we should amend the constitution, then when they disagree with it, why are you not amending the constitution now? When you disagree with it, it's like You want us to go through that vicious loop of somebody always saying that they are not happy with the constitution, then we always have to stop and go and amend it. This is the problem. I keep saying that these people that argue for constitution don't understand that it's not a silver bullet that is going to solve our problems. There are countries that have even worse state of their constitution. They are functional. Like right now, the UK, they are just making it up as they go. Whenever the the Supreme Court makes a decision in the UK, they just use it as precedence. That's the new law. They just make it up as they go on. And yet they are still very functional. And some of these people that ask for, oh, let's go and deal with the constitution over again, as if it's going to make a big difference to our lives. It's not. Argue for a big change.
Forefathers, hold on. Forefathers, 24 years since 1999, they've done so many amendments. How has that impacted on the people?
They've done those amendments, like the energy
They've
generation.
done many. How has it impacted on the people?
No. But see, that's a totally different question. If you think the constitution is the reason why we are suffering,
I'm answering your question now.
That is exactly what I've been telling you.
It's part of the problem. We can't see.
No, it's not.
We are saying that document is a fraud.
The constitution is not the problem of Nigeria. The people are the problem.
We are saying that some section of the country are forcing things on us.
No, they are not.
We can't make changes to some of the contents of that constitution because they rig the majority.
Will you try and listen to other people? I'm not the moderator, so
talk.
Olumide, I don't know. Will, do you have something to say before I say something? I mean, you've been there quietly. Please go ahead.
To that, right now, if the constitution change, if it's possible, it's good. But my point is that how would the constitution prevent Tinubu, if it's true, this pay increase? How will it solve it? How will it fight corruption? So even if you have a good constitution, perfect one, will it be workable? Because people will still execute it. So I'm with the other people that constitution, even though you have a good one, but it will not be this problem. Like I said, it's not the silver bullet. It will not be the problem solver.
You see, Will. You see,
Yeah?
you see what?
Olumide, can you just hold on? You are not the only one on the platform.
Just one sentence before I will use the floor. One moment. So I wanted to say that. See, when the American people wrote their constitution back in the whatever century they wrote it, they were thinking not just of now. They were thinking of the future generation. They were thinking of creating prosperity. You understand? There's that part of that constitution that said in pursuit of happiness, success and happiness. That part of that document that says in pursuit, every person has a right to pursue his own destiny, and create a life that he wants for himself. And they kept amending as time went by. They kept amending. They kept changing it. But we are saying that these people that wrote it in 1999, before they even handed it over to the rest of us, these people, they looked at every section and made sure that whatever was in that place was done to, the cocoa in that document was done to favor them. So that even if the rest of the country want to make changes, it's going to be hard. That is the rigging that happened. These people were thinking bad. Wait.
You are arguing against yourself, Olumide. Even the American Constitution didn't take into account the black people, the Red Indians, and all those other
groups. That's right. And then they
Olumide, you said one sentence. You said one sentence.
You understand?
You said one
Americans
sentence.
were slaves. They were indigenous to America. They were brought from another land. So that one is so don't compare with people that are indigenous to their own land.
Olumide, Mr. Olumide. Mr. Olumide.
People from Oloibiri.
Mr. Olumide.
These people.
Mr. Olumide.
If you go to Oloibiri, you won't even believe that these people they have this oil thing there. I mean, it's just incredible.
Yeah, the people that you claim to be stealing all the oil, they too, their lands
Mr.
are also
Olumide.
Yes.
Mr. Olumide. We the people that everyone is saying that do not agree, are you suggesting that it is everything in that book? Hold on 1 second.
I'm saying that the fact that you lie...
Hold on. Can you just hold on 1 second, please? Okay. Just hold on 1 second. Are you saying everything in this book we the people disagree with it. Is that what you are suggesting?
That's right. I'm
Okay.
saying that the fact that the fact that somebody from Egba, where I'm
Can
from,
you
didn't represent me in sitting down when they were writing that document. My monarch was not there.
Olumide?
They didn't
Of
consider me
course,
as
they
an
were all
Yoruba man before they
consulted. They
wrote
were
that
all
paper,
consulted. Olumide, they were
and they
consulted.
load it.
Please go ahead.
You are the moderator, so.
Yeah, please go ahead.
I think
Olumide,
I think the way that
have you read this book before?
I read a part of it, but electricity, you seem to be
Wait
worried.
now, for goodness sake, why do you like to? You don't give people time to talk. Okay, the floor is all yours. Keep talking.
Okay,
No,
talk.
I yield the floor completely to you.
Let
Go
him
ahead.
to talk. Let him talk, Olumide. Please go ahead, electricity. I'll be muting him.
It's a conversation. It's a two-way traffic. You say you've read part of it. Just for clarity purposes, the part you read, beside the people that don't. So what that part you read, which section, the people do not agree with, please?
I'm telling you, electricity, that the fact that first word there says "we the people," I completely disagree.
All
I
right.
completely disagree.
We will wait
So
till
I
that
believe
time.
I'm saying that the old document, because of the majority of the fallacies in there, like putting the 16 items in there without considering the other sections of the country. You understand? Putting our destiny in their own hands. They want to
What
control our
16?
destiny.
What 16 are you referring to?
I'm talking about electricity. I'm talking about security. I'm talking about
revenue sharing.
there are a couple of them.
It's in the hands of the federal
But
government, which was also
and the guy was even
Obasanjo
thinking,
was the first president
the
in
guy
this
was even thinking
dispensation.
of putting waterways bill, adding water to it. Can you imagine?
Olumide, Obasanjo was the first president to
The guy
operate that
was thinking of
constitution.
adding waters to it to control our waters at the
Hold
local
on, I need to
government.
say this. Olumide, on Obasanjo, that is from the southwest where you are from, was the first to exercise the power of those 16 and this thing list that you talked about.
So
That
I'm
is
going to
from the
tell you.
north.
So forefathers, I'm going to tell you straight away. Obasanjo doesn't represent me as a Yoruba man. I don't look up to Obasanjo as a role model. I'm sorry.
Does Tinubu represent you?
He doesn't represent me as a Yoruba man. I don't even look up to him as a role model. The kind of people I look up to today, I look up to Awolowo as a role model. You understand? The former first president of the
Awolowo has
Western
passed.
region.
Which one that is alive in government that you look up to?
Today, all of Awolowo's legacy in the Western region, these guys removed it. Obasanjo erased everything because of selfish reason. He wants to be known as a hero. He wants to be known as the one that saved Nigeria. Because of selfish reasons, he didn't even continue with any of Power's legacy. Today, where is his own legacy? The shit we are in today is part of the problem.
See, you are against everybody. But
I'm not
stop
against everybody.
then stop saying that it's only from the north. Because in
Who's your
reality,
hero then?
It is their generation that put us in this mess. Forefathers, it is their generation that put us in this mess.
Yes, but when you say it's the north, then that's wrong. You should be saying that
They are
it's
the
the
ones
elite.
who read the 1999 Constitution. Why are they afraid of talking?
They are not the ones. Nigerians wrote, and the entire country wrote it.
See, they are afraid. See, we have there are documents even in the UK archives that has perpetuated it in their head that if you ever allowed the South from your grip, you won't have resources to manage yourselves.
Yeah, but that is not 1999 Constitution. So stop going back to 1999 Constitution.
That is why I said when you make a document, you make a constitution, you think of the present generation and the future generation. That is what they have done. But you guys,
of course, they are thinking of that now. They're stupid. What do you want them to do?
Here saying, "Oh, let's change it. Let's change it."
Olumide, okay, let me ask you now. Have you bothered to check the list of people that wrote that constitution?
They were not oligarchs. They were not.
Have you? So you think they were all northerners?
They were all northerners.
The way you said it just shows that clearly you are wrong. It's very, very wrong.
Even if there are there's any southerner there or any, these are people who were paid and bribed.
Oh, no, they were paid and bribed.
They didn't have their people's intention at heart.
Okay, so
otherwise,
the north is living large now.
If you have your people's intention at heart, how can they hand you over a document that will tie the future of your people down forever and not allow them to progress? and
Mr.
then you
Olumide,
accept it.
I
And
agree
they
with
tell
you.
you, don't worry, we'll amend it, we will change it. Later on, we'll change it, we'll amend it.
I agree
And
with you,
nothing
Mr.
has happened in
Olumide.
24 years. And the
I
country
agree
has
with you,
gotten
Mr.
worse.
Olumide. I agree with
No
you.
electricity today.
I
All
agree
the
with
factories
you.
have closed. They've gone to Ghana. All the industrial estate Bapa did in the 60s, all of them have packed up. It is churches you find here now.
Mr. Olumide,
What kind of country is that?
that that man you mentioned, Baba Awolowo, people that follow him, Baba Adebanjo, they are still alive today. They
Yeah.
are not, when you interview them about the Nigerian problem, they say constitution is part of the problem. It's not the main problem. The way you are pushing it, I think
It
that's
is
the only
part of
thing.
the problem,
It's
but
not the
he
main
has
problem. The
to
main.
start there. He has
No.
to start there. When America
There's,
was formed, it was the constitution that guided them.
yeah.
UK today is guided by laws and ordinances.
I think the way we could do
UK is guided by laws and ordinances, and they make those laws and ordinances as time progresses. They don't have a constitution like America, but UK is one culture, is one people. How can one culture write a law for the rest of the other country?
What I'm saying is that
is full of when the UK came to colonize us, we were different countries. Igbo was doing their kingdom,
all about
Yoruba was doing their kingdom, Hausa was doing their kingdom, Fulani was doing their kingdom, and
I
there's
agree
some
with you.
people in this day and age say they want to conquer the rest of the country. Where do they do that in 21st century? You want to conquer the rest of the country,
But they're not conquering anything.
and
I
they are
don't know
using
why you say they
the
want.
constitution to achieve their
Sorry,
aim.
may I quickly say something, please? Mr. Forefathers,
Yeah, go ahead.
can you kick me out from this
And bring the other one
allow me
on. Okay. Yeah. Oh my God, I can't hear myself anymore. Can anyone hear me?
Can you hear me?
We can hear
Okay,
you.
perfect. Yeah, I can hear you
No.
now.
Mr.
Forefather, you need to kick me. I'm using two systems. You need to kick me out of the first one, please.
Okay, I've kicked you. Okay, let me kick you out of the first one. Okay, let me do that now.
Yes, please.
Yeah, it's not letting me kick you out, though. It looks like you are a VIP. I can't kick you out. You have to kick yourself out. I can't kick you out.
No, okay, I'll just leave it.
Yeah, I think
it
if what Dr. Damage he can kick you out, but I can't.
Forefathers.
Where are
go
you?
ahead. Where are you? Your background. You're like, where is this location you are?
No, it's not anywhere. Just a picture I put in the background
Okay.
with some African children messing about.
Okay. So I was saying, go ahead.
Olumide, let me say this. Let me say this to every one of us. Let me say this, okay? I don't know what Olumide is pushing, but however, whatever theory or we're gonna do, everything will still have to be via dialogue, whether we like it or not. I will not. I'm not going to dismiss what he's saying. However, I will greatly appreciate if he can provide. I don't like the angle Olumide you are going in terms of tribe or whatever it is. I'm not going to stay here to discuss tribe or religion with anybody. I won't do that because why? There's one thing that affects every one of us in that country. Okay, we all, regardless of what tribe or religion you belong to, we all need electricity to keep going. So it does not recognize tribe. It does not recognize religion. The reason why you and I can stay on this platform 10 hours, 11 hours, sometimes 12 hours is because of the availability of electricity, not because we are smarter than each other. No. So I had to sign off from my phone. Then
wait.
If you keep interjecting me, I don't like it, please.
Sorry, I'm sorry. I don't want you to go. That's what I'm saying.
I'm not going.
Okay.
I'm just saying, if we can focus on the topic, okay, on the topic, and highlight the situation. We spoke about the salary of the president being increased. The masses are there suffering. We know what the fuel subsidy is costing. So I think we should focus on that. Even if we are going to write a new constitution, okay, or we are looking for a leader that will help us. Listen, the leader ain't going to do it. It doesn't matter who the leader is. It's it down to us, the people, that we have to. If we want a referendum, we want a change in the constitution, or we want to write a new constitution, as you suggested.
That constitution doesn't even give room for referendum. That's
Listen, that is incorrect, Olumide.
it
That
doesn't
is
give room for
absolutely
referendum.
incorrect.
It doesn't give room for referendum. You see how shitty that document is? It doesn't give room for referendum.
Okay, you know what, Father, I yield the floor
Now
to
you are
you.
using
You are the moderator, please.
terrible language. I think the
No,
idea,
I'm talking
for
about the
one,
document now. The
yeah,
document.
but you shouldn't be using. Young
Okay,
people
I'm
could be
sorry. I'm
watching
sorry.
this.
I
You're
apologize.
welcome. Thank you. See, we have to. For me, I think electricity has actually considered that yes, there is room for discussion and all that stuff, but I feel that there is this idea that people use constitution to block any other progress in
No,
the
no, no, no,
country.
no, no.
They say, oh, because of constitution, nothing, no confusion, we
I
shouldn't
agree
worry
with you
about our
guys. I agree
security.
with you guys that even with that document, as imperfect as it is, some
Mm,
people are still flouting that document. That's
mm,
right. They are not even they are not making it work, which is right. And again, I'm not against any religion, neither am I against any tribe or ethnic group. I'm proud of my ethnicity as a Yoruba person. And I don't hold other ethnic groups as I don't see them as my enemies or um, as rivals. I'm not in support of what is happening in Lagos State, for instance, where you're preventing people because they are from other ethnic background from voting. I'm not going to support that nonsense, and I'm not going to support anybody from practicing their religion wherever they are in the country. But what I'm saying is that these people who made this constitution did it in such a way that when the time comes for us to talk as brothers on a round table, that is when they push that religion thing. That is when they push that ethnic sentiments. You understand? If you people didn't want religious sentiments, why did you do Sharia in your 8 states? And you tell me not to talk about it. If I feel my Yoruba people are being cheated, I will talk. I will talk. You
okay,
understand? But
I think
I'm not
okay.
going to make life difficult.
Can we let Ify add to the list? I think if he wanted to say something.
No, I don't really want to say anything, but Olumide, if you don't mind, stop interrupting people when they're talking. It
I'm
just
sorry.
makes
I'm
it,
sorry. I'm sorry.
yeah, it makes the whole thing. I know sometimes we get emotional. I do get emotional, trust me. Oh, yeah, I do get emotional. But sometimes when I go back to watch, me interrupting somebody like electricity all the time, I fight with him. I feel so ashamed. I have to come back to him and apologize. So I'm being so cautious about that. That's why I mute myself completely, when somebody
Hmm.
is talking.
All right. Well said. See, like you said, you hold some good views about not discriminating against people in different regions of the country, and which is a good thing. But it brings us back to the original question: what will it take for you to put Nigeria first? Because you have to understand that if Nigeria does well, Southwest will do very well too out of it. So Olumide, what will Nigeria do for you to say, you know what, Nigeria first, and everything I do, I'll put Nigeria first because I know it's also good for my people.
So for me, I'm saying that the way things are currently constituted, if it's going to stay that way, then I'm looking forward to a day when the Yoruba nation will raise their flag. If things continue this way, I'm desperately looking forward to the day when we will raise our flag. But if we want to stay together, which I think is the desire of most Nigerians, we want to stay together as one people and use our diversity to make progress and create wealth for the nation. We have to come together and fashion as brothers and create a document that we can all respect, that will respect everybody's religion, that would respect everybody's culture, that will respect everybody's view. We have to create a country that is free for all, and I will give everybody an opportunity to be what they want to be, regardless of your ethnic background, whether you are minority or whether you are majority. I live in a country
Okay.
like Canada, for instance. So I'm sorry, just one more. I live in a country like Canada, for instance. Do you know that even as a Canadian citizen, when people ask you, oh, where are you from? And I say, some white guy will come in and ask me, where are you from? And I will tell him, oh, I'm Canadian. He said, no, 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 I'm not saying that. Where are you originally from? You understand? He wants to know my ethnic background, my diversity. Why should we be afraid of telling each other who we are and sharing that culture, sharing that diversity, sharing that language? You understand? It doesn't mean we are not one country. It doesn't mean we are not one Nigeria that they really want to create, if they really intend to do it. You understand? But we still want to respect that part of that culture. If a particular part of the country wants to do Sharia, for instance, and we all know that that Sharia is going to be subservient to the constitution of the country and not supersede the constitution of the country. And then when we go there, we know how to comport ourselves. We know how to dress, to say, okay, that is their culture, that is their way of life, that's what they want for themselves. But if I come to the South and all I want to do is wear spaghetti dressings and look, you know, that's fine. I mean, let's respect that. But don't
Okay,
say because somebody has a
Olumide,
divergent view, then you stone that person dead.
Olumide,
Take laws
what
into your
you
hand and stone her
can
dead. Why?
I say something, Olumide? I
Yes.
think from what you've said, most of those things are already in place right now. There are little areas where you have a bit of a problem here and there, like you just described about the
Forefathers,
lady that was.
I'm telling you,
Can
see,
I
some of
can
these.
I finish? I think if you just said about interrupting, see, you
Sorry, I'm
just
sorry.
used an example of the girl that was stoned, and those are areas, the rough areas, and you even went on to submit that other areas can have their own sharia as long
Can
as
I can I give you an
you
example
go
where
on.
those two
Let me, I'm
laws
trying to
conflict?
summarize what you said. You will have your chance. So I'm
Okay.
trying to summarize what you said. So all the things you said, like Yoruba people still remain Yoruba. I don't think anybody turning them to Hausa anytime soon. Igbo is going to remain Igbo. I don't see if he decided to wear buka and
No, I just want to give you an example. You see, I want to give you an
getting ready to
example of
be.
where
Hold on
where
now.
where the
He will
laws.
stop.
I'm sorry.
Can
I
you
want to
stop
give you an example of
interrupting
where the laws
now?
conflict.
Oh, you will get your chance. Let me finish what I'm saying. So I'm just trying to paint the picture that all the things you said are already on the ground now, and you are asking that you are saying that those things need to be put in place. Something that is already there. You will always have exceptions where, like that lady got stoned. So go ahead and respond, please.
Oh, you mean me?
Yep.
Okay, so what I'm saying is that is one example. A second one is which constitution is superior? Is it the Sharia? Is it our 1999 constitution? We are saying that the marriageable age for a lady is 18 years. Some religions say you can give away your wife, you can give away your daughter at the age of 14. So which one is superior? Is it the 14 is a minor? Again, in the UN charters is a minor. So which one is superior? And somebody will tell you can't do anything. My Quran is my holy book is superior to the constitution.
Hold on. We know that in Nigeria, the Nigerian constitution is superior to any local or state law.
Can
So
Ah,
I go for that?
we have the same thing in the US where
but
they
these are
have
touchy. These are
different.
touchy areas. These are touchy areas.
Yeah,
But
Olumide, you are aware that in the US they have different age of consent. Even in the US, I think even today they still have different ages of consent. So
but
please,
which
let's just go ahead.
but the constitution is superior though. If you don't worry, don't
Yes,
worry.
and the same
Olumide,
is in Nigeria.
Mr.
Huh?
Olumide, with due respect, okay, uh, I'm going to say this, and this is not about anybody or any tribe. Like I said, if this discussion continue on tribe and religion, I'm going to step out of it.
I'm sorry,
But
they've divided the country along that line, though. I don't want to make it that, but some people have divided the country along that line. They are
well,
not,
if
people who
they've
are supposed to
divided
uphold our law are not
Mr.
obeying our
Olumide,
law.
I think it's high time you start to respect people's time, because when you talk, we allow you to talk. And if you don't respect people's time, it's going to create a big conflict.
All right, talk.
Okay. For those who are seeking agitating for secession, Yoruba nation, Igbo nation, Ijo nation, whatever nation. Let me put a challenge to you all. Go and develop your region first. Tell us, make us understand, those of you that say that you want these so-called nations, make us understand, shame us. Tell us that we are stupid, make us shame us so that we'll come and beg you people. Develop your region. Then we will say, indeed, these people are right. Then we will now be pleading to come and join you people. But until such time, those who are agitating for Igbo nation, for Yoruba nation, for Ijaw nation, for any kind of nation, for the breakup of the country, with due respect, I think they should just hold their peace. Go first, develop that region that you are clamoring for, because you can't tell me that there are no rich people or there are no individuals in your region that can change that region. Let us see from distance and say, oh, indeed, these people are right. They've developed their region. Now I'm going to pack my bag and baggages. I'm going to move to that region. Nobody is stopping you, anybody, in doing that. And until such time, let's hold our peace. Now, I know a lot of people have been talking about issues of Deborah being killed or this and that. First of all, my condolences go to them, to our family. But I'm going to put it in perspective in terms of our faith and our belief. Okay? If you are a Muslim, you're following Muhammad or you're following Christ, in the context of Deborah, she's following Jesus Christ. Okay? So if we look at the tenet or the rules or the whatever Christ said, if you are following me, you will be persecuted. You will be persecuted to the extent of what? Of being killed. Now, I will commend Deborah more than the pastors that are using bodyguards and bulletproof cars and everything, protecting themselves. That is our faith. For it, I started by giving my condolence to our family. Nobody should be killed in any shape or form. But if we have to put it in a context of what? Of our Christian faith, I believe I believe she served Christ, so she's in a better place, regardless of what anybody thinks. So we should not use our death to start creating unnecessary arguments. Christ said, if you follow me, you will be persecuted. It is only in Nigeria you see Nigerian Christians, particularly preachers, don't want to be persecuted. They have bodyguards. They use bulletproof cars, which is absolutely ridiculous. So please, if we're going to focus on this question, I came here purposely because of the question. What will Nigerians need to do to put Nigeria first? That is it. That is it. If we're going to deviate from that, I'll step aside.
Yeah, he's not doing that. Every time
I yield the floor.
he always hacks into division and all the rest of it. Olumide, I'm gonna give you another chance again. Make it succinct and just go to the point. What would Nigeria do to make you put Nigeria first? It's very straightforward. Don't go into Victoria and all the rest of it. Just go straight to the point. You are muted, please. Go ahead.
That will change things for me is we need to sit down as a country. I used to before I left the country in 2010. For me, I was one of those who believe things will work. Let's give it a try. Let's do this. Let's do that. But when I left and I saw the way things are working in civilized world, here, US, UK, it is the rule of law. The rule of law, and no matter who breaks the law, no matter highly placed, you will if you break the law, you will face justice. You know. But I also learned that that very law, that very foundation of the law, the constitution, is very important, especially with putting into consideration the Nigerian context. We're a multicultural ethnic group. I've read my history. I've read the history of Nigeria, and I'm of the opinion, like many of my fellow Nigerians of Yoruba ethnic group, Igbo ethnic group, the Middle Belt ethnic group, and so many others. But there are a few people who don't agree, who think, you know what, maybe the problem is not really the law, but those who are implementing the law. But we are saying that let us even first of all go back to that foundation. We were a country before the colonialists put us together. Everybody was a different country. We were put together without consideration for the people's culture, their way of life, and everything. And we were forced together. And when they left, we had a constitution, we had a system of government that we were trying to create. Unfortunately, we weren't able to build up and mature from that regional government that they left.
So are you
And
saying that we should go to regional government
no,
before
no,
you
no.
put Nigeria
Listen,
first?
I'm saying that we weren't able to build up or mature from that regional government. Maybe if we had been
No,
able
no,
to
hold
play,
on, hold on. The
listen, what
question
I'm
is very.
saying, no,
I
no, no.
want you to go
I'm
straight to
not
the
saying
answering
that.
the
I'm not
question.
saying,
You are
fathers, I'm
going
going to
in other
answer.
directions now.
I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that if 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 those who truncated that government and had allowed politics to play on the way politics played on in other civilized society over the years, over the century, maybe we would have moved away from that kind of government. Maybe it would have been broken down in states into further pieces, even within the regions. They would have carved out more provinces or smaller cities within the region to reflect. But the beauty of that regional system was that the people control their resources and they were paying taxes to the center. But the moment the military truncated the whole system and suspended it and gave us that unitary system, you understand? We've never been the same.
But the question still remains. Okay,
Things
you
have
did
gotten
say that.
worse.
You said that we should have a constitutional conference.
Sorry?
That's one of. I said you said one of the points you made was that we should have a constitutional conference
Yes,
before
I think we should
you
sit down
consider
and debate
putting Nigeria
and
first.
fashion a new document that is
Okay.
agreeable, not the
So is
one
that
quoted.
the only thing you require to put Nigeria first?
No, that's not the only thing. I mean, it's going to be a lot of work because
But that's why
our
I'm trying to get you to answer now.
so
What
so
is the
so so so
number two thing that you want?
I'm saying that is the starting point, and then the rest can begin to fall into place.
Okay, so if they give you that one, you will start considering putting Nigeria first.
If they give me that document that gives us that feeling of equity, that feeling of not being cheated, that feeling of being in control of our destiny, then I know that we want to be one country.
And then you can move from there to putting Nigeria first.
No,
But
Nigeria. I'm putting
forefathers,
Nigeria first by stating what I'm saying. It is
Okay,
those of us
good,
who are
good. So
stating
you
this that
so
is putting the
to
country
so
first.
you have already put Nigeria first.
That's right. People who don't want to do that are the people putting their pocket first.
Okay,
Because
okay.
this current constitution favors their pockets. So they don't want change.
Mm, okay, I think maybe I get where you're coming from. You are saying you have already put Nigeria first,
Yes, this is
while others are not.
putting everybody first, not just me. Putting
Mm.
other minorities. There are 300 ethnic groups in Nigeria. I'm not just
So
talking
if
about
they ask you
Yoruba,
now to choose
Hausa, and
between,
Fulani or
hold on,
Igbo.
did you say that you are in Canada? If you ask to choose between Nigeria and Canada, which one would you put first?
Sorry,
If they ask you to choose between Nigeria and Canada, which one would you put first?
Does he have a choice?
currently,
Yeah, if he has a choice.
let me tell you the truth, forefathers. My Nigerian passport is expired. The way the country is right now, I'm not renewing it. I have my Canadian passport. I don't consider myself a Nigerian. I'm waiting for my Yoruba passport to come out and to be mailed to me. Like I told you, I'm waiting for my Yoruba flag. I'm
You
telling you,
see, okay, then but a moment ago you said you put Nigeria first, but you didn't.
if because I don't see that sincerity in the country wanting to change. For
But
instance,
then,
when they held this election, they rigged it massively, not allowing the true winner to emerge.
Yeah, but then that's not putting Nigeria first. You are already putting Canada
No, I know
first.
I know people who put Nigeria first, and I know where they are today. Showore is put Nigeria first every day. I know where he is today.
Good. Okay. So,
The
but
guy cannot
in
even
other
the
words,
guy the guy
you are
cannot
not
even
Nigeria
he
first
can't even
person.
visit his family.
Okay, Olimide, I get where you're coming from, and I think you were a little bit confused by saying that you put Nigeria first. Maska, welcome. To the this in the conversation. So, I'm sure you've listened to some of the stuff we've said.
No,
The
no, no. I just joined, I think, like 5 minutes ago. So I
Okay,
only
I
listened
see.
to Olumide.
Mm, okay, so
And when I was listening to Olumide, I'm actually surprised that you are asking Olumide the question you asked him. I'm not a regular on this program, but for the few times I've been, I have clarity in terms of people like Olumide where they belong. So to ask him that question, actually, I think it was very pretentious of you, forefathers. You obviously know where Olumide will pander to. But anyway,
but I have to ask now.
no.
The viewers don't know that, so I have
Mm-mm.
to ask so that they can get an idea of where he is actually. Because it's not fair for me to just say, okay, I know where he is, and just prejudice his own. Because there are some things he said I don't, you wouldn't expect from
Masker,
him. Like,
masker, masker.
Yes,
If
Olumide.
I see sincerity on the part of Nigeria today, I will change this headline. All for Yoruba nation, sovereign nation too. All for Nigeria, all for one Nigeria. You understand? All for one. I will
mm,
change it, but there's no
Okay.
sincerity on the part
You
of
see,
Nigeria.
and I like your sincerity. And I'll be honest with you. Every time you speak, I don't like it. It's not palatable to me. But I also,
Okay, where are you from,
I
Master?
also
Which part of the country are you from?
What is that? I'm not gonna tell you so that you begin to prejudice what I say. Why will I
Okay,
do that?
from the way you
I'm,
speak,
I'm from
I can
Nigeria.
from the way you from your accent, I can tell where you're from. But that's fine.
That's not true.
I can tell where you're from. From your accent, but that's fine. I'm not gonna try and guess. See, you won't tell me.
Okay, fine. It's okay. You can guess, but what I can also tell you is that I'm sure if you are enlightened enough, you will know that what you are saying is you are not gonna guess. You are going to assume based
mm,
on an accent.
yeah, in a way, it's gonna be because you don't know whether he just grew up in the north and
Exactly. So
is from Ijebu.
Yeah,
anyways, all
I
right.
can also say I
Let's.
can also say that you are biased. So you're biased.
What have I said? What have I said, Olumide? Have I said anything?
Well, you haven't said much, but I know where you're leaning to, though. But Master,
He's in a way he was already saying I'm the pretentious one, and you are saying
so
this
so
against you.
Master, do you like the way the country is right now?
Masca, you heard the question. You're muted though. I can't hear you, Masca. Your mic is seems to be off.
I think he's talking, but he's not. We're not hearing him.
Yeah, you're not muted, but your mic is not. Your audio is not coming through.
I don't like the way the country is, Olumide.
Okay.
Are you based in the country currently?
Yes, I am based in the country.
Okay, you're based in the country.
Yes,
So do you
from
as the way the country
2008
is?
to date.
Sorry.
From 2008 to date.
Okay, so you don't like the way the country is. So
Yes.
what do you think has to fundamentally change?
Mm.
We can't hear you.
Your audio is gone again. It's like when your video comes on, then your audio goes. At first, it was performing just fine. It's gone again. Uh huh. Try to say something now. Maybe, nope, nothing. No audio is coming through still. You may want to go out and sign back in again, so that might help it stabilize when you come in.
Okay.
Oh, I can hear you now again.
All right. I think there's a fundamental problem. I'll try and see. I'm sure maybe the camera, there's something. But can you hear me now?
Yes,
Yes.
I can hear you now.
All right. So, Olimide, if I'm going to be honest with you, I used to think that I know the problem. But as we speak today, sincerely speaking, I honestly don't know one thing that I can go and change. But one thing I can tell you is that I sincerely believe that the country, it's it's gonna make it. I don't know how, but I am convinced that this country will make it somehow. I used to tell a joke to my friends when they ask me how is Nigeria and stuff. I tell them, well, you know how Nigeria is, and I give them the football analogy. I don't know whether maybe forefathers or you or Lumide is a football fan, but if you are,
Hmm.
one thing that is very notorious, Nigeria is notorious about when we are trying to qualify for competitions, we'll play all our matches
Mhm.
and we still haven't qualified. And then the permutation would be that, okay, if South Africa beat Ghana or if Cameroon beat Zambia, then we will qualify.
Oh my God. Okay, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. I think we can't hear you again. Your audio seems to be gone now.
Yeah, I think the audio.
Yeah, your audio. It's in Nigeria, so it's not always easy to have consistent signals. I guess this is one of the things that our
Hear
leaders should
me
be
now.
worried about. Yeah, we can hear you now.
What I will do, I will log off. I think I will join from the phone. I think maybe the tablet I'm using, probably there are some many. So let me try and join you guys from the phone.
Okay,
I'll
no
log off
problem.
now. Mm.
All right, see you.
All right, see
So
you.
yeah, Olumide, clearly you prefer to be a kind of Canadian more than Nigerian, and this is why I'm asking this question, because many Nigerians, to be fair, are in your position, and many of them are in the US today. They are in the UK, Germany, China, and many of these people would rather subscribe to being foreign nationals first before being Nigerians. If they were asked to choose, they would choose to be, and they have to forfeit the order and not have access. If they told them, you will not go to Nigeria forever again, you will not connect with Nigeria, you will not send a penny to Nigeria again, choose one side to go to. You'll be surprised how many Nigerians will still choose the Western nations. They will cut off from their family members, everything. And that is at the core. And one has to recognize at that point what direction you're going to go. And Nigerians, I feel like they need to get to a position where they need to understand that no matter what, you always have to return to where you came from.
All right. See, I've seen people return back home over the years. Since
Hmm.
from Obasanjo's time, oh, come and invest, come and do this, come and do that. Everything has been nothing but regrets.
Mm. Yeah.
Majority of them has been nothing but regrets. And
Uh,
today, if you go, they even look at Buhari's last 8 years. That was what even got most of us fed up. Our people cannot go to the farm. They were being killed by foreign invaders who are of the same tribe ethnicity as the president, and they will tell us not to whip up ethnic sentiments. I mean, it was just getting too. We were like, what is
but
this guy
let,
trying to
let
do?
leave the ethics sentiment out part of it. In terms of solutions that we need to see on the ground to make Nigerians, because I saw a trend where Nigerians were beginning to return back home. I think 2015, 2014, 15, 16 or so. They were beginning to come back in higher and higher numbers. Then everything just shut down with this
Yeah,
lockdown.
Obasanjo convinced majority of people to come back. They came back, and what
Mm,
was promised was never done. You know, the electricity
mm,
didn't come. People were paying through their noses to power their businesses with diesel. Now look at what the price of diesel is. All the factories, the big multinationals have moved to neighboring countries. you know. And
mm,
the worst of it all is that most people in Nigeria, that is where I don't blame electricity, for blaming the people back home, because most people back home in Nigeria, when you talk to them, they act and pretend like everything is fine. When we know here that things are not fine. My
mm.
friend was telling me, oh, I'm telling him, you guys don't have electricity. I mean, how do you guys survive? This guy was telling me, and I say it's a shame that today Nigeria doesn't have electricity. This guy is telling me, oh, Nigeria has a we may not have steady electricity, but we supply Benin Republic, we supply Togo, we supply Niger, and they have 24 hours. And I told him, I said, are you normal? That person in charge of supplying Niger and Benin Republic 24 hours electricity should be fired for not supplying the country first, and you are supplying neighboring countries 24. Are you normal? Which
That's
country
true.
which country uses Okada to carry to do commercial transport? Only in your country. I mean, so many abnormal things going on, and they think it's normal.
But that is why you need to subscribe to the nation first, because if the reason
No,
why
no, no.
this is
Forefathers,
happening is that,
I'm sorry. I didn't forget anything in Nigeria, because I don't want anybody to kill me. I don't forget that place, pata pata.
okay, let me tell you something. If you think that is the path to salvation, it's not. And that is why I'm asking this question, because there are other people that have gone through far worse. All the things you've described, compared to what many other nations have gone through, it's nothing. They've
I
gone through
mean,
worse.
I mean,
And yet, they remain loyal to their nations. Why?
I keep mentioning Showore. Showore is a typical example. That guy went back home. I mean, even if he's going to lose at the end of the day, at least do a free and fair election. Why are you allocating votes to him? Why are you allocating votes? Well, do a free and fair election and let him lose.
All right,
You
gentlemen,
incarcerated
can you
him,
hear me now?
and then you
I think we can
incarcerated him
hear you,
again for how
Master,
many
loud
years
and clear.
that they can't
Let,
even see his children,
Okay,
all because of
so
politics.
okay,
All because
Olumide,
of
let's
Olumide,
allow Master contribute, please.
okay,
Okay.
okay, okay.
no, I like what was happening. I would rather be answering Olumide's question. I think it will lead somewhere. I hope. So, like I
Mm.
was saying, when he asked me what would I change, I was saying that I used to think that I knew the solution. But at this point, like I was giving the analogy, I think it's a case of, like I said, when Zambia beats Ghana, so most likely Nigeria will qualify. So I'm convinced that the country will get it through. Okay, we will get through, but I am convinced that it's going to be an act of providence. Well, honestly, I think a combination of two things. One, people like you, Olumide, people like Dr. Damages, people like you, forefathers, people like electricity. And I can tell, for instance, electricity, I listened to the show. He is very clear that we need to go back and begin to hold our legislators accountable. It sounds like a rhetoric, it sounds like a song, but what I know with people, you keep saying the same thing over and over, people begin to take notice. And I'm convinced that there is a point in what he is saying. I listened to you, forefathers. There is something profound you said. On the day of election, the reality is that we today look at police and think that they should provide the security. But from experience also, I knew that when Buhari was contesting severally, one of the things that changed for him was when they started singing a slogan of Akasa Araba Atsari, meaning that, bottom line, after elections, stay behind and make sure everything is okay. Your extension is that we as citizens should take responsibility for election day security and what would be the other word now? Compliance. What would be the right word for people to make sure the rules and regulations are complied with?
Yeah, following the
If
rule
you
of
can help
law
me
and
out,
process.
forefathers.
I think you're following
No.
this
It's
thing.
not. See,
Go ahead.
no, the point you made that day is very succinct for me. It's profound. What you are saying simply is that yes, police is there, but we know that police is not going to do the right thing. So why me that go to vote? Why don't we as citizens, when we go to vote, it's not just to vote and go back home. That would be irresponsible. That's what you said.
Mm-hmm.
If you go to vote, you might as well stay around and make sure that whatever it is that is supposed to happen there happens. And by extension, if you look at all these issues that we have, I believe if each and every political party would have agents, or we that believe we want to see a change in the country decide, okay, this is the party we are supporting. And in almost every people banding around 1,800 polling booths, but that's nothing. If we all agree with technology that, oh, everybody will take up a polling station and be responsible for it, and right, this is the result I have. Before they announce result, people will have their own result. Don't you think so?
Yes, the people will have their own result because they will know how much that was voted in all the polling units, and they can collate it
Okay,
themselves.
so the long and short of what I'm saying in response to Olumide is that some of the problems we have today, there are many problems, but some of the major ones, there are people who are looking at it and suggesting solutions. Maybe they are not at the right place, maybe it's not the right time yet, but there are solutions to some of these problems. And I can go back and give a small example. Today, I can tell you that nobody can tell me people allocate votes. That didn't happen. Okay, even if they
Mm,
allocate votes, there is a new constraint now. You cannot allocate beyond a certain amount of votes because
yeah.
there's technology that they use to make sure that the number of people who registered in a polling station is finite, is verifiable. So I'm saying with all
The,
this development,
Masca, the issue with that is that they are able to reduce the other person's vote and bring the other person. They can reverse the
Master,
number. That's what they did in.
master,
Hold on now,
master.
I
Olumide,
see,
hold
I
on.
hear you.
So they were able to
I
they
agree
reversed
with
it.
you, Paul
That's
Father.
what they
No,
did
you're
in Rivers
right.
State. Mm,
I
yeah.
agree with you totally, but okay, so maybe let me explain my position very clearly. Okay.
Mm,
In 2000, and I think, when was it? I think either 3 or 7. I was in Kano. I'm actually from Kano. I was in Kano.
mm.
I know of a scenario where somebody just wrote a figure on a piece of paper and announced it. This was what used to happen in Nigeria because you can decide any number and say this is the number of votes for PDP, this is the number of votes for APC. I'm saying that today we are making progress because we've reached a point where if you announce a number across all the political parties, it looks like a small responsibility, but you have to drive it to a figure. What is that figure? The number of people that vote across all polling booths, that number has to be calculated across the country, and it's a verifiable number. So if, for instance, let's do simple arithmetic. Let's say somebody announced that PDP won 10,000 votes, APC won 15,000 votes. Let's say there are only two parties, okay? And you go and verify that the total number of people who were accredited for that election across the country were only 13,000. You know that in itself is a big problem. I'm saying that today, before anybody goes to announce 10,000 and 15,000, he will have to first find out what was the total number of voters that were actually accredited, and that number must drive for you to have credibility.
The problem with Nigerians is that they find a way to corrupt everything. Like
No,
now,
no, no,
even
no,
those
no, no,
numbers.
no, please.
Hold on now.
Forefather.
Let me. I think I hear what you are saying.
No, no,
I
no, you
used to
didn't
not.
hear. No, let
I
me
used to
land there.
sound precisely like you.
Master, based on your submission, I'm very,
Mhm.
very optimistic that Obi will retrieve his mandate. Based on what you just
Hold
told
on
us.
now,
Yes, yes.
Olumide.
No, I totally no. See, and this is the point I want to make to forefathers.
Okay.
Okay, what I
Mm.
know is that when you make a scenario very complicated, not complicated, I think when you make it a little bit difficult, it's like all these things that we talk about that in America, if you commit a crime, you are going to be held accountable. Do you know why?
No.
Because you will make some mistakes and they will trace based on that small mistake you make. They will say they have found a lead and then they begin to trace and nab you finally. This is the truth. This is the bottom line. If
Mm.
Nigerians were doing things in a banana republic before, now there are small things that are coming into place. That if you go and do something now, especially based on election, there are ways and means now that we're already creating checks and balances. And I'm saying that what Olimide say is a fact because I can go and verify the total number of what do you call it now? People that were actually eligible to vote. If you go and give a number that is wrong, then clearly, from a mathematical perspective, you have flawed the election in itself. But I'm saying that beyond that, it's not just that, okay, uh, we will stop here and say, okay, things are going to be good for. I'm saying that tomorrow, based on that your suggestion, there are going to be beavers. People will come for accreditation. Somebody will accredit them. We all should stay and write down the number of votes that each and every party have. With all the technology we are talking about, we should all have it. My point is that I will not be surprised if, for instance, we all here on this platform decide that the next election that will happen, we will start contributing money. We will set up a separate parallel collection center. We will try and make sure that in every single polling booth, there is somebody that will be paid maybe 10,000, 20,000, or somebody who would decide to be a volunteer. Whatever INEC is collecting, there is a parallel outfit, a non-governmental organization that is collecting these things, so that at the end of the
Okay.
day, we as
Hold on
citizens.
now. Let me say something. I think I need to highlight some points. I guess we've still not placed the question on you in terms of what would Nigeria do for you to put Nigeria first out of everything. Same question will be put to Augustine. However, regarding the points you raised, I used to think exactly like that until I found what Nigerians are capable of doing on election day. What tends to
Mhm.
happen is that if you look at the capital cities, it's very, very hard. What you say is to play out fine. But in the remote areas, those people that you are saying are to do the checks, the governors with immunity to prosecution have so much power that if those people show up there, they will threaten them, they will threaten their lives, and they will corrupt them one way or the other. And that's what they did in Rivers State. They completely mangled the result in the LGAs, other LGAs, and you came out with the wrong person as the winner. And I'm sure similar things happen in other areas. So
Did you see what happened in Lagos State, where they chased away people from
exactly
voting?
that's what I mean. It might be true in many areas, but you have to also consider the power of governors to actually stop people from carrying out that process. They will completely mangle the process.
Okay,
Then everybody
I
will be
hear
coming
you,
out with their own numbers.
forefathers. I hear you loud and clear. But let's be clear on the type of discussions we're having. If we all have the solution to make Nigeria great, I can put it to you that I have the courage to have put in this thing to make Nigeria great today. We are having this discussion because there's no solution. We are just having discussions. We are putting solutions. We
And
are, let's
I'm
call it,
hoping that it's going to lead
no,
to
let's call
solution.
a spade. Let's call a spade a spade. What we are doing now is called brainstorming.
Okay,
Okay,
that's a
we
good
are just
thing.
brainstorming. It's not. There's no right answer. There's no wrong answer. But let's try and
Okay.
put things on the table. I agree with you. In fact, my problem with Nigerian election is not even the election itself, because before this election, even during this election, I can tell you, I'm not a big fan of Peter Obi, sincerely speaking. So I can tell you that in Nigeria, the real problem I have is that at the end of the day, the nomination process always throw up a choice of the devil and the deep blue sea for people like me. Okay, because if you present, say, a Buhari and a Jonathan Goodluck to me, I'm not, you are not inviting me. It's not a pull factor, it's actually just a push factor. And this has consistently been the story. So I'm saying that even the nomination process, the people that come out to be presented for election itself is a massive problem for me. And it is the governors that are the root cause of this problem, because in their states, they determine who is a delegate for the party. They put these delegates in a room and give them instruction.
Yeah.
Okay, so I am also clear that there are bigger problems, there are lots of problems, but I'm saying that my philosophy in my life, and it has worked for me. You can have 30 problems. Take the first big one, begin to deal with it. Take 10% of it today and take the other problem. Take your problems one after the other. And I think Nigeria, truly speaking, is taking its problems one after the other. I may not be a big fan of Buhari or Peter Obi, but these were far better candidates. Whether they delivered or they did not deliver is another story. Nobody can tell me that Buhari was a corrupt person before he was elected. He was not. Nigeria decided to elect somebody who was not corrupt. He didn't deliver. That's true. We have seen yet Peter Obi, and nobody can argue about the fact that there is a resounding support for the man based on his purported credibility. Whether he won, he didn't win, or even if he win, he will deliver or not, that's another thing. But if we open our eyes, we will see that after Buhari, Nigeria is also having another credible candidate who you cannot really say this is his corrupt practice or this is where he shit. Do you get what I'm saying? So in
Yes,
that
sir.
light, we are making progress. It may be
Mr.
small,
Master, may
but
I
I'm
put a question to you,
yes.
please? Can you
Go ahead,
define corruption
electricity.
for me, please? Can you define corruption for me, please? Based on
Okay.
your argument that Buhari is not corrupt, he just did not deliver. Can you define corruption?
Okay, there are two. I will give you two definitions. Corruption as a concept, the way I see it, and corrupt persons. Will that be okay with you?
No, go ahead. Go ahead. I just asked a
Okay,
question.
so for me, corruption as a concept is a situation where somebody decides either to give or to take immediate and personal gratification with a view or intention to circumvent a process or a system that is being configured to provide a greater good. That for me is what I can define as corruption. To take a personal and immediate gratification so that you can circumvent or corrupt, or well, I shouldn't use corruption in defining corruption, to circumvent or distort a laid down process or system that is meant to create a greater good. And I can give you multiple examples, but
Okay.
I'm sure man of electric,
How
I
about
think you will get.
allowing other people to make the gain instead of their own personal gain? Because when you tie it to their personal gain, then what if they allow some other person to do it for their own personal gain? They were supposed to be in
Okay,
charge
what
of
I
the
mean by
company.
okay, so let me define the word personal. When I mean personal, it doesn't mean I didn't use the word individual,
Wow, that's
and
really
I choose the word personal.
you're using personal is similar as an individual, to be fair.
Well, I mean, if I go to attend to my mother, people will say he went for personal reason. It's not me, but it's my mother. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Anyway,
you're
you're
referring
right.
to the
But what I'm
individual.
saying is the personal may be you as a person. It may be your tribe, but it's. I think the best we can use is that personal because you can't use anyway. I think you get the idea. Electricity.
I am not going to push further on that for let me borrow your
For
words.
the
Because there are
concept, and therefore a corrupt person for me therefore will be somebody who obviously, and I use the word obviously, meaning that he has done a couple of things that people can see and point to a couple of instances, and
Okay,
it is almost a
Mr.
regular
Masker,
occurrence with this person.
Mr. Masker, when you
Yes.
say
No, just
Buhari,
call me masker. Forget this. Mm.
okay, when you say Buhari was unable to deliver, okay, that is that is an argument for another day. And
No,
in
he
that
didn't deliver.
statement,
He was unable to deliver.
he was unable to deliver. Okay,
Yes.
and if we now start to break down why he could not deliver, I can assure you,
Okay,
like
that I will
when
agree with you. That should be an argument for another day, not today.
okay, so I'm going to make my submission because I have to leave. In respect
Okay.
to what you said that Nigeria should take its problem one after the other, and we deal with it.
Mm-mm.
This
Sorry,
yeah,
sorry. No, no, not. I'm not. I'm saying we should take all the problems.
no,
Okay,
one after
but
the
I'm
other.
saying that you can. No, that's not what I'm suggesting. I'm not
Okay,
saying that
please.
you will say, "Oh, this problem, I'll take it tomorrow." We will take all the problems, okay? But the reality is that they may not be solved all at the same time.
Okay. All right.
Yes.
I have already put which you already highlighted, and I said this 6 years ago during the IPOB when they were doing the noise 6 years ago. If you go to my channel, you'll find it there. That until we return back and start to act on the provisions of the Constitution, the citizens, Nigerians,
Mm.
before we are going to see any meaningful change in the country. I am not going to move from that position. That's just the
No, I
truth.
totally,
And,
I totally agree with you. And let
and
me tell you why I support your position. Because I know a lot of these senators. I live in Abuja, by the way. Okay. So, and I mingle, I relate. So I know, if you ask me, our National Assembly is our biggest problem today. Number one, the cost of governance nominally, and that's even the salary, the official money they collect is a big problem. What you people may not understand is that a lot of the corruption passes through the National Assembly, especially at the
thank
budgeting
you very
point.
much, Mr. Maska. In
Uh,
fact,
So,
not a lot.
so and
Can I?
All the corruption in the country, all. And listen,
no, no,
people
no,
can
no,
say I'm being
not all.
exaggerated.
No, not. I can agree with you that a lot, but not all. Because
So
I can tell you also the civil servants in Nigeria
Yeah.
are
Let's
also
try.
a
Let's
massive
try.
problem. But
Hold on,
again,
Masca. Let's try to move the conversation. You know, there's Augustine there too.
Sorry. Okay.
okay,
That is my submission for the
yeah.
night.
So
Thank you very.
electricity, please,
okay.
before you leave, I need to. I need you made me coming here.
Uh,
So before I answer the question, uh, forefathers, I
no,
just have
I
a
said I want to leave. I'm not
yeah.
taking
So
your
yeah,
time.
that's what I said. I want to address the point you
Oh,
made,
okay. All right.
because when we talk about, have you listened to what um Yari said to Ababio?
No, I have
Okay, so if
not.
you
But
listen to
I
that,
like.
you understand. In 1999 and the last 12 years, we were hearing governors being impeached. But for the past two electoral seasons, have you heard about any governor being impeached again? No. So why am I making this point? Instead of Nigeria getting towards getting better, the criminals are developing means of becoming worse. Now, how does it happen? That look at what Wike said, that all the PDP candidates that contested for House of the State Assembly, House of Rep, House of Senate, that he bought their form, he paid for them. So when you pay all this money and you bring people that are not people that cannot reason on their own and put them there, how can you bring the change? You can't bring the change. Now the question, what you will ask me is that the election will be there and you will see what election will happen. Now that will help me to answer forefather. Today I was moving to 8th floor of my building. I went into the elevator and the elevator locked. I pressed a button that said help. Under 30 seconds, I had a security man, a technician, and a safety person at the door of the elevator to just open the door for me to come out to rescue me. Now, on the day the senators gave their valedictory speech, you heard what Bukachua said, and he is still walking freely. And when you listen to that kind of divine revelation, for those of us that say religion is the worst thing we have, religion has continued to help us, but we don't see it. It takes only divine for somebody to come to the public and say exactly what that man said. What has happened? Nothing. Nothing has happened. So how can you now go into work in a country that you see that those who are supposed to lead are making extra effort, are paying heavily to destroy the country?
Okay, let me put this to you, kind of a question. You've highlighted this leaders problem. And what is the responsibility of the citizens?
So the responsibility of the citizen is the citizen that is informed. How many, what is the percentage of the citizen that are informed? The percentage is very, very low. And
Okay.
when they begin to celebrate things that are not called to be celebrated, in the past, if you pass WAEC, your village will call you and congratulate you. If you go get admission, you have a different position in your village, in your setting, in your community setting, because you are learned. But today, once you can bring money, you become something. You mix with everybody. So the standard is no longer there. So nobody is also the citizen have no place because they buy the citizens and place them there.
Mr. Augustine, I've heard this argument several times. The argument is we are helpless. This helplessness argument. And I don't know where this such spirit, let me put it that way, is coming up that we citizens, we are helpless because these people are more powerful. Let me give you a quote from an Irish writer. He said, those who cannot change their minds cannot change anything. He said, by the time you and I take up this course of what campaigning for more or less a real, there's nobody that cannot change that, but we need to campaign. We in diaspora sit in a position, a privileged position today to help people back at home. Because when I look back and I say, we are here now, we are concerned about Nigeria, which we shouldn't because we kind of in a place where we are comfortable in a way. But as a result of this concern, we need to now put this concern into what? Into action and run a campaign on our fellow Nigerians. And we've tried everything. And I'm gonna today, if you can mark today's date down. I said this on the 17th of May, 26 years ago. I think it's 2016. Yeah, 2016. I'm repeating it on the 22nd, where I am on the 22nd of June, that this path that we are failing to take, this path will come back to haunt us. And so I am appealing, it's an appeal to every Nigerians, particularly in diaspora. The media in Nigeria, they are not doing Nigerians any good.
So electricity, let me weigh in. This is the only time I have seen your argument in a different perspective. Because I have always criticized looking at the victims and looking at them as the ones that can remedy. But I have seen your argument now. When you mean we, you are not talking about the general we. You are talking about a selected we that can canvass to bring the general we into form.
Yes, I'm referring to us in diaspora.
Okay,
that
good.
we have an opportunity.
Now I go with you.
Come again?
Now I go with you. That is exactly
I
what I did.
No,
During
that
the
was
election,
what I said earlier. I said
I had to go home. I had to organize retreats. I had to call people to educate them that you come around me to drink, to have money. It is a shame that you do this. I'm not supposed to do it for you. You're supposed to make your own money. So that now you have made now I can you've been saying you've been doing this argument, but now I understand your argument, and it is the best way to go.
Well, I'm going to share the video with Dr. Damage. I've spoken to him in private, and so I can say it the way forward. It's a chance for us because it's no matter what citizens we have claimed or where other citizens we have claimed, we cannot deny us. I mean, I hear Olumide says, "Oh, it's a Canadian." Fair enough, I respect that, but one thing is certain: whatever happens back in Nigeria will be reflected on us.
the way they see
Just
us.
electricity, just as at a lighter note, Olimide himself is just being pretentious. Olimide hasn't given up on Nigeria. If not, you will not be on this platform.
Thank you.
Mr.
But
Master, I
this
want
is
to
a
ask you a
Nigerian
question.
platform. It's not a Yoruba platform. It's
That's
a
fine. I want to
Nigerian
ask you.
platform. Just
But
for
I
the
want to ask
record.
you. I want to ask you a question. I want to ask you a question.
Godfather, I have
I
to
was
go.
not talking to electricity.
I seldom talk to people from your part of the country. What do you think about that
Thank you for
constitution?
coming in,
What do you
electricity.
think about
All
that
right.
constitution?
Good night. Good night,
but
Augustine.
electricity.
Master, everyone, good night.
Thank you. But Olumide, what Olumide is saying, I don't see him as, because even when he said that Obasanjo does not speak with him, so he needs a country that works. The name of the country can be
I mean,
immaterial.
I'm
So
not
it's
asking
like,
for anything too big. The French have their country, the Germans
Mhm.
have their country, the English have their country. So why can the Yoruba 60 million people not have their country?
Because the Chinese that has 5 point something,
Now,
1 point something billion don't have their own
Country
country.
comes and Obasanjo becomes the president, since you said Obasanjo does not represent you, that
No,
means you.
Obasanjo will stay in Nigeria and keep his Nigerian passport. Yeah, he will keep his Nigerian passport.
The answer to that question was straightforward.
Because
Because there are
Obasanjo
nations.
is,
Oh,
Obasanjo
see,
is pro.
Olumide,
One.
come on. We can't just be talking over each other. We have to be getting points through. You asked the question, why can't Yorubas have be one nation? It's because there are other nations out there that are over 1 point something billion. You could have said, why can't they just break them up again and be fewer people? Do you know how many tribes that are in China? I was surprised how many tribes were in China and how many languages there were in China. You think it's just one people. It's not one people that are there. So it's not a new concept. I still want to go back to the original question. And Maska hasn't answered the question. The question
Okay.
is, what will it take for you to put Nigeria first in what you are doing? Maybe you're already doing it, but just in case you are
Okay,
not,
I
what will
will,
it
I
take?
will answer you, forefathers. I used to be like you guys. I was outside the country at some point. In fact, one day I was in Lagos. I was in an estate. In that estate, if there's no light, there won't be water. I'm on the fourth floor. My wife gave birth, so my people came from Kano to do naming ceremony. There was no light, so there was no water. You can imagine you have 10, 15 people in your house and there's no water for anybody to bath. They just came the previous night. You know how frustrating it was. So I went out to look for water. It was a Saturday. They were doing a sanitation and police arrested me. Why was I running around on a Saturday on a sanitation? I think I went mental a little bit that day. But I will leave all these people in my house with no water, and so my head scattered. I just decided I'm going to leave the country. I left the country, but because wherever you are, there's no place like home. After a while, when you sit and enjoy the comfort of all these places and you reach a certain level in life, you realize life truly is not about you as an individual, it's about your people. And as long as there are people in Nigeria that are not okay, and these are your own people, not any other person, you can stay in Canada, have their passport, but Canadians are not going to ever be your people. Okay? So I decided, okay, it's tough, but I'm gonna come back here. And I'm gonna rest, I'm gonna spend the rest of my life here and do whatever I can do. Okay, so in answer to your question, I truly have already put in Nigeria first. Okay, because I have no any other place than Nigeria. Yes, it can break down. I can go, even if Kano State is a country, that's fine. But I will still see Nigeria as my own primary country. Now, I believe, like I said, the question that I should be asked is, I put Nigeria first, and Nigeria has done a lot for me. Nigeria educated me. I went to primary school, I went to secondary school, I went to ABU. ABU was a fantastic university. Fantastic university. I cannot deride Nigeria. When I was in secondary school, there was every day there's a special thing they give us. Either they'll give us orange, they'll give us chicken, they'll give you egg. Nigeria was good during my time. I cannot insult Nigeria. And to be honest with you guys, I worked briefly in Egypt. people used to come around me because I'm a Nigerian, because of football. So Nigeria has given me a lot. And anywhere I go, if they see I'm a Nigerian, people are, there's a way they take you. So Nigeria has given me a lot. That Nigeria has a problem now, I'm not going to abandon it. I'm still going to forever put it first. Okay? Now, the question for me really is, what can I do for Nigeria? This is the question anybody people should be asking me, but Nigeria is always going to be first. Nigeria is always going to be first, because I've stayed in other places. At the end of the day, this will be the place that you will always call home, even if you are the president of Canada.
Masker, I disagree with you.
Yes.
One, because for me,
Olumide, please let Olumide, we know where you stand there. Let's let Augustine say something.
I just want to weigh in. Masker, I love your position, but let me just ask you. Let me play the devil's advocate. You've been in Abuja. You're from Kaduna, and you have so many friends that are not Northerners. If you're from River State or Cross River or Abia State, would this position still be your position?
I don't understand the question.
Who understood the question?
I understood the question. Okay, let me try to put it in the way
you explain to me, forefathers.
Okay, so what he's trying to say is that if you were from the south that have, let's say, for example, their environment being decimated by oil pollution and having the kind of experience they've had in Nigeria, would you still have the same position that you have now about Nigeria, given that you are technically from this in Kano?
Okay. All right. I think what you are asking me, is it Augustine?
Yes.
Okay. I think I get a sense, and I don't like assuming things, so I may ask a couple of questions just to be sure. Are you suggesting that I'm happy with Nigeria because you think I come from a part of the country that has been favored?
No, that's not what I'm thinking.
Okay, so what is it? I'm trying to really, I'm trying to understand the difference between Kano and say Port Harcourt or say Lagos. I spent all my life in Lagos. I know more of Lagos than Kano.
Okay, Masker, let me try to highlight it. Not that you are favored in the north, but the south has had a lot of negative experiences.
Masker, I think the north is
would you think that would have
Augustine,
Olumide, come on, hold on now. Let's see. Do you think that if you were experiencing some of the negative stuff that the south was experiencing, would you still have that position? That's what he's saying.
So
it's
then
whether you are favored.
I understand. Thank you so much, forefathers. God will bless your intellect. Okay, Mr. Augustine, give me 2 examples of the things that you think the South or a state in the South would probably have had, and therefore the citizens of that state would therefore dislike Nigeria. Just give me 2 examples so that I can relate well, so that I can answer the question well.
Okay, the 2 examples is that I come to North to buy food, but not fix the price, not fix the price for the oil.
You come to North to buy food.
To buy food very cheap in the North.
Okay.
And that is what you produce. The cow very cheap when I come to North to buy it. But not fits the price of the oil in my backyard.
Fix the price, how?
The price of the oil is being fixed by a northerner and northerners.
Petroleum.
Yes.
Okay. By northerners.
Yeah.
But to be fair, Augustine is a Nigerian that fixes the price, not a
I see. No, forefather, I think.
He's a Nigerian, I'm a Nigerian.
Okay, so all right, so it's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
If everybody starts going in, we are not going to get anywhere.
Are you trying to help Augustine or help me, Olumide?
So, Masker, do I bring the second?
Olumide is trying to help you.
Yeah. So give me the second example.
So this is, I am assuming, in your locality, do you have people that have finished their masters, their doctorate, well intelligent that doesn't have a job?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, but anyway, let me answer your. Now I get your points, so I can answer. I can respond affirmatively. Okay. Now, I am happy with Nigeria, not because I feel it has favored me and not favor other people. Okay. I am happy with Nigeria, like I said, because I have stayed in other climes and I've realized Nigeria is my home, is my place. More important than even the place, there are people you call your people. Okay? So, in response to the issues that you're talking about, whether the North is favored or not, yes, I agree with you that the food is cheap in the North. Okay? But the oil is fixed by a northerner. You are suggesting that the oil price is fixed high, isn't it?
No.
Okay. So what are you suggesting?
I don't have any advantage over it. But you
Okay.
have
All right. So I will tell you, I will see. Augustine, I'm an economist by training. Okay.
Oh, great. Yeah.
So where you're coming from, and I will use the word ignorance, not to insult. Okay. But yes, I'm going to say there are certain things we don't understand as a people, and it's not, we don't have to know everything. For instance, I'm not an engineer. If you talk about structural strength of a building, I don't know, I'm ignorant about it. And you say I'm ignorant about it, I take it in good faith, no issues. I don't know it. Okay. But in economics, there is what is called non-tradable items. Okay. Now, what is a non-tradable item in international economics? A non-tradable item is an item that does not make sense for countries to trade in it. One of the reasons is probably it's a bulky item. Okay. The second reason is the thing is there in your backyard, is in the other person's backyard. So why are you people going to be trading it? Let me give you a typical example. Let's say you are in a village, Augustine. In that village, people do maize. Okay. When you harvest your maize, you go and put it in your silo. Okay.
Yeah.
And you as the head of the house, you now decide you enter aeroplane. Let's say the house is in Kano. Okay. You in a village in Kano, you do maize, there's maize all over in your silo. And what you as the head of the house you do is you enter aeroplane, buy a plane ticket, you go to Lagos to go and buy maize flour from Lagos and you bring it to your house. Does it make economic sense?
No.
It doesn't. So this oil you're talking about, forget the pricing, okay? What we as Nigerians need to focus is that in the first instance, in international economics for Nigeria, petroleum products should not be a tradable item. It does not make economic sense for Nigeria to import bulky item like petroleum to Nigeria. Why? Because the source of petroleum product is in our backyard. The issue is not the price of oil or petroleum. The fact is that Nigerians...
Master, the point he's trying to make is that, which to be fair, I disagree with, that is a northerner that sets the price of crude oil.
I'm saying that if... What I'm even saying...
He understood me. He knows what he's
doing.
I
understand his points. I'm even saying that what I'm saying is that if you're going to accuse that northerner of a crime, that crime should not be the crime of fixing the price of petroleum. The bigger crime that that northerner should be accused and be prosecuted for is the fact that he is doing something that makes no utter economic sense. Why are we going to go and be importing petroleum products? I will not deny the fact that a lot of the people that benefit from this subsidy regime that has been a scam, you can say maybe 50 of them are northerners and maybe 20 are southerners. Okay? What I can tell you, Augustine, and that's why I said you're coming from a position of
hold on. Did you just say that most of the people benefiting from the fuel subsidies were mostly northerners?
I'm not saying. Look, I'm not saying that. I'm saying I'm just putting. I don't know. I don't think people know the people.
So, Masker, let me just
No,
weigh in.
no. Hold on. I'm just responding to forefathers. I will come back to you. What I'm simply saying is that I'm going with an analogy. I'm assuming even if the bulk of them are northerners, okay?
Okay.
And let's say it's 50 to 20.
So Masker, let me come. I was just playing on words. When I said northerners fix the price, what I mean is that the Nigerian petroleum product is owned by northerners. And ask me why.
No, it's not correct, but I will ask you why you say that.
Okay, and why is that if you go to Kaduna and Kano, the federal institutions in those states, just in Kaduna and Kano, you don't get it any other place. Abuja, the Nigerian money that is invested.
Okay, Augustine, don't go far. Augustine, don't go far. I've told you. I spend all. No, hold on, please. Hold on. No, hold on, Augustine. Augustine, just hold on. Let me make a point. With all the beautiful things you are saying in Kano and Kaduna, you didn't hear when I say I spent all my life in Lagos. Did you? Why will I leave all the benefit, all the beautiful things in Kano and Kaduna? I'll go and stay in Lagos. Why?
I didn't use the word beautiful things. I didn't say beautiful.
Okay.
I said
all the advantages. All the advantages.
I said,
okay, why will I leave? Wait. Why will I leave all the federal institutions, all the advantages in Kano and Kaduna and go and stay all my life in Lagos? Why will I do that?
Okay, Masker, we need to get to something. I think the viewers need to know what
there
exactly.
Are other people on the panel.
Yeah, okay. I think we don't want to get too deep into this, but I think once we ask this question, I think we'll move on. Listen, I think Masker spoke well in terms of regarding the original question. I think he spoke quite well about that. However, Augustine, though, what are those specific institutions that you are saying that cannot be present in the South? Because I know that the South has a lot of major institutions, and if anything, the South actually has a lot more development going there than the North. So I don't know why you're bringing. You saw what FCM came here.
Even if he brings it forward, I'm a good example. I'm a Northerner. I'm from Kano, but I am saying that I have lived all my life in Lagos. If it is true that these things is better to stay in the North, why will a Northerner go and stay in Lagos?
Yeah, he is saying that it doesn't have anything to do with comfort or anything, but because maybe something strategic. So that's why I want him to flesh out now. What is the strategic institutions?
You know why I'm asking him that question? You know why I'm asking him for further? Because he is assuming that I'm happy with Nigeria. No, he is assuming that I'm happy with Nigeria because I come from the North and there are good things in the North. I'm saying that I'm from the North.
I don't believe so. So just hold on, let him answer.
And I'm saying that it is not true because even me, I left the North. I went to the South.
You are doing what Olumide does now. You are not letting the Augustine answer what he actually meant, because he just made some statement, but I need to know what he's saying, because when viewers are listening, they want to know what is he talking about that are built in the North that is not present in the South. So please tell us what is in the North that is not in the South.
All the federal institutions, the military, even when you have it in the South, the one in the North cannot be compared. The agricultural institutions, when I mean the military, you understand the police, the Navy, the what do you call the NDDC or NSADC, or what do you call them? The civil defense. So what the portion you have in the South cannot be compared with what you have. And when you want to say the South here, if you remove Lagos, that was former capital of Nigeria, so they had those things there. Where else in the South do you have?
They have them in Rivers State and other places.
There is nothing in Lagos. There's nothing in Rivers. Just in Kano.
There is something in Rivers, so I know them.
I was born and brought up in Port Harcourt. There is nothing.
So there is Bori Camp. There is all the other military installations.
So that's the problem. That's the problem we have. So when you go to Bori Camp, go and check what is Bori Camp. So I don't want.
I think it's time for me to come in, please. If you guys don't mind.
It's my turn.
The moment Paul come in, this is
no. I've been in for the past 10 minutes.
Okay, let's just allow Victory has to say something,
It's
otherwise he's going to get
myself,
cross.
Victory,
So
go. You be my brother.
I've not answered the question, but let
okay.
him go.
yeah,
I want
they are getting
to
impatient. We've gone too
I
long.
want
Yeah.
to address Mosca, what he said about the election, about technology and stuff like that. I think the problem of Nigeria is an issue of impunity. They will tell you that somebody will come and mash your leg and they will look at your eyes and ask you that what can you do? Go and do your worst. So a typical example what happened in the election, Moscow. People waited at the polling unit for them to count it, and they could not upload in iRev because somebody allegedly changed the password. So nothing went through apart from the Senate and the Rep. Okay, now this whole thing they are making this whole tribe appeal thing. They are making it look as if it's a big issue and all that. I'm telling you, Moscow, this tribunal thing could be done in 2 weeks. Or simple, bring all the results on beavers, what was included in beavers, right? Compare them with the result that the agent got from the polling unit, or the agent, PDP, Labour, APC, whatever. So when you cross-check that number versus what they have on the each of the beavers in each of the polling unit, you will see the answer to what they are looking for. It's not that difficult. So, but Nigeria make things the sense of it that what like some of us are stupid. If you work in the the data analysis space, you understand what I'm talking about. These numbers we can crush in less than 2 weeks and say this is what happened. Look at the results from Beavers. Look at the result that the agent presented, and then we can work out and know who is lying. And now look at the issue of where you have over 18,000 or 88 votes that was uploaded in IRF that was blurred. Apparently, that is over 2 million votes. And now the judges are there doing rubbish, right? Why are you a judge? So those, if you bring something like that to the UK, like I've said to anybody that have been to the UK court before, we know that they don't tolerate nonsense, right? They just will look at us and say, "What's this guy doing?" And if you cannot present the evidence, then they will just pass their judgment, right? And INEC is refusing to give the Labour Party the beavers. Like I said here before, I sold mobile phones, so I know how the data thing works, right? That beavers, if you bring that beavers, we can extract the result, even though you've done any formatting or whatever you've done, we can extract and bring out the result of that 25th of February, and we can compare it with what we have on the what the agent have, right? And then you can do a total submission, and that's your answer. So the issue is the masker. The Nigerian problem is an issue of impunity, where people think that they can get away with anything, and there's nothing you can do. And
No, I agree with you, Victory. I totally agree with you. And you are, I'm really happy you're making this point, which is just buttressing my point. That like play, they say, Naim butterfly, they take enter bush. Okay?
exactly.
All these small things that the country is bringing to play, ultimately the end of the game is that there will be a checkmate. Like you said, I am convinced that if anybody is really interested in proving the actual number of votes casted in this election, the answer is not too far. There will
No,
be what is called forensic evidence.
yeah,
It's
but then again,
just the
look at what they are doing in the court. The court is the judge is asking the Labour Party lawyer, what will he do if
mm,
they don't give you the
Yeah,
evidence?
but
They will not do that.
victory. Let's try to hold on to the topic first, because if we don't, actually,
What
everybody
is the
needs to.
topic? No, no,
The original topic is what would it take for Nigerians to put Nigeria first? Like in your own case, what would it take for you to put Nigeria first?
Impunity has to stop. When I mean impunity, the rule of law must be upheld. Just like here in the UK, you live in the UK for that. Look at the rubbish Boris Johnson did. What happened to him at the end,
Yeah,
right?
he's having a lot of problems now.
So that's what I'm saying. That when God
forefathers. Can I just comment on what you just said
Okay.
about the impunity?
No, no, let him finish, because I think Paul is
Okay,
waiting
what I'm
too.
saying here, my submission is
okay.
that for Nigeria to work, for you to say I want to put Nigeria first, impunity must end. It means that if I go to a court, irrespective of what my status is in society, I should be given a fair trial. And I remember I was in the UK when I spoke to one white guy. He was telling me that the difference between the UK and other developing countries is that what you're due, they give it to you. For further, when my income was below 100K in the UK, I just applied for child benefit for my children. I didn't need to do anything. I just fill it online, and they pay them their money. I don't need to go and speak to anyone. Right? So what you're due, you must give me what I'm due, no matter what status I hold in society. Nigeria case is a case of impunity. They will tell you that what can you do? And I'm telling you this: the next election, listen, forget about it. Forget about what election. They will just come and write results. Go home. Why can't they judge me asking the lawyer, what can I do? In the UK, they will issue a warrant. You dare not disobey the court order in the UK. I dare you not. You try that and see what happened to you. That's a country that have a rule of law. Any country that does not have a rule of law. I'll give you an example again. This guy just came out. Oh, breaking news. We've gotten rid of the dual exchange rate. What are the policy have you put in place to ensure that the market can have stability? No policy whatsoever. And now the naira is just dancing a yo-yo. You go and change money today, tomorrow you go back. It's another rate. That's why I stopped doing business to Nigeria in 2015. What's what the country is that? It's a disgrace. I will take funds to Nigeria today. Tomorrow I want to bring my money back. It's gone up by 10 naira. I'm telling you, people don't
don't go there. Paul just said his container.
I'm telling you, people there, they are in for a ride. When I say one a ride.
So let's allow the two guys to weigh in when we come around. Let's allow Paul and the team.
So impunity, that's one. Okay,
Paul, you know that's the bond of Nigeria's problem is impunity. That I will put my hand in your eyes. Is it not the same thing? Somebody from Jigawa will come to Delta State and own an oil well and telling me that there's nothing I can do because I'm a minority. You they mad? In this world, when they say people don't open eye, you they crazy. They don't know what they are playing with. What will happen in that country? These people don't know what is going on. They think it's those before. With this internet, what people are saying now, somebody will tell you that I will come and do anything. There's nothing you can do. You're a minority. What can you do? Okay. You were they themselves that are doing what
I think what is going on there is that I think this is what makes Nigerian politics very, very complicated. You see what Victory just said about somebody saying because you're a minority. In the end, it's about the ones that are privileged and the ones that are oppressed in Nigeria. It's not about that. The minority part is just to divide. That's what they use to disempower you.
For that, somebody told me this. A northerner told me this before. Right?
I know they would do that. I think Buma can tell you the same thing.
For him, he's my friend. He's my very close friend. He said to me that what am I going to do? That I'm a minority. That what will I do?
No.
Does he have an oil well? Does the guy have an oil well?
He does not, but he's a politician. He does not have an oil well, but he's a politician.
So listen, he himself doesn't have an oil well. As northerner as he is,
he's just as ignorant as everyone else. The reason why he's got that access to Nigeria.
I just gave you a submission. That's the problem of Nigeria. And some people will tell you that. Do you know the guy who told me before people were talking about there's gold, the resources is not. He told me that they were selling the precious stones to people, to investors that were coming to buy it in the north. This guy told me years ago.
Yes, but hold on now, Victory. We have to understand the scale, the difference in scale is very, very big. So that's why if the oil was the kind we let's say 100,000 barrel or maybe even 50,000 barrel a day, I don't think the Nigerian government will be seeing a lot of it. And they will not care because that is not going to change the Nigerian state in any way. But when you're talking about 1 million barrel or more, then you start seeing the scale. That's why the Nigerian state always has to be involved.
For that, I disagree with that, and I'll tell you why. Let me make this last point, then I'll let somebody go. Right? The gold that they are picking in northern state, even Oshu state and some states, right? Do you know what that can do to Nigeria? That means a state like Lagos can say, we'll take your gold, we'll process it, and we'll have a gold market in Lagos. Do you know the amount of tourists that will come to Lagos? I've been to Dubai. I've been to that gold market to buy gold before. Before I went, I was trying to look for how I can buy gold in Nigeria. Or they said there's gold in Kano, but I can't go to Kano. I was bottom line is I was scared that I don't know how that place is. That's why I didn't go. You understand?
The reason why those places are insecure now is because of those gold. They are stealing them. Most of them are stolen. They are not. The Nigerians are not seeing the money. Like
My point was that
400,000 barrel of oil is stolen in Nigeria too. It's not only the north.
Father, my point is that those precious metals that they are taking from Nigeria, we can have the factory that will mine those products and that will produce millions of jobs to Nigerians. Do you know what that will do for the economy?
In the end, all these people are just stealing the money and taking it overseas. That's the stupid thing. They are taking it overseas, and Nigeria is poorer for it. What do we have for all this money they are stealing? Because some of them go to Mecca, some of them go to Dubai, and the others go to Washington, London and Paris. They go and spend the money, buy property, and we are poorer for it. So in the end, we are all in the same mess. It's not. I get your point. The main point you made was about impunity. And I get that. And these things of okay, I will leave it at that anyway. Let's
talk. Let's talk about this culture of impunity. Culture of impunity. If we can press the reset button and check very well, you will discover that in as much as we want to disagree, every one of us, we failed Nigeria in our different ways. What do I mean by that? In terms of the followership and the leadership. Because followership, sometimes we come from the place of being biased in the name of religion and in the name of tradition. Now, to the government, I want to use this word carefully. I'm from South where I suffered a lot because we feed the country. But I will tell you the truth. The Northerners did not bring that punishment to us. Some few individuals in government failed the Northerners and the Southerners because the North are so poorer than the South that we might think the North is taking everything that belongs to the South and take to the North. No, some few individuals, government failed us. Why is government not concerned? Well, I'll ask this question. There's a lot of gold in Zamfara. There is a lot of gum Arabic in places like Meduguri, Adamawa. You understand? We have so much mineral and natural resources in the north and in the south. But guess what? Government even forgets because they are carried away with oil. And not because of the oil money is too much, but because of the individual who man those office. The money is too much for him to steal. So he thought that there's a lot of money. We don't even need to do more work. I don't need to stress myself with cocoa. I don't need to stress myself with cotton. I don't need to stress myself with rubber. I don't need to stress myself with coal. I don't need to stress myself with anything because the numbers that the president is hearing every day, the governors is hearing every day, is enough to blow his head. But meanwhile, it's not enough to run that country. So this is the mindset. So every time when we say this, let me tell you one funny thing. The way they constitute every ministries and parastatals, the board of a parastatal, they will pick the whole 36 states in Nigeria. So which means every state will get one director. So if every state get one director, because in the north, in their usual way, we started doing it now in the south, in the north, in their usual way, everybody almost dressed the same way, even when they are different. There are Christians, there are Muslims, there are Hausa, there are Fulani, there are Kanuri, there are Benue, there are this and that and this. You understand? So naturally, we see them like, oh God, look at the northern and they've taken everything. But you will discover that it's just one person from one state. So now I can feel bad as an Urobo man who have oil and somebody is representing my state from Delta North, an Agbo person, and a Saba person. I will feel bad. And a German will feel bad because there's oil in his backyard and nobody is representing him. But truth be told, they only need one person in that state. See how it works. So when you look at the north very well, the Igbo man will cry for all you care. But the Igbo man will still come to Lagos. 3, 4 of them, 5 of them will sleep in one room. My brother, I'm not saying it to mock anybody. Look at the northern and they will come, they'll sleep inside mosques. They will sleep on top of Okada. They'll sleep outside. The Igbo man still have a roof in his head. things are tough in the north. So the leaders who hold these offices failed everybody, plus the north and plus the south. But when they want to come into office, or whenever they make mistakes, they do things wrong in office, they try to bring tribe, they try to bring religion to cover themselves up, and will be so foolish and gullible to sound in that direction. But that's not the case. Look at IBB. When I tell people, people tell me, oh, if you go to Mina, IBB will come outside and will follow the Talaka, eat together outside. I say that is the truth. But Victory, I will be very, very happy if I see IBB son follow that Talaka, eat there. But IBB son is in America, is in Germany, where the same IBB who is a Muslim, where they will say their children don't supposed to even go to that place because that is where they practice gay. They practice all type of costing. Well, guess what? IBB will send his kids there. They never send them to go school in Saudi Arabia. They never send them to go school in Yemen. They never send them to go school in Afghanistan. They send them to the West so that they can have that basic requirement to be a managing director in some of these top-notch companies or to manage their own investment. So what am I saying? So if IBB can sit down with me after he has amassed wealth for himself and his family, send his kid to this best school, and choose to waste my time, say, let me and him eat outside when he has already retired from active service, then I should be stupid to say IBB is a good person. Because when he was in service, did he sit down there and eat with people? He retired, he's bored. You understand? So this is the thing. So IBB failed the North, and Salami failed the North, just like as Jonathan failed the South, just like as Obasanjo failed the South. You understand? Just like as every one of them in their different way, like as Buhari also failed the North. So if you want to see that thing very well, you just...
Fair point. I think a lot of people agree with you on the point you made, because this is equal opportunity disappointment for all Nigerians. So regarding the original question.
Sorry, then Augustine again, you said something about there is a lot of government institutions in the North. I stand to disagree with that. I know you might talk about the military thing. Back then, everything used to be in Kaduna. But immediately Obasanjo came to power in 1999. The first thing Obasanjo did after that 2000 bomb blast in Ikeja cantonment, Obasanjo spread everything. That is one. Then two, even if Obasanjo spread or Obasanjo did not spread, when it comes to security, the first thing you think first is it's all about secret. So let's not just speculate. We can't really tell how things work in that aspect. But when you talk about ministries and parastatals, they're all in Abuja. Even though the one in Lagos, they're almost done. No funding. You understand? So everything is in Abuja.
Yeah. Okay, let's go back to the original question.
Is Abuja South?
Abuja is central for everybody. It's central for everybody.
It's the center of Nigeria now.
It's the center for everybody.
It's basically chosen because of it's at the center of Nigeria.
Yeah. After all, you did the Abuja man call himself Fulani. You did not say
not only that. Now Augustine will say Abuja is in the north, but then he will not remember that Obi won majority in Abuja.
I've never subscribed to the idea that Abuja is in the north.
I love your position. Is Abuja? How do you look at Abuja?
Me?
Yes.
Are you asking me?
Yes. How do you people look at it? Personally, I look at
stop saying you people. I don't like that. Like, who are these people? Who are you people?
No, when I mean you people, I mean not necessarily you. Northerners, how do they look at Abuja? That's what I mean. Because,
okay, Northerners.
Yeah.
What I can tell you is that there are more Igbo people in Abuja than Hausa people.
Sure, and I'm not doubting that. But how do they look at it?
Abuja, see.
Hold on, Abuja,
see.
Forefathers. You and Augustine are of the same feathers in this matter, so I would not comment.
See, so Paul,
we are not in the same matter.
No, Augustine. Augustine. Today it look like I'm sounding like it look like I'm sounding like more like a northerner. Abuja is central. It's just like the way we have Washington DC. Remember, the people in Abuja never call themselves Fulani. or
So,
never call themselves Hausa,
well, do you know what
or
I'm
never
saying?
call themselves Kanuri. All the major ethnic group in the north, the Abuja
Well,
people are not either of all these, the Gbagi people, they are not either of all these people.
oh, sorry.
Yes, it might domicile, but it is strategically designed that way as a central.
Well, do you know what
And
I'm saying?
the
Do you know
Abuja
why I'm
people,
asking this question?
sorry again, the Gwari people, these people, they are one of the most marginalized people. They take a lot of their land, they punish them, they are not in the seat of power. You understand? They don't really have control over that place and everything. The Abuja are just like the Native
So my
Americans.
question is, do you know
So
why
let's
I
tell
ask this
ourselves the truth.
question?
Go ahead.
When people look at Lagos and say Lagos is central, I know how Yorubas will look at that. So I want to know, that's why I asked him how.
Okay, so let me respond to you, Augustine. I can respond to you. It will be a little bit elaborate, so forgive me.
We don't have that time.
Okay, all right. So I would tell you
Trying to make
this.
it succinct. Yeah.
Okay, the North Augustine is not what you think. You people think you will say you people. There's nothing like you people in the North. There are different tribes.
Sorry, when
I understand. I'm trying to just explain. Don't worry, I didn't take offense. I'm just explaining. In the North, there is a lot of tribes.
Yeah.
So here in Abuja, there is Bagi, there is Gwari, there is a lot of tribes who they speak Hausa, but they are not Hausa people. Are you with me? It is their land. So a Kano man like me can't come here and say, this is my place. It's not my place. I don't belong here. Okay? Yes, it is in the north geographically, but this is not my place. The same thing if I go to Plateau State, as a Hausa person, it's not my place. If I go to Mina that we are talking, this Babangida that people are talking about, Babangida has his tribe. Are you with me? So Abuja is not a place where you can say this is our land.
Hold on, let me address one point. I think this one is something that in the future Nigerians will come to realize. One, Abuja is not in the north. And this idea that Nigerians have bought into that from Benue is the north is a false narrative. If you look at Abuja, it's geographically the center of Nigeria. It's not in the north in any way. I don't know why they keep saying that. Geographically, it's not in the north. Religiously, it's barely in the north. Then, if you go from Abuja down, they are mostly Christians, and they are in the southern region of the country. It is this because of the Europeans when they came from this in Sultan this in conquest. That's why they enveloped this in Benue and all those areas as part of the north. Even when Benue is mostly Christian, and many of these states that are below Abuja, they are mostly Christian. So they have more things tying them to the south than, not to mention, we are talking about geographically, they are actually in the southern region of Nigeria. But somewhere along the line, we just switch and say from Benue is the north. When did we concede that point? I don't understand that. Benue is not the north in any way. They are in the southern region of the country. They are Christians. They everything they do is Christian. It is more like an Igbo man than a northern somebody in Kanu that is Muslim and all the rest. And yet they decide to call it the north for political reasons. And we shouldn't buy into that. The truth is,
can I ask a question, Father?
Yes. I don't like that. I really don't like when people do that because that's cheating. In a way, there is a false fallacy
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can I ask you a question, fathers? Okay. You can define a place either from a religious perspective, a cultural perspective, a geographical perspective. Out of these three, okay, for you, what defines the North? Is it politics? Is it religion? Is it geography or is it culture?
It should be geography. And if it was religion, you take all the factors together. One, you take all the factors together. That's one. If you take all the factors and most of them fit into a region, then you make that it's in that area, that region. Like in what I'm talking about here is that most of the factors fit into the south, and that is the crazy aspect. Why is it that they're making Benue the north? Benue is not the north because most of the factors fit into the south. Geographically, they are the south. Religiously, they are more like the southerners in terms of the Christianity that they are practicing. Some of the traditions, and there are people that are in Benue, from what I gather, they speak some kind of Igbo even. So I don't even know how somewhere along the line they are somehow they not. If you want to say language is one of the factors that you want to factor into it, you say, okay, some people in the this in Abuja speaks this in Hausa language, but they are not Hausa. That too, you can use that as a factor. But I believe that in reality, because the two big things that decide where you are from in Nigeria, from what we gather, it tends to be religion and the kind of this ethnic group that you are in. So if you are not northern, you don't belong to the northern ethnic group. You are not a
Okay,
northerner.
so do you think Borno is part of the north?
Yes, because geographically it's in the north too.
Do you know the quantum of Christians in Borno State?
It might be a lot, but we have them in, we have Muslims in
Do
the
you know?
south.
No,
So I
no.
think
So
from
let see, forefather, what I can tell you, I sympathize with your viewpoint because you want logic, but I think Nigeria is not a logical country. Even me, I can't understand how the country is sometimes. Because if you go and you study the history of Zuru, you see a lot of Christians in Zuru. Zuru is in Sokoto State. Do you understand what I'm saying? If you take Kwara, for instance, now, Kwara, they are predominantly a Muslim state. And I will agree with you, I don't understand how Kwara is not. As a northerner, I don't understand how you can tell me Kwara is not. But every Kwara person will tell you he's from the north. Yes or no? So
I think
Nigeria is not.
Kwara is almost in the middle too, so I can excuse them because they are
No,
like
but
Abuja. If Abuja, you can claim whatever you want in Abuja because they are somewhere in the middle. But for me, the
so
clear
all
ones
I'm
are the
saying,
ones below that.
all I'm saying, for Nigeria is not a logical entity. I have traveled the length and breadth of this country, and it beats your head all the time. When you go to Chibok, for instance, it's in it's Borno State. Your head will turn like, where am I? If you go to Zuru in Sokoto State, it's the same thing. So everywhere you travel across in this country, I believe what we really need to do is to understand that the first starting point for me, the answer of this Nigerian question is, I'm a black person. As long as you're black like me, okay? And look at our facials. The truth is that on this, we are 1, 2, 3, 4. This 5 of us, if a white man comes to this panel now and goes out after 4, 5 minutes, you say some black people are talking. He doesn't even know which country we come from.
He's gonna know that Paul is different. Paul.
Okay. So at least you see that is so that is good now. So it's Paul now that is different. Meanwhile, I'm the only person different. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Do you understand what I'm saying? So this goes to my point. I'm the only person that is different here. I'm the only person from the north. Yes or
I
no?
see. You are not different. You are not so different, really. If you take that clothes off and put that Igbo man hat on and everything, you will pass for an Igbo man. I can assure you.
Exactly. Yes,
that's the truth of life.
Yeah. So forefather. So my question wasn't wrong because it's okay to know how people feel about themselves, and I love the answer both of you have given. Masca, what the question I want to ask you: how many people from your I keep using when I use this?
I don't be using it. I may take it to a point, but after a while I'll get angry. Now I'm still not angry. Don't be using it.
Now let me tell you why I use it. So that I use it because when I see somebody from another tribe that is not my tribe, I have so many friends that are northerners.
So why not use the northern or use its region?
Yeah, you just people doesn't sound like you people comes across like it's a pejorative term. I must say I agree with that.
Yeah, but I want to explain it from that point because if you don't have the light mind I see in you, I won't even ask you any question that has to do with tradition or tribe.
Don't worry, Augustine. Ask me questions. It's okay. Yeah, so just don't say you people. That's all.
People from the north. How do you align with them with the way you're thinking?
I see. Okay. A lot of us are very educated, are very enlightened, Augustine. So even this statement, I will take it, but with a pinch of salt, because there's an assumption that is not palatable, that I am different, that I'm talking like this. I am not. We are reasonable, sensible people, well-educated people. Okay.
You know, Masca,
So,
hold on. Let me address this.
so
I
no,
think
so
you are right. You are
the
right,
bulk of
Masca.
us talk like this. We don't also see, the truth is that I know that I doesn't have any grudge against any Southerner. I'm talking statistically now. Of course, there are people who are also extremists among us who would say, as long as you're not a Muslim, you are nobody. There are people who are extremists, but there are not many. Even the Boko Haram that people talk about is not many. Okay. So we Northerners have no issues. We are normal people. Like I keep repeating to you, I spent the whole of my life in Lagos. If I go to Lagos today, I am rich enough to go and stay in any hotel. But I stay in a friend's house. It's Yoruba. I stay inside his house. He will not even allow me to go and stay anywhere. One of my best friends in life is an Igbo man.
The challenge I have here is being sincere by half. Your Lagos experience is that you lived outside the northern state is open to you. So, and when I ask these questions, you have an influence that, which I know that a typical Igbo man that is culturally Igbo sees you from the north. We have a different approach unless
No, it's
someone
you,
that has, let me
Augustine.
finish.
It's only
Let me
you,
finish.
Augustine. Let me tell you. If you
Let
go
me
to
finish.
Kano, forefathers will tell you.
No, let me
If you
finish.
go to Kano, there's a lot of Igbo people in Kano. Igbo people, they travel a lot.
Wait, let me finish. So what the line you failed to hear is that have not been exposed to another tribe. That's the point I'm looking at. So now you've lived in Lagos, so you have a bit influence because of living outside the north. Because I schooled with northerners. So I've worked in the northern place. I've did one of my apostolic works in the northern place. So when you have someone that have lived in a particular place, he has a different orientation from someone that have been able to crossbreed with the entire Nigeria. That's the point I want to establish here. So when I ask those questions, I'm not asking those questions to slight any tribe, or because I know that there is a lot of biases that exist within us that we really need to cross breed or cross live in order to be able to know that humanity is one.
Okay. In response, sincerely, I think there are fewer Nigerians that are biased than the ones that are. I think, like forefather will always say, most of these lines we take forefather. Have you stayed in the North, forefathers?
No, I've not stayed. I've visited.
But if you listen to forefather, he's not biased. He's not for 1 minute biased. You don't have to stay in the North to logically see that these things that people are telling me does not make sense. The idea that the North is a land of milk and honey, it's really a logical aberration.
So when we justify it this way, I will tell you that when this guy that lived in Aba came here, he talked about how he was saved, why some people were mobbed in Aba, where northerners were mobbed in Aba, and it wasn't few people that killed them. And when Deborah was killed, and I also realized that it wasn't few people, a lot of people trooped out in support of Deborah. So when we begin to assume that a lot of people are on the positive side, it becomes difficult to be able to educate and allow people to excel in order to know the true humanity we are looking for. When we begin to
Augustine, what I will respond to you, in the case of Deborah, for instance, I can tell you that not more than 1,000 people were there to kill Deborah. Do you know how many people are in Sokoto?
They support.
Do you know how many people? Do you know how many?
Those that killed her, the support they got.
No. I'm saying those that come out to kill her will not be up to 1,000 people.
I don't think they were. I don't think they were up to that.
This
is a good line of discussion. So,
Austin, Master, let me help you since I'm from the South. Austin, you know, sometimes, just like the way the Bible says it, sometimes we put our mind on what we presume to hear and that will make us hear more. You understand? That will make us hear more. What you are talking about, we do the same thing to ourselves in the South. They do it in the South. You understand? So let's not do that. Naturally, the people who will go against the Northerners, that will go against what the Northerners did, this is now where the big problem is. It's going to be very difficult for them to be in the North and do that same thing. And that same exact thing, we ourselves too, we do it in the South. What do you see to some extent? You see good percentage of Yoruba people take side with Tinubu. The same thing, good percentage of people will take side with Obi from his own region. Good percentage of people will take side with Atiku from his own region. That does not mean that there are people who will not go against him. Some people will go against him, but to come out in public, it's just going to be very, very hard. We're facing
And
the same
also,
thing right here.
Augustine, what you need to understand when all these things happen, there's what is called a mob mentality. What I know from experience is that every time stuff like this happen, even people that are ordinary, normal people that do not have any bias, you easily can be incensed with one event and you get upset. So when the guy that came from Aba was narrating, the people that are killing Hausa people, I don't believe that it's because they have hated the Hausa people. Most likely what will happen is that they kill your brothers or your sisters somewhere and they tell you it is this set of people that kill you. You get upset. Any person that looks like that, you just begin to kill him. And after 2-3 days, you begin to ask yourself, why did I even do this? This also is a reality that we Nigerians tend to overlook. People get angry, they do stuff, and it's not because that is their normal people. For instance, I give you a typical example. There was a time when I was in Lagos. Every time I'm going, there is this Ife Modakeke problem. You go there, you see, these are Yoruba people. They are killing each other. Why? Is it because Yoruba has predominantly been hating Yoruba? The answer is no. Even when I was in Lagos, there are times when I'm coming into Lagos, somebody will come and say, stay where you are because there's fire on the mountain. The Hausa and the Yorubas are fighting in Lagos. Do you understand what I'm saying, Augustine? And when you hear the reason, it's some small, stupid reason that one woman was run over by something. And, so I think we as Nigerians, we need to be a little bit more logical. I'm very grateful that Paul here has been, at least what I can say, a voice of wisdom, because half of the things I will have said, you will have thought I'm just saying it. And to answer that other question, whether because I stayed in Lagos, even before I came to Lagos, when you go to, say, a place like ABU, there's no local government in Nigeria that there's no student in ABU. And if you go to Kano, if you go to Sabongari, you think you are in the East. Try and go and see that place. Me, now, I feel out of place in Sabongari in Kano. This is what Nigeria is.
I think this in Masca, there's this thing I heard about in Kano where the way they live, like they separated the town where people from other areas live there, while ethnics, people that are actually like ethnically from Kano, live in other areas. Is there any part of Nigeria where they do that? Does that seem like a viable way to live a society where you have stratified lives, where people are living separately from each other? That seems a little bit, for me, it seems a little bit, I feel uncomfortable about it.
No, it's not. No, it's not like that. It's again, I come back to this issue of knowledge, because we need to be a bit more logical. Kano, for instance, is one of the oldest cities in Nigeria. So what I can tell you, I'm from the old city, inside the city. If you come and see our houses, our rooms, the whole place is chalk up. This is a place that had been existing for 1,000 years. If you come after 1,000, how do you think you come from Enugu and you still find an empty plot in a city that is almost more than 1,000 years old? Everybody would have taken, and this is a city that has been fenced with a large wall. So anybody that comes at a later date can only go and stay in a certain place. Do you understand what I'm saying?
T must talk now. If not, I will leave.
No, see.
Anyway, even me, I think I want to hear T. I think I will use the floor. I want to hear T.
Let me say something. I think, Augustine, so I'm a little bit surprised the way you came at Basca, because I would have thought you understood some of all these things.
No,
You
no,
see,
no, no. I'm happy. I'm happy.
So the
Masca,
problem
let
is
me
this.
just
So
finish what I was saying, please. Let me
yeah.
finish what I was saying, because I think I was a little bit surprised, because I feel like sometimes we in the South, the way we refer to Northerners, I don't have to know them. I know human nature by and large. That's why sometimes when I talk, I tend to talk from. I know about human nature, and I see the data. It's clear. Most of our infant mortality is even coming from that region, and the development in that area is no much more than that of the South. So sometimes when we talk and we act as if they are controlling everything, for me, it's illogical. And for me, if you keep violating logic constantly, it's like banging your head against the wall and expecting to get a good response. You're not going to get that. You have to go logical first, then before you can actually get to solving the problems. Because when you said earlier on that, oh, the Northerners set price of oil, I don't know how that is possible, because it's the market that sets the price of oil, and it's the Nigerian
Which
state.
market says the price
See,
of oil?
hold on
Who
now.
owns
The
the
price
oil?
of
No, you
crude
can't just.
oil, you
Who
can't
owns the
set the
oil?
price of your crude oil. It's the market that sets the
Who
price of
owns the
crude oil.
oil?
Nigeria owns the oil.
Do you know how many Northerners that have oil well
I
in Nigeria?
must talk about this oil. This is the second time. That's why I jumped in.
I don't know how you can say
Hold on,
Northerners set the price of oil.
slow down. Augustine, what oil are you talking about? Are you talking about PMS, or are you talking about crude? Which one are you
I'm
talking
talking
about?
about the petroleum product, the crude oil.
Okay, so now, Augustine, you are completely, like as Masca would say, completely ignorant. Nigeria is a member of OPEC. We all sell together in the international market. What we sell is what Saudi Arabia will sell, is what Iraq will sell, is what Libya will sell. We are OPEC member. We don't say
So
this is what we want
did
to
you see
sell.
the comparison? Did you see the two things I brought out? So when people,
So it has nothing to do with even Nigeria as an OPEC. See, we are member of OPEC. Like now, when we are having all this challenge, we couldn't meet our benchmark. So when the international market is going up, they need more. OPEC even increase our sales. Like now, Nigeria now can be able to meet 4 million tons, you understand, a day. But OPEC, they'll calculate it. OPEC and say, no, you can only do 2.1, 2.2. So at a time, we are doing 2.2, 2.5. Nigeria couldn't meet up 2.5 because of the tolling. At a time, we even fall up to 700. So Nigeria does not even make the market. That was what Master was saying the other time. No. When they put on in the global market, OPEC as OPEC member.
So
Go ahead.
when we talk like this, I brought out two things. I said, why do you have the food you produce cheap in the north, and the oil we produce in the south, the price is the same in the whole part of the country?
That is another myth again. You lie on that one again. Maybe you don't really know. You lie. What do I mean by that? They produce this product in the north. Naturally, when I travel village, what do? We buy gari, we buy plantain, because it's cheap and it's fresh over there.
Paul, hold on. Let's be generous. Sorry. I'm not going to interrupt you. I just want to say something. We need to be a bit more gentle. Some of the language. This is the language you are using to describe.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Choice of words.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry on that one. So what do I mean by that? When we travel to the north, because of they are into farming, we get it cheap over there. So the same thing now, the way you buy petrol for 300 naira per liter in Lagos, you buy it for 400 in Kano. You understand? Because it's coming from south to north.
When?
You understand? It's more expensive in the north. The things that they produce in the south.
Paul, not only that it's more expensive. Since I was a child in Kano, the level of fuel scarcity is not the same with that in Lagos.
Exactly.
There's less fuel in the north that is in the south.
Sorry,
that they ship to north is more expensive in the north.
Paul, wait. I need to get this knowledge. So NNPC in Kaduna, before now, that they removed the subsidy, NNPC in Kaduna was selling different price from NNPC in Bayelsa.
Yes. The answer is yes. The fact is that you will not even see fuel in Kaduna or Kano. You will not even see it. That's the thing.
So do you know every filling station in Nigeria, every gas station in Nigeria, tell you the price of kerosene, but no filling station sell kerosene.
No, I asked a straight question. So because
They
what
paste
you're
it there,
telling me,
but
no,
you
what
can't get it. You understand? They paste it there, but you can't get it. That is the thing. So you see, this filling station will tell you kerosene 300 naira per liter, but no of the filling station have kerosene. You know
Okay,
why?
Paul, Paul,
Let
Because
me
Paul.
they
tell
buy
you.
kerosene.
Let me tell
No,
you
They
hold
buy
on.
kerosene.
Hold
another
on.
thing that people
T
don't know.
needs to talk. Oh, hold on. T needs to talk.
Okay,
And Paul
T.
hasn't even answered
so
the original
just a
question.
minute, just a
Uh,
minute. Let me so Masca, let me just say
one
one thing.
minute you've got.
Yeah,
Nobody should
no,
come back
okay, yeah. I
with
won't do
anything.
it again. So why I use this opportunity, Masca, I did philosophy. I use this opportunity to let you because we hardly get northerners here. So I asked these questions so that we will hear from somebody from the northerners. And people that have listened to you this night must have gotten a knowledge from you. So I didn't just
Mm.
ask you because
No,
I'm
I
ignorant.
understand, Paul. Honestly, I understand. I
So I
do
didn't,
look.
most of my questions didn't come
I have
because
it's not today, John. I've always listened to you, so I know that you are not. I can tell you the people. I'm telling you, you are not like Olumide, for instance. He's an extremist.
yeah,
Even he can hear me. He knows it, but you are
so
not.
don't
So
feel
don't worry about me. I can see if I cannot take a pushback, then I should not be on this platform.
it's okay. So
Mm.
I'm sorry that we've kept you.
No, Paul hasn't answered the critical question. What would it take to put Nigeria first? So that just keep it brief so that we can go to T.
Oh, but I've already said it. I said love of a nation. You understand?
Okay,
We
I
don't.
didn't catch that. Sorry.
Oh yes, I said it. That's why I try to break down and everything because in every facet of our country, in our different ways, we all have failed the country. But the way Nigeria is going now, there's this thing that they said the people determine the government that they have. But in Nigeria has gone so bad that we must flip it around. The day we have good leadership, naturally good followership will follow. The way my father would talk, all the blessings, all the gain that he had going to school in Nigeria, all the benefits that they have, you understand, things were just working for them. So they don't even have any reason to steal because of my children have not eaten. They don't have any reason. They see where the system is giving to them. The system keep giving to them. Why do you want to steal from the system? That gives you a lot. But right now, the system is taking from us. So until we have that good leadership that will trickle these things down to followership. There's a news that broke out last week in the US. You understand, from the CIA and everything. They're discovering that the president in Mexico started giving people money, old people money like their social security money and everything. It was like shocking. Why will he do that? You understand? Because these are the things they don't do. They practice very bad government. And the president is doing good things. Why is the government going through secret way to discuss all these things? Probably they are finding way to destabilize that government because if Mexico do well, it's going to be more expensive in America.
Yeah,
You
that
understand?
makes sense.
So,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, thank you. Love of a nation, and that's
Paul,
a good one. T
we'll
has
come
been the
back to
most.
you after
He has
tea.
been very very patient with us today, and his
I
phone
mean,
has been jumping in and out. But I think he's got a very good phone now,
Paul,
and the color is popping, and everything. So
and he has an
he's a
encyclopedia.
color
So
TV now.
How many minutes are you taking?
Yeah, welcome T.
Yeah, good day, house. My fellow panelists, I think I really enjoyed the discussion, and I have really followed you guys from the onset and even from Olamide and everything. I think I'm really impressed. But you see, for Nigeria, I think the question is what will it take Nigerians to put Nigerian first? I think for me, it's a very complex question, and it involves a lot of combination of factors. First of all, societally, politically, economically, and cultural aspects are the first things that we have to look into. And these things are the only things that can bring good, effective governance. For us to put Nigeria first before Nigerians, I've always talked about something that is called that I call Nigeria and Nigerianization. Okay, Nigeria is a country. Then there's a people that run the country. Okay, but if we want to put Nigeria first before Nigerians, I think it has to do with effective governance. It has to do with leadership. Because if Nigeria practices meritocracy, we're able to combat corruption, and we ensure that public resources, you understand, are used to the benefit of Nigerians. I think then we can say we are putting Nigeria first. But whereby we have a leadership where the leadership is not consigning good governance, is not, there's no quality education, there's no effective communication. Because I think whenever I come here, I like the way we discuss. I like the way we give our different viewpoints. But as you see, that there's still a dichotomy somewhere in everything we're still discussing. There's still differences. And the differences, whatever it may be, it still falls along the same ethnic line. Like I always say, the ethnicity division in Nigeria, it's more than anything patriotic that we have to do with nationalism. Even in our languages, even in our ways and traditions, it is quite a very big problem. Like this present government, they are trying to do one or two things that I really do appreciate. Okay, appreciation in the sense that there are a lot of meetings. Okay, one of the meetings I really appreciated was the meeting with the traditional leaders, because I think that is the one of the first line that we need to break through, to get to the people on the other side. Because it basically, education in Nigeria is very, very poor. And the general understanding of Nigerians, if we want to look at the educational status, is quite very, very poor. Awareness is another very poor thing. That was very evident even in the Naira redesign. So communication is a big problem in Nigeria. Education is a big problem. Economic defects are there. But now, when I'm talking about the meeting with the traditional leaders, now you see, it is good to prioritize our national interests. Okay, but now how do we devolve this national interest to the people who are not able to have this same platform that we have, this same opportunity that we have to discuss among ourselves, to listen, to learn, to hear what's happening. Okay, like today, this morning, it was this evening, Further knew that from the president and the new politicians, they are to receive an increment of 140%. So,
Yeah.
so when we have those kind of situations, that is not effective governance. I don't want to see where you want to look at it from. I don't want to see the logic you want to create out of it. In a country where there's poverty, in a country where people are poverty ridden, people are crying for food to eat. Okay, the subsidy has been removed. I think
What just happened?
okay, like one of the British consulate was appreciating the government for removing subsidy and the other blah blah blah. But now the subsidy is being removed. Now, what is the palliative that's been placed on ground?
Yeah,
I've
but,
not seen
but,
any
but
palliative.
T, you appear to put a lot of stipulations for putting Nigeria first.
Yes, because
So,
now why these stipulations are very important is now in Nigeria, what we always try to do, we always try to put the cart before the horse.
but hold on though, hold on. You can ask, like in the context of Russia now. You look at a nation like Russia. You saw the hell those people went through. And if you look at the Chinese, they went through hell. I won't go to Japan because that was inflicted on them. But if you look at the link, this in Singapore too, they went through hell. Even European countries, there are a lot of European countries that went through hell too. But why is it that they still maintain their loyalty to their nation as like first before anything else? But
Okay,
we seem
now
to be very quick to, want to jump ship.
yeah, but why uh if you look at these other countries that you've mentioned, you see that It took them lots of years to arrive to where they are today. And with the arrival of where they are today, it has to do with governance. You see, London, where you live, the comfort you are enjoying, being there, the amenities we're talking about, it's governance that give amenities to the citizens.
Yeah, but you see what you are saying. The reason why I'm calling that out is that you are saying that we are not getting these things.
No,
But
we're not getting it because
but
the
the
governance is wrong.
oh,
Starting from the elections,
but let me
starting
give you
from
an example now. I don't want to go to Singapore, but let me go with the Chinese one.
okay,
Even the Chinese, when they were building their nation, there was a time when they were living on rations. They were
yes.
not, so forget benefits. As a matter of fact, even
Babangida took us through that place with SAP. Have you forgotten?
yeah,
In the
but
80s?
that
That
SAP
was
is
when Nigeria was that was when Nigeria started doing 001. You eat in the morning, you know it in the afternoon. They'll call it rationing. Don't
believe
forget.
me, Nigerians have not really gone through that type of the type we're talking about. That the Chinese that people died from famine and like millions, not just a few. So what I'm saying here is that if they were able to go through all that and still maintain their focus that this is our land, we have to protect it, and we are going to be here no matter what. Why is it that we are so quick to say, "Oh, America is giving me this, so America is my favorite nation now"? Why?
For further.
It's a natural factor for the black man to look for what they don't have. Because everything for the black man is a luxury. That is why the CBN governor, being the governor of CBN, we still have bags of money in his house. There's nothing that's enough for the black man.
You know, very good point, Chief. Very good point. I never saw this thing. I mean, this is
Oh
the
my
best
God!
point I've had for a long time. If you are governor of central bank, why have money in your house, for God's sake?
Why?
Honestly, why in your
Oh my
house?
God! That is crazy. That's some crazy stuff.
Yeah,
But
but that's the fact though, for further. That's the fact. But I can I think for further I can let me try and ship in this what that question he asked, that why is it that we're quick to give away our Nigerianness or whatever? I'll tell you why for further. Do you know, as a people, we have not been able to define what brings us together as a country, right? The average Nigerian man is a proud person. Some will say that even to the least minority in that country will say, I'm from so place and I'm proud to be from so place. Do you understand for that? It's only when you come together and define what makes you Nigerian that say we like, no matter what, Nigeria comes first. That's where we can start binding together
mm,
and moving forward. But we've not been able to define that. Look at
if
the
I was to
struggle.
ask you to define one thing that you would recommend,
Mm.
what would you
It
suggest?
must be on equal partnership, no matter the tribe you're from, even though you're one person in that tribe, it must be on
Why,
equal.
Master? Why are you shaking your head for equal partnership? That I would have expected
What
you to be saying
No,
yes,
because
yes,
what
yes.
that what that means? Sorry,
no, no, no,
what
no,
that
no,
means
no.
is that what that means is that it doesn't matter where I'm from. You will give me what I'm due. And I tell you what, this is why I keep telling black people, like a few Nigerians that I normally speak to. I say, listen, the reason, don't play with these white people. The white people, they fought wars, they were tribal, they fought themselves. The Scottish, the Irish, the all of them, they fought themselves. But they realized that, listen, we will just go around the circle. So it's better for us to everybody to have their own portion, so that at least you have the minimum that you can live on. You can have your food, you can have somewhere to stay, and it's the same thing for that your family. If you're the only one doing well, you mark what will happen to you. Your siblings will plot to kill you so that they can take what belongs to you. So it's better that you distribute to everyone. I'm not saying that with that everything will die down, but at least you offer a cushion and you have peace of mind. It's as simple as that. But in Nigeria, there are certain people they want to dominate other people. So it's a power struggle. It's like tribes fighting tribes that, okay, my person has to be there so that I can get the share of the national cake. That's what's happening in Nigeria. And those
Okay.
none of those people, they don't love Nigeria. They will use the tribal and religious thing to play politics. They don't really love themselves. The
Mm.
average Nigerian person does not love the next Nigeria person. They just pretend.
Yeah, you see, now you've come to one point I always say, but I will leave it because a lot of people want to say something.
Yeah.
And the point you made there was that we should have a sense of fairness amongst everybody. And I think even in the UK, that's one thing they repeat very often: fairness among everybody. And but Masca may be mystified by why you were shaking your head when he said that.
Okay, let me
I
tell
don't
you,
know.
forefathers, why.
Yeah, why were you shaking your head when they said fair? Basically,
Okay,
he was
I
saying
will tell
fairness.
you. I will tell you because it's a flawed argument when we say that the fairness should be based on tribes. It's a
I
flawed
don't think he said
argument.
that. I don't think he. No, I don't think he
No,
said
that's
that. He didn't.
no, see,
The
when
original
he
one
said
wasn't based on tribe.
when in a country. Okay, let me explain. Let me explain why
Okay.
that is the point he's making. When you say equal partnership, technically speaking, you are saying that all tribes should be equal. Is that not what you're saying, Victory?
When it comes to sharing the
about
resources,
citizens,
nobody, you cannot
not
lord.
tribes.
Yes.
Nobody's allowed to lord over anybody. You cannot do
Yes.
that. You must give me what I'm due.
Still. So today, okay. So let me ask you now, Victory. So today, who is lording over who?
So, say that again.
Okay, today.
Who
So in
is
Nigeria
lording
today,
over who?
No, what I'm saying to you, there are tribes that are fighting for dominance because they want to take part of the national.
who are, so let's be open. Let's
No,
let's call a spade a spade.
I don't want to be calling names because that
Okay, fantastic. So, but forefathers, it's on record that you said some tribes.
Yeah, I get
He
the
said some
point he's
tribes
trying
are
to
trying
make.
to dominate from other tribes. Okay.
So Masca, hold on. I think
So let me make the point.
Give me 15 seconds.
No, I like when I start making my point. I like to learn
now,
first.
you're not gonna lose your 15 seconds. See, the point he was trying. I think he said tribes try to compete against each other. It doesn't necessarily mean that one side. When he said lording over the other, that's when he committed himself. But he didn't say. What I got from the argument was that we are always trying to get one over each other instead of having a
And you asked me why I'm shaking my head. I'm saying that his argument is based on tribes equality, and I'm saying that any argument, whether of equality, whether of dominance, if a national argument is going to be based on tribes, as long as the argument is tribal, then it's a flawed argument. What we should ask for is for individual citizenship. As long as we go back to our tribes, we are going to have problems. Because I'm from Kano, but if we go back to Kano, I can tell you that people are going to start talking about their local governments.
Yeah, I think you have a point there.
And this is what I said. This is what I said at some point. When people start complaining about Lagos when they put that law, I say and I told people like Olumide who are saying that no, I want to go back to. I'm saying that even if you go back to Oduduwa, Lagos will now carve out a place and say you have to be an indigene here. And it's an argument that will not take us anywhere. I have said it. Look at my skin. I'm black. Look at your skin. You're black. Any attempt to go further than that in terms of modern day nationhood is going to be a flawed argument. Yes.
Okay.
So forefather, let me weigh in. I've never attended to that question, but I just because I interrupted Masca, so I allowed people to go for it. So for me, the question should have been the other way, because Nigeria is addressed as a mother. So Nigeria needs to beget me first, nurse me, raise me. Then I will now in turn, like as a preacher, people will tell me they love God. I say, no, you can only respond to the love of God. God loves you first. So my country should love me first and lead me to the light. Then I will now in turn return that love to go to my country. And that is how you can get citizenship. You can only have citizenship.
So your statement is instead of ask not what the country can do for you, ask what the country can do for you. Your statement is ask what the country can do for you. Ask what the country can do for me first.
No, but he's right. I totally support Augustine. Because if you don't understand why
No,
If you
Augustine
don't
is
for
understand
argument.
why you are a Nigerian and why Nigeria is important for you,
Yeah.
then
So
you
for
cannot
the
even
question
start
you're
talking
asking
about
me now
putting
is that
Nigeria first.
yeah,
But what you said, Masca, is different from ask not what the country, ask what the country can do for you. What you are saying is that you have to understand why Nigeria is important to you. But what Augustine is saying is that what can the country do? What is the country doing
what
for
has
me?
the country done for me?
That
So
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
so
but
that's the
Augustine
thing.
is not wrong now because the
Yeah.
country still have to give you basic necessity of life
So you
for
cannot
you
be
to take it up upon
Eh,
them. Yeah,
Okay,
you
now,
so
Mr.
understand?
Paul. Okay,
so
Mr. Paul.
forefather.
Now,
but the
how
country
can
is
the
not an entity. You are
okay?
part of the
Now, how
country.
can
That's
the
why.
country?
That's why John F.
No,
Kennedy said
forefather,
it's the other way around.
No,
Okay,
wait.
now how can the country give you those basics where there is no governance, no good
So that
governance?
is so forefather. Now you
Exactly.
see it.
So that's
So
why
now, so
Mm-hmm.
now I think
So
the question we should be talking about good governance rather than talking about tribe.
so
Because the
exactly.
first
That's
problem, the
exactly
first
what I said initially. We
so
just need good leader.
so T, look
Good
at it.
govern
So
good
tribe is
governance will naturally bring
And good
equality.
followership.
Because
Electricity was here earlier on to make a very powerful point about
yeah,
good
followership
I
is
listen to
governance
very
will
electricity. I
good,
listen to
good
it. I was
governance simply mean rule of law. Good
so
governance
yes,
will bring equality. Will bring
yes.
everything. We will not talk all this. Let me tell you one funny thing. Who are the people who say the northern and Hausa man are very trustworthy people? Is it not we the south? It's we that will say, if you follow Mala man do business, if you follow Hausa man do business, they are very trustworthy. It's we. So somewhere along the line, where did we get it wrong? Again, you understand? So we just need good leaders that will transform those things. When, just like I said, the things that my father benefit going to school was so much enormous for him.
good.
You understand? So my father, if my father want to talk, my father will be saying too many good things. My father will look like a Dele Alake today. Who will try to even defend the country.
So
Because he grew up, the country gave him a lot. By the time the country started taking back from him, my father don't want to believe that the country is taking back from him. My father is believing that that individual leader have bastardized everything that this country has set for him. You understand? So we just need good leaders, and good leaders will naturally trickle down. Because if all of us that work in Shell in Nigeria, we all drive our car to work, we all are doing well. To some extent, we really like ourselves very well. You understand? But when we go somewhere, we only have two oga that have money. All the rest people, now 30,000. You understand? We will naturally hate those two oga.
so
You understand? And we will not like ourselves, oh, this one they backstab me. This one don't want me to grow. This one don't want. These are the things you get.
Okay, now let me ask you a question. Okay, now what happens in a country where you have over how many ethnic groups? Okay, different tribes, and then there's a paraphrase that says Wazobia.
so those
So
ethnicity
don't you see that?
tribe.
Don't you see that as a problem? Don't you see that as a problem in itself that is dividing the country?
But
Because
let's correct that Wazobia. I know back in the days.
okay,
Remember, let's tell ourselves the truth.
okay,
When Wazobia came when the country was even 3 regions. So the Wazobia came more or less like the 3 major ethnic groups. You
no, no,
understand?
Nigeria.
And
Listen,
Wazobia
Paul,
was
Paul, I
nothing
beg
like
to differ.
constitution.
Paul, I beg to differ.
No, it was nothing like constitution. It was nothing. Remember, it was this Wazobia thing just started from NTA.
Yes, it was a song. It was a song. It was a song. Now,
Yes.
okay, it was a song that generated to the phrase. But now you want to
Yeah.
understand the fact.
No. The meaning of Wazobia, you understand? The 3 words has the same meaning. Now come.
Yes, of course, we know
Come.
yes, but it represents particular ethnic group, which has 3 ethnic groups, right? And now, automatically, because you see one thing I always enjoy, when I listen to politics, I always like to listen to politics of modern day, but I always like to listen to politics from history.
Correct.
You understand? Because you see, just like when you guys were arguing about the north, where's Benue, where is you see, those things, that unification of the middle belt and the north started when 1966, when after the first January coup, then in the July coup
Kaduna
that
Zogu.
with the Moritala and the co did, when they installed Gowon as the president.
See, you asked a question, can I weigh in?
Okay.
So the Wazobia you're talking about and addressing it backwards is is a way to say that we've not made movement. Because let me answer this. I'm not answering this because I'm an Igbo. If your big brother gives you your due share, you don't need to begin to argue. So
who are you referring to, the big brother in mathematics?
So at the point of Wazobia, if every other, the smaller tribes, using the word smaller here, it doesn't mean that they are smaller.
Yes, of course, they are smaller tribes. Normal.
If they were well protected, if they were well taken, if everyone was taken care at the same time, so the more we divide, is the more we show that we're not together. By now, Nigeria was supposed to have left from the Wazobia to a citizen, a nation, a citizenship. But the more we begin to divide, even as we are here talking about tribe, when you come down to Igbo, I am going to look for somebody from Abia. When you come down to Abia, I'm not going to be settled until I get somebody from my own compound, because that is the person that would help me at the point of need. Now, if in Abia State, the state have a system of helping anybody in the point of need, I will stop there. So far, my problem has been solved at the level of state. I will stop there. Now, if it is in the region that my problem is solved, I will stop there. I don't need to divide more. Once I get to the region and get what I want. So what I'm saying, if Nigeria can be able to accommodate everyone and have that reasonable approach. Look, there was something Victory said today. He needed to get money for his family. He only applied. He didn't begin to look for his uncle or his brother or begin to bribe. He went online, computed his information and got what he wants. At that point, every other thing would disappear and nationhood will establish.
Okay, now beautiful. Nationhood is beautiful. Okay. Now we always try to. One thing I don't enjoy in this most especially on this platform, I don't always understand the comparison we're always doing with London, America, and Nigeria. It baffles me because first of all, there's no tie to it at all. There's no tie to it. Because ethnically we're not tied to it. It's not in governance, it's not in attitude, it's not because
because that is where we are aspiring, that is where we are going.
So aspirations brings greed. That is why they steal your money and take it to London. Because now Nigerians has to start working from individuality. When Masca was saying something, was talking about when it was being asked what is the meaning of corruption. Then he used the word personality. And somebody was trying to refer him to use the word individual. Then he now used his mom as a case study. Okay? Now, I think Nigerians will have to start individually working on ourselves. Because Nigerians is not the problem. For me, okay, my own perspective is, the entity called Nigeria, the society called Nigeria, that is where the problem is. Because it is not, at times, it's not like the individual might be corrupt. Okay? Now, but when you get to the like when he said one word, like Buhari was not corrupt. Electricity asked him what was the meaning of corruption. Now, when you get to the hands of affairs, okay, now because we live in a destroyed society, okay, now you tend to tilt to where the society takes you to. Now, taking us back to history, when the British came to Nigeria, okay, now they amalgamated the North and the South. Okay, now after 1914, it was the same our colonizers who came and made us understand that okay, now we have to share it between three different ethnic groups, which was the Hausas, the Hausa Fulani, Yorubas, then the Igbos. Okay, then now surpassing that, now they recapped it again and now created the Midwest. Now, if regions were good, if regions were our solution, so why did Abu Yeronsi break it into states? Have we sat down to think about that?
Yeah, very sure.
If the regions, if the regions and the ethnicity that were claving to,
Ah, Victory, take it easy. Oh.
you understand? Because we're claving to it. Because the first thing, if you ask me now, the first thing I will say, my name is this is where I come from. Okay? Rather than I will say where I come from before I say I'm a Nigerian. Okay? But if you ask other people who believe in nationalism, because for my own understanding, reading Nigerian history, our colonizers never sold nationalism to us.
So can't we create it?
Now, why can you create what you don't? Okay. Now somebody has planted a mango tree. Okay, then now you want to turn the mango tree to a cashew tree. It's not possible.
So,
Okay,
it's
now
possible,
even the
it's
Bible,
possible.
if you are a Christian, even the Bible
It's not
says
even
train a child
about
in the way it should grow.
Where do you live?
I live in Europe.
Okay. Now I have never seen you before. You've
Yes.
never seen me before.
Absolutely.
I have never seen anybody on this platform before.
Okay.
But education has given us
I'm
the
seeing you
privilege.
today now. Austin, what are you talking about?
Okay.
Okay,
Education has given us what?
physically. We've never seen any of us physically. But we have assembled here.
Yes.
And we are discussing a nation.
Yes.
A nation we are claiming that was given to us. So what education does is that let us leave every other thing and establish how we want to be. That was how the rule of this platform came about.
You see,
On how we will exist here.
Education without a conscience makes you a brilliant devil. Okay? You see,
100%.
education without
what I want to just say, a lot of your arguments I like, but the idea that we cannot create nationalism, I think I may not buy it. And my reason is very simple. I try to see myself as a student of
Nigeria.
Philosophy. No, I mean, as a student of philosophy. And what I do understand is, even the analogy of mango that you gave, even if somebody has planted mango, these things are out of necessity. If hunger were me, I should begin to say, okay, this person has mango in his house, and anytime we are hungry, he climb and eat mango. Me, I'm perpetually hungry. I have to find out how I'm going to plant mango, whether I have mango or I don't have mango, whether I have the seed or I don't have the seed. The onus is on us, like Augustine is saying. The onus is on us now to either dig, manufacture, or create mango from anywhere we can create mango. We have to be nationalistic. And for me, one simple reason that I always give is the fact that, look, at the tail end of the day, if you are in Canada and you are not originally a Canadian, at the end of the day, people will ask you, where are you from? And you will say you are from Nigeria. Which means that if you are a sensible person, then you should look back at that Nigeria, even if you are not inside Nigeria, should look back at that Nigeria and to make sure that, one, if anything happens to you in Canada, one day you should be able to go back to that Nigeria.
Absolutely.
Okay? Two, if truly you are a Nigerian, that means there are other Nigerians also. And as a good person, even if you are doing well now, it is only logical that you should look back. Okay, if we are all Nigerians, how are other Nigerians doing? If we are on a boat, for instance, we are trying to cross to Europe, and something happened to the boat, we are 30 or 40. If you are a good person, even if you escape and you are ashore, the first thing you ask yourself is, how are the other people that were together on that boat? Isn't it?
That is because
For me, these are the fundamentals why we should really, whether we like it or not. It's not because whether you're comfortable or not. These are some of the reasons why we must make Nigeria work. I am not saying that it has to be a Nigeria as it is today, but I'm just saying that at least we should be more concerned about creating nationalism.
Mosca, sorry, Mosca, can I just say something quickly? I like what you're saying, but at the moment there are people that are head bent of not moving. They don't want to talk.
Simple.
Right?
That is the problem. That
they
is
are
the
sticking to
problem.
that point, and I'm saying this because I've had a lot of discussion with many people from different regions, right? People, a lot of people who are still
What
like,
I can respond to you, Victory,
Master. Sorry, I'm still. Let me just finish. I see a lot of people that they've come to
Okay.
the conclusion that Nigeria is a scam. That no matter what you do, you just go around 360 and there's no solution, right? And that's what people say they've had enough, right? I personally, I've had enough of that place because I've given, I'm somebody that I do deep thinking and a deep analysis, and I'm thinking to myself that this thing I don't see any way out of this quagmire, because I tell you what, that's why I use the word of impunity. That the way we behave, the way the average Nigerian person behave,
That is
I
individual.
don't think that you see that anywhere in the world. People don't behave like that. They will tell you that I will come and take your stuff, and what can you do? They will even look at you. If you talk too much, I will silence you. That would be the worst that will end it, and that's it. We'll move on. And that's why I said to you that what as
Can I
people,
respond to you now, Victory?
yeah, go on.
All right. So this impunity, you said it like 3 times. Now I'll give you the story of what has happened in Kano State in 2019. Okay. In 2019, when the elections were happening, we all know that the people in the state wanted Kwankwaso's party to become the party that will put the governor. That
2019.
was the sentiment. 2019.
Yes.
2019. Okay.
Yes.
2019. So as the results were, the election was being conducted, and I think it was clear to APC that Ganduje will not win. His deputy, that's deputy governor and one commissioner, they went to a local government and disturbed the whole electioneering process. And the election was declared inconclusive. Go and check the record. That is what happened.
Yeah.
Actually, the story was that the people on ground even arrested this deputy governor and the commissioner. There were pictures that even the commissioner, his trouser was removed. Okay? But at the end of the day, what happened? The rerun was done. And I know that the story is that 4 AIGs or DIGs of police were sent to Kano. And this is not proven. This is a public platform, so I cannot say what I cannot substantiate. I don't want anybody to come and call me and ask me. This is a story I hear on the streets. Okay, so don't take what I'm saying for what it is. But I'm just telling you, I'm building up to the main point that I want to make. At the end of the day, what people in Kano will tell you that the election was then rigged, and the governor came back into power on the APC platform. But what did the Konkoso people do? They went back to the drawing board and made sure in 2023 that did not happen. Because what you did for me the last time, I'm not going to allow you to do it now. If your people are going to go tearing ballot paper, my people will be there to make sure you don't come and get away with that this time around. The point I'm making to you, Victory, I agree with you with impunity, but what I'm saying, the first point I made when I joined on this platform is that we cannot give up. We don't have, it's not an option. Giving up on Nigeria or our country is not an option. There is impunity today, yes, but the facts on the ground show that if you work hard, you can checkmate these people that are perpetuating this impunity. The truth also.
Pascal, please, can I ask you a question? Okay, yes. I agree with you. Let me say 100% that we should not give up. Okay, really, in life, winners never quit. But I want to ask you a question. Do you become if you're a public holder or if you are holding a public office? Okay, are you first a human being before your office, or your office comes before you as a human being?
What I will tell you It's a proverb. I think it's a Yoruba proverb, but I will just put it this way: what one wise man has told me. If you are a thief, it does not matter whether you are on the street or you are the president.
Okay.
As a president, you still be a thief. So I'm
Okay.
saying that it's your personality, it's not the
Thank you.
office.
Thank you.
So-
Okay, you want to say something?
do you know why we are conflicting this idea? For me, I am thinking that we are jumping from the introduction to the conclusion. If we
Okay.
can establish what we need first, now the next question would be, how would you be able to do this? Because when people are telling you they are fed up of Nigeria, unless you establish this and try it as a Nigeria as general, if it fails, if you divide Nigeria without this conversation, the 2050 country you're going to create will
It
still have
will
problems.
also fail.
Will
It
also
will
fail.
have. I agree with you totally.
So for me is that if we all establish that this is the way to go, now the question would be, who are those that are going to handle this? This is where we're going to have problems.
That is why I'm asking the question.
And that is where
what
all of
comes
us are
first?
looking
Is it
at,
the
because
office or the personality?
Because when we talk
Because
about,
if you are talking what you're saying right now, it's a good point. You see what one beautiful thing about education, it allows you to air your mind. It doesn't mean it's going to be imputed.
so like the problem we have is that the corrupt politician in the South is not different from the corrupt politician in the North.
That is why I asked the question. Does the office come before the person, or the person comes before the office?
But again,
the office should come.
Because
But
the
again,
office,
but again,
because
that's
if
why I
personality
went back. That's why I went back to the previous point that says that at the moment there are certain people that don't want to have the conversation, and we all know the reason why.
That is
right.
it.
For me, I don't care about no resources.
Victory,
I don't care about nothing. I believe in all.
Victory, make mention of these certain people. I want to go somewhere with it.
I don't want to pin down anybody. I'm saying that when I say these certain people, they are from all the ethnic group, the elite. Put it that way. It's the elite, right? It's how you're benefiting from the system. That's how you want to protect what you're benefiting. So, but there are certain people, right? Certain elites in the society that don't want this conversation to happen. And if you don't have that conversation, it's only a matter of time before people will realize that, hang on, no. How could somebody be telling me that, oh, Nigeria will be better and I'm now 40 years and there's nothing for me? Do you know, when
Victory is not something that would be solved by a conversation. This issue is beyond conversation. You can't sit with anybody and say, okay, you are corrupt, stop corruption. It will not happen like that. People must individually take responsibility to bring about change.
Victory, you know why? Because corruption is a great benefit to human. You understand? So if you say, let us sit down together, to the people, the elite of the people, let us sit down together and stop corruption, it will not work. For example,
sorry, Paul, let me even make a small point. Let me even make a small point to Victory. Victory, do you know that the fact that you're sitting outside, are you outside the country?
Yes.
Okay, I can put it to all of you on this panel
just 2 of us that are in Nigeria,
that are out of the country.
From outside.
Well, let me finish.
Okay, the fact that you see the one of the first success of these people is that they have succeeded in sending out the good people of the country out first already. This is the first price that the country is paying for corruption. It's not the money people steal.
Masca, I bet to differ on that, because you see, most of the leaders we have in Nigeria today, even the so-called people we call the founding fathers, they all schooled abroad. They all schooled in England.
Schooling is one thing.
No, excuse me. The only difference is now they were able to come back home because they had a home to come back to. But now most people living in Nigeria don't have anywhere to come back to. That's the problem.
What you're saying is different from what he said. What he said is that they have practically sent everyone that's supposed to challenge
The
them
good
out.
ones, because what I'm simply
No, the
saying,
good
T,
ones. No, brain
what I'm
drain.
saying
Brain
is
drain.
that if you
Brain
are,
drain.
Our
see,
first
for instance,
11
you go to
are all
school,
out.
you go to school, you do well in school, and you read a course, say engineering or doctor, and you can't have a hospital you can go to. Why will you stay in the country? You go out. And that, for me, is the true
But I
cost
disagree.
of corruption on the country. So at the end of the day, I'm just simply saying that to solve the problem is not going to be by conversation. We that believe, we are conscious of the fact that things are not okay. We all have to sit down quietly. And I don't even believe sitting down publicly like this talking will bring the solution. Because if the corrupt people are truly corrupt to the level they are, they will send somebody to be listening to what these people are saying. Anything you plan to do on this platform, before you know it, somebody is aware that, okay, this is what they are going to come and do, and they will scatter it. I'm just saying that to solve the problem of Nigeria would require some strategic, deep level, committed thinking and action. It's not just by discussion.
So,
Okay,
Masca, your
Mm.
concluding statement have just destabilized your position with Paul when you say that it's not by conversation. It must begin with conversation.
It begins with conversation,
No,
because
I
conversation
know.
brings more
What I'm saying,
enlightenment.
Victory is suggesting that you talk to these people, these corrupt people, and tell them you're corrupt, stop it. I'm saying no. We that don't want them, we that don't want them must have this conversation and agree at a place where we go in secret and meet.
Master, let me help you with one word that Victory said that I just want to say. That conversation that I said, that part of that conversation may not work. For example, Obasanjo also creates the Constitutional Conference, Southwest. It did not happen. You understand? Jonathan, South. He himself was economical with it. 1 year to the time that he was leaving, that's when he did it. He push it. There's one for him. He didn't do that.
Those things are
You
political
understand?
marabout.
El-Rufai, APC, they create their own before they even take power. They already prepared APC prepared their own 2014 before they even take power. They ruled 8 years. They did not implement it. So just forget about that aspect of it. But all I'm saying is that if we have one good leader, just for example, now look at all the old companies in Nigeria. But there's one company that stands out in Nigeria that are owned by government more. Liquefied natural gas, LNG. They just choose to operate international best standard and practice. That international best practice. They just choose to operate that way. You understand? They take care of workers where they send workers for training. They pay them very well and everything. LNG is just completely different from the way you see places like NNPC. You understand? So just simply mean they just have one good leader there. And maybe is a tradition, you understand, in that organization. If not, LNG would have also go down the drain.
Okay, but
you
can
understand?
one good leader save Nigeria?
One
Yes,
good leader.
yes.
One
Why not?
good leader
One good
play
leader
a
has saved
role.
other nations now.
Yes.
Okay,
because
one good leader can save Nigeria? I just want to know.
Lee Kuan Yew, Mao Zedong.
One good leader can save Nigeria.
So
why
couldn't the founding fathers of the Tafawa Balewa, Saduna, Sokoto, Azikiwe, Awolowo, and those 5 people, why couldn't one person save the country?
Because they all failed us as a people.
Okay, they failed us as a people.
They failed.
No, that's not true. No.
That's the first generation. Okay, now the generation that came after the Civil War. So why did they not save us?
I think I know why, but it's not going to be something you've had before. I've said it before.
I'm asking a question, so I need answers. That's what I'm
because we didn't earn our freedom. It was handed to us on a platter. Hence, they had organizations that they used to keep us in check.
Okay, after Obasanjo added to the Second Republic, so why did that? And one good leader not to save us? before Buhari took over from the Second Republic?
Because the system, the structure still remains in place that they were using. Like Commonwealth is still in place. We have no business being in Commonwealth because the people that put us in that place were the ones reaping all our resources till today.
Okay.
So
now,
those systems of control is still in place.
When Buhari failed, that Babangida took over and took us through another 8 years. So why did one good leader not save us?
Because they, like I said,
these are not leaders. Let me
give you one leader that tried to do something different. That was Abacha that tried to do something different, and he failed in the end because even Al Mustafa was on this channel. He came to tell us that they went to Libya to go and learn how Gaddafi survived the sanctions and being against the West. But what they went and learned was the economic strategy that this Gaddafi followed. He didn't learn the security and the security aspect. Then I said, how come he didn't learn that? Because Gaddafi, they had to bomb him to get to him. But Abacha, under your watch, he passed. Two key Nigerian leaders died under his watch. So it tells you that there's something we are not doing right. We are not paying attention to our security.
So now when Abacha passed on, so it was the time of Shonekon, then when Shonekon came in, so why did one good leader not save us? 1999 Constitution.
Because they are not good leaders now.
They are not good leaders.
I think
have not had a good leader.
Beautiful. Okay, now beautiful. I like that answer from Oscar that there's no good leader. That's why we're not being helped. Okay. Now, from the present crop of, let's say, this next generation, because now we're always complaining that the old leaders are old. They are old. They should go one young leaders, one young people to take aims of affairs. Okay. Now, which of this? Okay, which pedestal of young leaders do we feel can save us? Now, if we remove this old leaders,
can I answer in for further?
Yeah, please go ahead if you have answer.
Okay. Mr. T.
Yes, boss.
Saving is not going to happen overnight. So let's understand that there is not going to be magic day where Nigeria. It will start from somewhere. And I can tell you, if you look at this regime, they've started well in terms of dealing with some of the issues that we all have been complaining about. Subsidy is a problem. Subsidy has gone. So that is a positive step.
That is a lie.
You have a central bank governor.
No, let him finish. I like where it's coming from. Let him finish. Okay.
Okay. I'm not holding apology. I'm not holding brief for any government. I'm saying that if you look at Tinubu, for instance, and put away your sentiment and look at outcome, what is outcome? You would say that even as we speak today, we Nigerians should go to the churches and mosques and begin to pray that this man should just continue in the direction he has started. Okay? And I believe that if you will continue like this to a certain point.
Which one?
I am very happy that subsidy has been removed. I'm happy that subsidy has been removed.
Master, you are not being economical with the truth.
No, there's nothing being economical. See, let me tell you, I'm living in Nigeria. I'm buying this fuel. I am paying the price for the expensive nature of the fuel. So there's nothing like being economical. But I can tell you,
Master, I want to quote government by government.
Let me tell Paul, hang on. Let me push back on Oscar a little bit. That's why I said Nigeria has a very big problem. And T asked a very critical question, and I know where T was driving to that. Nobody, mark my word, nobody can save Nigeria. Do you know why?
No, not.
Hang on. As soon as anybody comes and says, I want to do this thing, some idiot somewhere will be playing the tribal bigot card, and so you know they will format trouble, and you have crisis on your hand that you cannot even control.
Victory, quote Dora Koyele. Who was she attacking? Dora Koyele. When Dora Koyele was in NAFDAC, the people who are into pharmaceutical in Nigeria are from his own tribe.
Yes.
You understand? And Dora did a good work. Yes. Dora convinced so many Igwe that even come to talk to Dora. She did a good work. But the thing is that until we try to make things more of institution, but it's an individual that can transform things to institution. You understand? Oga don't need to sign everything. You understand? Oga just need to sign one button, they push a mail to
So
him.
which means Oga Paul, if I may ask, do means you're talking about personal traits comes before the office?
Yeah, yes, a good individual can try very well to create an institution. You understand? Because the individual first will also manage that institution. And like they say, leadership starts with that individual first. As a leader, you understand? Start with that individual. You must want to punish yourself.
Okay. Now, if I want to ask a question, if it's a personality trait that comes before the office, okay, then why are we blaming the president? Why are we blaming the federal? We have local constituencies, we have local government, we have chairman, we have councillors. Okay.
So now you just help my case.
Excuse me. During the 10th assembly, when they were casting their votes, this one would say Abbas. This one would say Abbas. I could remember. I can't remember the person particularly, but I remember there was somebody who said, in the name of so and so, in the religion and belief, I am voting for Abbas based on the instruction from my party. So which means naturally he himself would not have voted for Abbas, but by the instruction of the party, that means he is voting for Abbas. So now, if we take in that personal trait as a team, so why couldn't that person look at the office and look at the constituency he's coming from and vote his conscience? If conscience works,
so this is where you go two times now. So like Obama now, we have in the US now, I believe you must have heard it, when Obama introduced the Obamacare insurance that favored so many poor people.
Yes.
During Trump time, Trump tried to take it out. You understand? And they have the vote. They have the vote. One Republican on John McCain is in my state. Take it down. You understand? It's always like that. For the good of the country, love of a nation, the question that forefather asked. You understand? McCain would have done the love of a party loyalist, would have voted for his party. But McCain said, my country comes first before my party. That's
an individual.
You understand?
Can a single finger remove a hair from your head?
A single
all this analogy. Sometimes, you are making analogies.
That single McCain vote make Obamacare still exist today.
Analogies. Hold on, Augustine. Analogies need to be tied to the subject matter. Sometimes we make abstract analogies that are not related to the subject matter.
I guess you have not been here.
I've been listening to some of this analogy. See, for me, the reason why you are not going to have one leader that is going to change this stuff is because the people are not ready to face some of the things that needs to be done to fix the country. Some people say if you have the leader and the leader sets a good example, people are willing to do the hard work to get there.
The heavy lifting.
Where Nigeria is right now is a terrible state, and to get Nigeria out of that place, if people truly understand the work that is required, they will not sign up for it. Many Nigerians today, if you told them what is going to be required, they're not going to sign up for it. And that is the problem with our situation right now, except we are forced into it. I've said it before, my own analysis from what I've seen in the world, where people that a country that has been in the kind of state that Nigeria has been in, to get out of it, you have often had to be put through a lot of hell, whereby the people that went through that hell are still alive. The people that went through the hell in Nigeria are not alive. Like the Obaronwens or King Jaja of Popo, Southern of Sokoto, all those ones that went through the hell of being conquered and being ruled over, they are not there. But the Chinese ones are still there. Like Mao Zedong was around when they were invaded by the Japanese, and it was a brutal invasion. The same thing, King Jong-un, this is North Korea. They were there when Americans invaded, and look at what they did with that stuff. They are one of the one of the strongest countries in the world right now. And if you look at Japan, even Japan that was nuked twice, look at what they did for themselves today. So it tells you that what makes people grow is not necessarily the kind of stuff we think. It's stuff that the entire population signs up to. they will realize that, you know what, we need to fix ourselves. Otherwise, people are going to visit this type of trauma on us. Hence, they put their differences aside and are willing to work together. The Europeans did the same thing after the Second World War. Look at them. They went immediately to form the European Union. Immediately, it's not because they said, you killed my forefathers or you killed my grandfather. No, you killed my father, you killed my uncle. This one, we had millions of people that died. And yes, they still went on the same table and formed the European Union. How did they manage to do that? Because they realized that look at what we've done. And everybody knew. But the problem with Nigeria is that we don't know that. Because the kind of stuff we experience is the only people we see that is our problem is our own tribes. And when we keep fighting each other, we forget that all our money is being stolen away. And that, for me,
the good news is that there are a lot of very good people in Nigeria. Somebody said, and I think you are the one that said you have to be forced. There are a lot of good people, and when you say good people, not just somebody who has good heart, somebody with enough brain power, with enough understanding of global dialectics and what is happening. And there are a lot of good people, and I believe we are going towards that place. Somebody like Peter is a classic example.
I think this area, I feel very strongly about it, because the problem we face is that, look at Germany. Hitler was very popular in Germany. He was doing great stuff. But yet, Hitler needed to create a false flag operation to attack his own country to get people ready.
It's propaganda. Out of it. It's like propaganda.
Hold on now. It's not only propaganda he used. He actually did some things.
What did he do? What did Hitler do?
I just told you now. What are you just
don't bring this on this platform now. Can't you find another example?
My point, the point I'm making is that it's dispassionate of the individual, because what I'm trying to let you understand is that even when not only Hitler has done it, I think the Japanese or the Chinese did the same thing. No, the Japanese did it to China, to their own people, so that they can be able to attack China. They claim that China did it, but it wasn't China that did it.
How do we compare a communist nation and a democratic nation?
Oh my goodness! Human nature. You see, that's the thing you do. That I find it hold on. Let me make a point. I think I need to address what T is doing. T, hold on. There are certain things that are universal. I think you need to hear that. It's not like
certain things are universal. Of course, I know that.
When you start saying communist system, they also do things similar. Like when they go to war, war is universal.
John F. Kennedy would have accepted when Cuba wanted to be communist society. Why did he accept it? If it's normal, if they are generally accepted things in the world, John F. Kennedy would have accepted the nuke behind in Cuba.
No. I think this is what I mean by analogy. The context you are bringing the argument. What I'm trying to say is, you have
to listen to forefathers. Let him land.
You can't have it, because most of the democratic nations that you have today, they are based on the Western system. That during the last 50 or 70 years, they have not really had the same kind of challenge that most parts of the world have had. That's why we are trying to compare nations that have been at a bad state, and today they have fixed their problem. That's what we are trying to compare. We are not going to compare Great Britain, because Great Britain has been good for how many 100 years now.
But you keep talking about China. Was there a time that China was doing very well and they lost it? Because
yes.
I never know that.
Actually, yeah, before the Europeans got there. Yes.
China was doing very, 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 very well.
You have not heard of the Silk Road?
I never. China was not great.
How do you think they built the pyramids and the wall and all those things? How do you think they built the Great Wall of China?
Father, that's not what Paul is trying to allude to. He's talking about economic power.
I'm talking about economic.
Right?
China has always had economic power. That's why you have the Silk Road.
Japan could control China for a very long time.
No, that was Japan control China. Hold on. When did Japan control China?
Japan controlled China for a very long time.
When?
For a very, very long time.
See, he's not telling you when. It's just the last century.
Japan has been dominating China.
No.
You understand?
Where did you get that from? Where did you get that kind of? Where did you get? No.
This is
Where did
why
you get
I
that stuff
said
from?
let's talk
It's
about
just the
Nigeria.
last
Hey.
Let's
century.
stop this
It's
communist
just the
Forefather,
last
can I wait?
century. It's
Can
just
I
the
wait?
last century Japan
Around,
invaded China.
no,
Forefather, can I
you,
weigh in?
you are talking about invade. Around that area, Japan has been a big brother over China.
Oh my God! I think you
Yes.
have got that
Go
completely
and check your
upside down.
history very well.
You flipped it completely upside down. No, that's
No,
not
go
true.
and
But
check
why
your
are we
history very
talking
well.
China and Japan?
Forefather,
That
can
is
I
what
weigh
Because
in?
I wanted to
hold
tell
that
on,
is
you.
why I said this
Augustine.
analysis is going to get
Sorry,
us wrong.
Okay, no, hold on. I will clear it. No matter how much you try to muck it up, Mr.
Forefather,
T.
I wanted to speak
I
to
just
Augustine,
want
go
to make a
ahead.
statement.
Oscar.
So the statement I wanted us to make is that we are 5 on this platform. So it is only T that have a different view.
We are 6.
Oh, are we on?
You people are excluding me again. It's okay. I'm not a Nigerian.
Oscar, that's not true.
You
That's not
you
true.
don't know who he excluded. Maybe he excluded himself.
I said we are 5.
Austin,
I will not.
Austin, your
Only,
right side man.
let me
Your
finish.
right hand man,
Only
oh,
T.
Austin. Your right
Wait.
hand man. You
Only
exclude
T.
them.
So what? Only T is the different person. That's what I mean. We are 5 on one part. T, the 6th person, has a different view on your topic.
Mm.
So
Okay, what do you think my view is?
Eh?
What do you think my view is?
Because
So
we are not the same as China.
No,
and
from your
other-
conversation, you're not seeing Nigeria as buildable.
No, that is, you are getting it wrong.
So why have we been running?
Then you would have asked me directly.
So that's the question I want, because all of us have always been profiling solution towards making it better. So you are the only one that have kept us in a different view for a very long time. So I wanted you to establish. I wanted you to establish what you think we need to do by addressing the question. Then, if it falls to, so that we can build on it.
You see, I agree with what you're saying. You see, Nigeria is buildable. There's nothing that's not rebuildable. Okay, but you see, whatever is rebuildable that has to do with nation building has to do with governance. You see, and my problem with Nigeria is that the few good eggs that will be able to make the difference, the society will not allow them make those differences. Because if they make, if a single good leader comes to Nigeria and wants to sanitize Nigeria, don't you know that this whole lot of elites, they're going to go down?
And that means it's not good enough.
So who will allow? Okay, now I remember
let me tell you, let me tell you, T, listen, okay? What my personal conviction is that if you are a good leader and you come to a place like Nigeria, you want to solve the problem, you cannot fully show your hand. If you're really good. Because the moment you show your hand, the truth is that people will fight you. And it's not, no, hold on, T, hold on. And let's even understand one fundamental fact.
Okay.
The truth is that it's not just Nigeria as a country that doesn't want to progress. We tend to forget that the global setup, the way it is today in the world, there are certain countries that will not want you to progress like that. And you cannot argue with it. If you take a look at what America is doing to China today, you can clearly see that America is not happy that China is where it is. Left for America, China should go back to where it was before. And it is the same thing that applies to Nigeria. As a country, there will be a lot of force that will be against you, trying to keep you where you are. It's even the law of motion, I think, in physics or something. But I'm convinced that all these things, they are there. But the dynamics are that one day, Nigeria definitely will progress. And I repeat, I am convinced that the present government, if it continues like this, is not going to change completely the trajectory of Nigeria. But some of the fundamental issues will change. Hopefully, making a ground for some better leader to come and take us to the next level.
Mosca, let me.
So all hope is not lost.
Okay, Mosca, let me now tell you something. Let me tell you why. Now, let me tell you why I differ from you. That's why I said to you. You said that removing subsidy was a good thing and stuff like that. Now I go back. This is what I was asking my friend here. I said, if you were the one earning 30,000 naira minimum wage, would you talk like this? That's question number one.
Why not?
Right?
Do you know how much I earn?
I don't know. I'm just saying. That's why I was asking that question.
And
So
forget,
now,
no, see, listen, also forget, no, listen, hold on, Victory. Forget about how much I earn. Do you know my level of responsibilities?
yeah,
I'm
no,
talking, see,
I'm
look,
just,
I'm here in Nigeria. I can tell you, my kids, they go to schools. And the salary, the school fees I pay for this. So look, let's not assume that I'm
no, no,
talking
no,
like this because I'm not suffering.
no, Moscow. What I'm saying, that was just one question I was asking, and then I'll go back to the second question. That the
Okay,
second question is,
okay.
if you look at how much, like, just as I say, Nigerians, they don't hate corruption. They hate the fact that they are not the one benefiting from that corruption. That's why Nigeria is where it is now, right? Because if Nigerians truly hate corruption, if you hear the
No,
amount of money,
that's not
no, no,
correct. Also,
no,
No,
that's
Bascar, you
see,
can't say it's not correct. Let him
Moscow,
finish. He
that
has a
is
point.
correct.
He has a
it's
very
not
good point.
correct.
Moscow,
No, you can't say that. Let
that's
him
my
make his own
opinion anyway.
submission.
That's my opinion. What I'm saying to you, because if you look at the amount of money that has been looted during this Buhari government, right? If any human being that is reading about the story, you be asking yourself that how can any human being do this to their own country? Right? When you are plundering the country, you take everything. You feel free waste
No,
before
T
you left.
has finished. Now you say when you are a central bank governor, you carry money to your house. He has finished it.
No.
He has finished it.
So
Because I could
Yes.
remember, Bascar,
let me
because I could
address.
remember during Naira design, it was the same
Okay.
Emefiele who told Nigerians that they are changing the Naira so that people who stocked it in their house
They'll be
should
trapped.
bring it to the bank. So where we go? And we
Why
never
I
knew
say
that he
what
did.
you said, Victory? Why I said your
Hold
position
on
is not
now.
correct? You are a
Can I
Nigerian.
just say something? I need to address something because so that our viewers don't get confused about the nature of history. This guy again, China literally colonized China. This in Japan literally
China.
colonized China,
It's-
and Japan has been eyeing. This is completely false. It's completely wrong. China. Okay, let me read what I've got here. It says Japan has never ruled China throughout known history. However, there has been historical periods where Japan had significant influence or control over parts of China. One such period is the Second Sino-Japanese War, which took place in 1937 to 1945. So we are talking about last century, like I said, not known history. But on the reverse, when I ask, has China ever ruled Japan in known history? Yes, there has been periods in known history where China exerted influence or ruled over parts of Japan during the ancient times during the ancient time period of Japan, known as the Yamato period, the late 3rd and early 17th century. There was significant cultural and political influence from China. So we're talking about a long period, 300, 400 years period, where the Chinese had a lot of influence this is over China. If you go down there, you're going to see, and the idea that they're saying Japan is the one oppressing China, man, it's like you guys don't know about the Silk Road, you don't know about the pyramids in China, you don't know about the the Great Wall of China. Jesus Christ, China is one of they were the first to discover fireworks. They invented fireworks.
For
But
we would
that doesn't
like
hold anything. If you go to Egypt today is a third world country.
okay.
They were
Now
the
where you
first to
start
first
doesn't matter.
Okay,
okay.
Moscow, sorry. Let me just. I think I need.
It's true.
I'm
It's
going to
true.
get very soon. Let me
I'm
just
just
answer.
addressing that specific point.
Let me ask Moscow this thing. Then I think I need to log off. It's already half free in the morning in the UK.
Yeah, guys.
Moscow. What I was saying is that I you were saying that if this government continue the way they are going, and I'm telling you why it's going to be a failure, because if the process where you came in to become the leader of a country, right, you didn't come through the right way, right, and you expect other people.
Oh, come on,
This
man.
is why I
Military,
don't.
there are
This is why I
military
don't like
regimes all
Nigeria.
over the place. All this type of simplicity thinking is not going to get you anywhere.
Victory.
Jesus
Tinubu
Christ.
is
Are
the
we children
president of
here?
Nigeria. Is the
Military
president
leaders
of
come and take over
Nigeria.
all the time.
He has been sworn in. Wait for the
Hold
court
on.
verdict.
The Rollins getting to
Stop
office. The
judging.
Rollins
Let's
getting
stop
to office
judging.
the right
Let's stop
way.
judging.
I don't know why people always think that somebody has to come with the Bible and come into office before you respect them.
For further, let me make my point. Please, let me make my point because I'm leaving. I'm saying to you,
Okay.
The process where you came to become a leader of a country is fundamental, right? So you don't expect somebody that let me ask you a question. If somebody come and take your stuff from you, right? Then you just tell me that, oh, just move on. That's the problem with Nigerians.
No.
Right?
So you are saying even it's an assumption, no. This case is
process
already in court. You are already presuming that one is guilty,
you are
one is
mixing
not
things
guilty.
together. You are mixing
That's what I'm
things
saying to you,
together.
right? This process is the court, and let the court decide. But I'm telling you, right? If they release the result, that's what people are saying to you. I'm not telling you any other thing. I'm saying to you, release the result so that we know who wins this, we know who won the election. So that we
Isn't
can
that
move
what they
on.
are in court doing right now?
That's what I'm saying to you for that. You can see what is going on. This is where I have issues with Nigerians. Nigerians they are terrible people.
What is the issue now? What's your issue now, Victory?
What I'm saying to you, you will see what they will see white and they will call it black. And they know that.
But that is
what are we
not the
talking
same
about?
as I hear what you're saying on that front.
I said to you, I'm saying to you now, you have an election where you had beavers, okay? And people have the polling unit result, right? I'm telling you, in 2 weeks, they can pull out this information and tabulate it and tell us this is who won and who didn't win. That's the problem with Nigerians.
But is that what we are talking about?
Can do that too.
Sorry?
Are you blaming P2B?
Is that what we are talking about?
P2B can collect the results too and give to us.
I'm saying to you that the process where somebody becomes a leader matters because
I agree with you. To a point. Listen.
Yeah.
I agree with you. The process matters. Okay?
Yes.
But we should all be realistic. Today, as T said, this guy is the president. He has been sworn in, constitutionally sworn in. Whether it was right, whether it is wrong, that is where we are today. Okay?
Okay, hold
on, Victory. Hold on, please. Just 1 minute. It's not going to be more than 1 minute. Even me, I'm in Nigeria. This is 3:30 and I have a board meeting in the morning. It's just that I find the topic interesting, that's all. So just 1 minute, okay? Now, the question on the table is whether we'll find a good leader that will take us out. Okay? And I'm saying that it will not happen overnight and it will not be one swoop magic story. It is a kind of story that you may not even like. The leader that will come and take us out, we may not like him. He may just have to drag us. Okay? Yeah. This is what I was responding to T. And I'm saying that if you ask me, honestly speaking, I may not like Tinubu, okay? But as a realist, as an economist, I know that there is no way this country can survive the kind of subsidy program we're having. It doesn't make sense, okay? We cannot survive the dual exchange rate we're having. It does not make sense. A leader that will come, knowing that these things are not popular things, and still do it within 1 or 2 weeks. I am saying that I am seeing signs that if he continues like this, the result, the product, the outcome will be a positive outcome. We may like the person, we may not like the person, and let me land. So let me land. Once I land, I will tell you I've landed. Once I land, I'll tell you I've landed. I'm saying that what he's going to do, is just some basic house cleaning for the leader, perhaps, that will come and clear this country into a right direction. He may not do anything fundamental. Maybe he's just going to do, but to clear these things, the fact that he has removed oil subsidy, which will be a political albatross for a lot of regimes. The fact that he has sorted out this exchange rate, what I say means what is like at least he has started the groundwork. I think it is a positive sign for me that all hope is not lost on Nigeria. And I am saying that on top of that, I know that there are a lot of good people, very good people, very smart people. The smartest people in this world are all Nigerians. And I believe that once we do small housekeeping, a lot of these people will come back and solve some of these problems in this country. I've said when I started that forefathers said something that I found profound. I think it's a fundamental solution. If Nigerians can take it to heart, that come next election, everybody will wear this yellow vest and assume on his own a sense of responsibility. This election, I'm going to be a policeman for this election without pay. I believe things will be different. Things will be positive in the right direction. We have the good people. The system just doesn't give them chance. I have landed victory.
Okay, Mosca, okay, because anyone need to go anywhere. As I was saying to you, right? It's like you're telling certain people to like, oh, they've removed subsidy. I'm glad that you can afford to buy the petrol. I don't know your responsibility or not, but that's good for you. How about the millions of people that have been plunged into hardship and poverty, right? And at the same time, 3 weeks before Buhari left office, right, they signed 22 trillion naira that the CBN was printing to them. So there are people, there are Nigerians like that looks like me and you, working with trillions of naira in their pockets, and then you're asking a civil servant that is earning 30,000 naira to bear that it will make the Nigeria better. And I'm not seeing any sign of you going after people that's walked away with trillions of naira in their pocket, right? I will stop at that point. And then the next point I was going to say to you, the issue of about this currency thing, Musk can mark it down, right? This is my area specialty. I'm telling you, anyone telling you that they will get rid of the dual exchange rate, they are just fooling themselves, right? Because I've been in that sector for a long time, and I'm speaking from experience. You cannot get rid of the dual exchange rate. The only 2 ways you can do it is either you ramp up production and you sell more to the outside world and you earn forex to meet up Nigeria demand. Nigeria people, they like good things. They want to drive Mercedes-Benz. They want to use iPhone. Everybody wants dollar, right? That's the only way you can bridge that gap. You literally need to produce more and sell more to the outside world and get forex. The other way, which is what Nigeria was trying to do before, they did a trade swap with China where they can swap Naira and yuan, right? And the IMF came up with that nonsense. That deal did not see the light of day, right? That's the 2 ways Nigeria can get rid of that dual exchange rate.
You know the way you address it, this last point you made about the this in the Naira, this in dual exchange rate, the issue with it that we can't get rid of it while the demand for dollar is higher than what is available in Nigeria. Because what you will get is that the dollar will keep going higher. But I think they've removed it now. The dollar is not exploding.
That they have not removed it. That's why this thing.
They have not. They not removed it. I thought they said they cancelled it already for immediate effect.
I'm telling you, even Moscow, I don't know where you work. I will pay you money. Yeah, I want to buy goods. I want to bring my naira from Nigeria to the UK. Send the money for me. Tell me how long. I will send you the money. I will put the naira to your account. Send the money back to the UK.
Victory. Look, see, okay. I'm an economist by training. I have worked in banks all my life. At some point, I was a country head of Citibank. I was the country head for Citibank in Democratic Republic of Congo. I've worked in London. I've worked in New York. I am a knowledgeable. In fact, last 2 weeks, I spoke on NTA on this same foreign exchange issue. Okay? So it's something I know. Yes, you're right. The fundamentals are not yet addressed. But what the government has done, whether we like it or not, is to say, okay, before you take this dollar, you take this dollar. This government is saying, no, we are not going to allocate this thing. This thing is going to, every money Nigeria has will go to one single market. Everybody go there and bid for it. How can we see anything wrong with that? We like to bash our country. Even when the things are positive, we will bash it.
You said something that we should go and bid for what? What did you say? Say that again.
What the policy now, what they have done. Yes, they are not going to remove the disparity between what is supposed to be official exchange rate and black market. They haven't done that. But what essentially they have done is to move from a position before now, which is if you need any amount of dollar, you go to the CBN.
Yes.
No, not even BDC. You go to CBN with an application, and it is CBN that will decide whether you get this money or you will not get it. What this regime has done now They have said, okay, we have collapsed everything into an I and E window. If you are going to bring victory now, if you are bringing dollar into Nigeria, you can go and sell it and you can determine the price. You can negotiate the price with the person you want to sell your dollar to. That person is free to go and sell his dollar to anybody. I'm saying that there's no way you can.
Do you know what that does for the economy? What you just said, what you're explaining now. Do you know what that does to the economy?
No, I don't know.
Oscar, this is what I'm saying to you. And I repeat, this is an area that I know like the back of my hand, right? Because I've done business in Nigeria and I do business to other part of the world, right? And I'm in this fintech. I know this area very well. I'm telling you, the only way Nigeria can get rid of that quagmire is you ramp up production.
Don't talk like that, Victory. There's many ways to always kill a rat, Victory. You can't say the only way.
Moscow, I'm just well, anyway, from my own opinion, anyway, I'm just saying based on my experience. I'm saying to you,
better.
You need to ramp up production and you get more forex into the country.
Agreed. I agree.
Or you do a trade swap with China and say, okay, because most Nigerians buy from China, and if you know the amount of money going to China,
I agree with you.
Victory for me. Victory for me.
I agree with you. The only thing I'm saying, before you ramp up your production, it will be wrong for you to say one person will be allocating FX. It's better to leave it to the market. That's all I'm saying.
What I'm saying is based on demand and supply, which is what they are saying, right? Let me tave you, when this thing started, I've been tracking the dollar for the past few days. I track it and been watching what is happening, right? Initially, when they came with that announcement, the market, the guys that were doing all those things, they were waiting to see what the government will put in place, right? As soon as they saw that, these people are just talking. This is just nonsense talk because you don't have the ability to do what you want to say you want to do. The money started going up gradually, bit by bit, small. And
how much is the dollar? How much is dollar exchange rate today? How much is dollar exchange rate today?
I think it's
in the black market.
776.
How much was it before? How much was it before?
It was fluctuating between 735 and 745 for a very long time.
Exactly. For you to have deregulated, what they have technically done is to have floated the naira, and for us to have that small disparity is a small price to pay.
Mosca, let me ask I'm asking a question now. So now, Mosca, if I want to give you money tomorrow now, I'll give you naira into your account and send me forex back to the UK. Can you do that for me?
No.
Of course. I can do that. Why not?
At what rate?
Yes, I can do that. Are you suggesting that people are not collecting money in the UK now?
No. I'm asking you, Mosca, I'm asking you is that I have.
If you want to do that, Victory, you can collect. I can give you my phone number. You can call me privately. Let's not. I will do that.
Put your number in the private chat. Put your number in the private chat.
I will do that.
But
basically, for me, I believe this government has started on a bright note. For the
yes, I agree with you.
I have with this government is the 114 increment. So far, that's the only problem I have. But for other things, the Naira unification, the subsidy, these are hard truths that Nigeria has to face someday.
See,
I still want to disagree. Fofana, can you just please give me
let me
2-3 minutes so that I can buy house?
No, it's not even going to be 2 minutes. Even
okay, go ahead.
1 minute. No, I'm just going to do it for 1 minute at most.
Okay.
I kind of disagree that the way he started off is good. First, he removed subsidy without warning and caused a lot of chaos in the country. Then he went to put student loans that involves people going to jail. And so technically, all the things he's done so far is actually cementing his control. Most of the things he's doing, it doesn't necessarily mean he's going to benefit Nigerians directly. The money that is being recovered from this in fuel subsidies, we don't know where he's going to put it. It's not transparent enough to tell us exactly where it is going. And so we don't know. In the next 3 months, maybe we can tell exactly what all this is going to lead to. But we know that they want to increase their salary by 114%. So the pattern is not telling. I don't know why people just assume that it's all good. The subsidy may have been removed and made Nigerian people's life hard, but you don't know where it's going. If you don't know where it's going, what if it goes like the oil theft that has been going on and we don't see it? So we just put Nigeria through hell for nothing. So you see what I mean? So we have to be careful by jumping to conclusion that everything is good right now. No Nigerian today is enjoying their lives better than they were enjoying it just even 2 months ago, because life is harder now. That's for sure. And the question is, how is it going to be in 3 months' time? Is this pain that we're experiencing now going to be worth it? We don't know that. So anybody that says they know that, then they don't know Nigeria. They've not studied Nigeria enough. So KJ, please. I don't know. You were raising your hands. I don't know before. Okay, Paul.
Father, can you just
Paul. Paul, go ahead.
let me just weigh in, so I want to run. So, talking about this Tinubu government and the state Tinubu government did well. First of all, good percentage of us, we all live in the West and we understand. I want to debunk all those things. The student loan, the things that you put on the student loan is completely wrong. You understand? You
I didn't talk about student loan, no.
No. The policies that make you want to say you like this man, these are the things that you people
I didn't use the word I like. I did not use the word I like.
No, I'm trying to talk all the things that Tinubu have done since he became president.
Okay.
That makes some of you said you like his government.
I did not say I like his government. I did not say that.
His policies.
No, I didn't say that.
Good, I
spoke about two policies. I spoke about two policies. One, removal of fuel subsidy.
Okay. I will take the student loan.
And the removal of FX allocation process.
Hold on. Master, are you Kwankwasea? Because the way you are denying APC right now.
No, I'm not a Kwankwasea person.
Okay. So now let me go to the other one now. Now let's talk about removal of subsidy. Previous government and Tinubu's government, they said the same thing. And you see the way they put it on the news. Oh, Niger is crying, Benin is crying, up to Cote d'Ivoire, all the way to Sudan. You understand? The stealing of our PMS and the likes. Now, guess what? Who is the chief security officer of the country? It is the government. Stealing our fuel that we subsidize, it's not like cocaine that I will bury in my stomach and pass the border. These are tons of vessels that you use, 33,000 truck liters. You understand? One truck. These are things that they carry to pass the border. You don't smuggle 33,000 liters inside forest or cross water to go to another country. You understand? So it is the government that have failed. If government will manage all those aspects of theft, that on its own, it is subsidy. You don't even need to take the subsidy. If government manage it, government don't need much to do. Government don't need to spend 7 trillion like they claim on subsidy if they manage audio theft. And not one person that they bring to book, I mean to say. So government on their own, they fail. Up to Tinubu's own government, he said the same thing, that they are stealing this thing. That's why they want to take it. You don't throw the child and the bathwater away. My mother put this parable, said, if you have a good child and if you have a bad child, if you bait a bad child, you throw the water away. If you also bait a good child, you don't say because this child is a good child, you drink the water. You also throw the good child water away. You understand? So you don't, because of you say they steal. What is the essence of you become chief security officer of the country?
Okay,
you
Paul, can I
hold
ask you
the
a
border.
question?
What? No, sorry. I'm still thinking about the proverb he just told us. What does that proverb truly mean? I don't understand. I'm still confused. They wash the baby with the bad child. The water is
so I think so. You don't throw the child.
How does it tie?
So what does it tie to be that now? I use the word now. If you had a bad kid, if you bait that bad kid because of the child is bad, so you throw the water away. If the child is a good child, will you drink the water? You also throw the water away. You understand?
What does that mean?
So what does that mean? That if you say subsidy, government all over the world, in the UK, in the US, they subsidize transportation, they subsidize food, they subsidize everything. If government
Paul, sorry.
if
Let me
government
correct that
the
your proverb.
level,
It's not the proverb you use is not correct. Oh.
But let's see.
I
Let
said
us.
my mother. I
He's
did not
trying.
say
The
the
way it
British.
is.
He's
The
trying to
British say
flesh it
you
out
don't
now.
throw the child and the bath water away. And I
I
use my
really
own
want to understand
mother.
this.
I
Yeah, I
use
really
my
want to
own
understand
mother.
what he's saying
So
there.
you need to let. So okay, let me listen. Since it look like you guys like that proverb very well.
No, I like to
If you
understand how proverb tied to reality
so
and what you're explaining.
if you have a bad child, because the child is a bad child, if you bait the child, you say, oh, this child is a bad child, then you throw the water that you bait the child away. Now, oh, this other child is a good child. You don't say now because of this child is a good child. When you finish baiting the child, you drink that child own water. You also throw the water away. So what do I mean? We might say subsidy is a problem for us. You understand? So because of that one, it's a bad thing, throw the water away. But in a good child, we also throw the water away. Simply mean you can give us subsidy, but you don't need to spend 7 trillion like you claim. If you block everywhere, they don't steal this gas everywhere to other countries around the country. That
See,
on its own,
Mr.
you
Paul,
can reduce
Mr.
it to the
Paul, Mr. Paul,
barest minimum.
The analogy
Mr.
is
Paul,
misplaced. The
Mr. Paul,
argument
you
is
talked
correct, but the
earlier
analogy is
on. You
misplaced.
talked about Nigeria moving forward.
So
About Nigeria
I hope you
rebuilding.
understand. I hope you understand that subsidy is not a bad thing. Maybe you don't know.
No,
In
it's
the
not
US,
necessarily a bad thing.
no,
It's how
hold
it's
on.
applied.
In the US, in the West, they subsidize so many things.
Yes,
So
agree.
don't hear the word subsidy and the first thing that comes to your mind is a bad thing.
No.
People abuse it and government contributes. It's just like your word. You said something about, oh, we don't hold our local government chairman accountable. We don't hold when first of all the federal have already rigged the local government chairman, the so-called grassroots government. They make them on their own not even performing at the first place. I'll leave
The
that side
monies are
alone.
allocated to them.
Money has never been allocated to local government chairman. Money allocated to the governor. They have joint accounts with the governor. And the constitution says the governor should oversee. The governor control the money. And it's not supposed to be so. They allocate your money, but the money it's just like the way your uncle give you money and your mama did here, collect the money for you and say goes and buy you Christmas shoe. That is the end of that money. It's not your money no longer. No more. These are the things. So
now I want to ask you a question, Mr. Paul.
So
now,
we can manage that part.
With the present problem in
KJ wanted
Nigeria.
to add something. KJ wanted to add something over 5 minutes ago. Please let him just. KJ, please. You were raising your hands.
Yes. Thank you, guys, so much. You guys have really been very wonderful on the platform. You see, what I wanted to add is our challenge in Nigeria has never changed. We are always the fire brigade approach. Guam, 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 we introduce. No proper study, no proper collection of where we're going to end with the policy that is coming in. We saw it all through. The same thing Tinubu is doing now is almost the same thing that Buhari did when he came into government. He first devalued the Naira, okay? And every other thing went haywire from that point. Now, we have come again and he has introduced so many policies at the same time without even doing a survey of where he intends to end with it. Now, the truth is, we will have love if student grants can be given to students, okay, but with a fairer face. But is that the most important thing that Nigeria is looking at right now? Is that what is going to bring freedom to Nigerians? Is that what is going to put food? Because if the person is still hungry, how is he going to go to school? If you cannot even feed your family, how are you going to go to school? If you cannot transport, how are you going to go to school? Now, every of this policy, if we decide not to be biased, and look at it, straight, you will find that each of them carries some form of bitter pill. For instance, before Buhari left, we commissioned Dangote's refinery, and all of us rejoiced. And they said before the end of June, Dangote will start producing. Only for us to learn later that Dangote's refinery will not even start producing, even in December. We wouldn't have a regular production. Yes, I'm telling you. Okay.
Okay. Do you have any evidence for this, please? Because when you start making some of all these huge claims,
Dangote was given a importing license to import fuel. He was even
No,
given
that's not
license.
correct. Oh. No, that's not correct. That has been corrected. We shouldn't be
Why
peddling this
where
kind
do
of
we get
thing.
all this information from? Then it really bothers me
Hold
sometimes.
on.
Nigerians
Yes.
Let's do one.
Nigeria just bring out weird information from
If
nowhere like
Well,
that.
Biafra people,
we,
we like to just say
Where are
things.
we getting all these things from? Eh?
Ma-
It's like there are people out there manufacturing false information
hold
and
on
just
now.
pumping
Bros,
it out.
hold on. You see, the problem is this. We think that there's always smoke without fire. It's not true. Even now, the 100
We
and
Africa, we like proverb a lot.
Sorry,
How does that relate? Which one smoke without fire? Throwing
You know,
baby with the bathwater.
and I have my time to speak. You spoke. Let me. I heard your argument. I didn't like it. I didn't jump into it. So don't jump into mine. Okay, it's my own.
No, I'm
It's my
just,
own.
I'm not even
No,
listening
let
to,
me
I'm just
speak.
saying that the statement you make, I've seen the
No, let me
correction.
speak. No, let me speak.
Okay.
Let me speak. Let me speak. Please. Okay. Now, we have been told today, now that the $114, 114% increase of salaries is not true. That is, this is fake media. Okay. But having worked in the media, I can tell you that whenever government is saying it's fake, go and check. It's true. Okay. Now, we were told that no, Dangote is not true. What we are saying is not true. But at the end of the day, all the time it ends up to be true. We are told that, Nigeria Air, the media is making noise about it. Where do you people get all these stories from? Now, down the road, they can't have been broken. Now we see the truth. Okay.
Yeah, but there's no news about Dangote Refinery starting production somewhere in December.
Yes.
You can't just say stuff like that.
For further.
Oh, your audio is this thing has muted. Sorry, you're frozen. I mean, go ahead. His victory. Yeah.
I heard that news that Dangote Refinery will not start producing till July. That's what I heard.
Sorry.
I heard about July. Yes. You know,
so,
KJ, you just brought one there from nowhere.
And secondly,
you throw it in December. There is no evidence online.
Sorry, for secondly,
I believe that story.
Why?
I'm coming.
Do you have any reason to believe it?
Hold on. You see, when I came here, the first time I came to this platform, I made some assertion, and I was beaten back. I was told, KJ, you are off the board. And eventually, 3 weeks down the road, all those things have come to pass.
What was the assertions you made?
We were told on this platform that the second Niger bridge is ready, and they're even using it now. We have just discovered the second Niger bridge not even complete. So you see, the thing you have to see
is the adjoining roads. Hey, Jesus Christ! You see this kind of stuff. This kind of stuff you say sometimes.
It is not complete now. If you can't access it, you can't access it.
My brother,
they commissioned the new wing. They commissioned the new wing of Lagos Airport. They've not been using that place for over 1 year. They commissioned Dangote fertilizer. It has not been in operation as the one that they commissioned was in February of this year or thereabout. It's not working. They commissioned Dangote refinery. It's not working. They go commission railway train and this and that in Lagos. We don't see the capacity working very well.
When I told you people to fix the security, all these problems your country is having is because your country is not secure. That's why you're having all these problems.
No. From what KJ is saying, if Buhari can travel to Ido, Lagos, to commission the railway, it's not working in fully capacity. If they can commission second Niger bridge, it's not working in full capacity. If they can commission Lagos New Wing Airport since last year, it's not working.
What
my
about
brother?
Lagos Ibadan Express Road? You working?
No,
that one I promise is promise.
Some things are working though. But let me add. No, the train line in Delta State, that one is
I say Ido,
Lagos, people have disrupted
Lagos.
KJ. You wanted to speak, you people disrupted KJ.
Okay, KJ.
Just a quick one. What KJ was saying, was saying about the Dangote thing. Did you not see the lawmaker that raised the issue in the House of Rep? And started debunked as fake news. He raised that emotion. Did you see that?
Yes, that's what I'm telling you. No, I have seen it. It was because he raised it that they came out to debunk it.
Who debunked it? The guy himself?
So you didn't check the
NNPC.
debunking, but you check the one that the accusation was made.
No,
You
no,
know, you can check both.
no, no, no. That's what I'm saying. I
You know,
saw what the guy
when you
said
check the
in
accusation, you
March.
can also check the
No,
debunking.
no, no. I'm asking Master.
You can't just
I'm
check
asking
only the
Master.
accusation.
Was it the guy himself that debunked me
Where am I
again?
going forefather with all this? What I'm trying to tell you guys is, you see, there's no smoke without fire. We have dealt with this system for so long, and we know that these things are perpetually, manufactured to keep the Nigerian people on a hype while they are doing what they want to do. And I'm not
False
saying
hope.
it's just a particular person. It's a whole government setup. It's a gamut of people, individuals working under and doing whatever they want to do. They tell you what they want, and that's why you see they tell you any news you don't hear from NTA is not a correct news, because NTA will perpetuate whatever they want to say, and they will carry it and make it. Unfortunately, God has helped us. 30 million Nigerians are no longer on NTA because there's no light to even watch it. So you find out that those
Thank
information.
God we have Megu Media or whatever they call them. See, hold on.
Mayegu.
Yeah, Mayegu is there. See,
30
we
million
have
Nigerians
all of them on there.
is no longer
We have Dr. Damages. We have all of them. All of them doing their own thing. We are all throwing accusation left and right.
So
Whether
what I'm saying,
evidence be damned.
what
Hold
I'm
on,
saying,
hold on. The original question of the program was, what will it take for Nigerians to put Nigeria first? So you are one of those Nigerians. What would it take you? What would Nigeria represent to you for you to say, okay, you know what, Nigeria first? Even if you offer me the US, you offer me everything, Nigeria first.
awesome. First and foremost, okay, you stand on the pedestal and tell the whole world that a Nigerian's life is worth a, is not valued by money. You make
That's
it
good.
clear that no matter what it is, if you kill one Nigeria, we come after you. That's one.
Yep,
So you be liked, you may be
that's a
hated, but
solid
that's
one.
a stand. Two, you take the home front. Look at the minute things that are worrying the Nigerians. Poverty. You cannot have just how many people in the National Assembly that is taking almost how many billion out of the national wealth. So you know what? You revalue work ethics in Nigeria. You reduce the salaries of the political class. You reduce their government expenses. You remove all the garments of, for instance, Tinubu's convoy is almost 100 cars. You cut all that to maybe 10. You remove that
You
of the
wanted to
convoy.
come and kill him. Eh?
Okay,
You know how
what?
many
If
people
he's
want
doing
him,
good, will they kill
you
him?
know how many people want him gone?
If
Eh?
he's doing good, will they kill him? Listen. You ask me what will it take? I'm telling you. So you
Okay.
cut down the cost of governance. You take that
Mm.
money I've cut down from the cost of governance. You move it to the economy of Nigeria. Now you look at how you can bring down the cost of living. First of all, rent. Second, food. Third, education. Now you make sure. And how do you achieve all that? You can achieve that in one go. Get someone or a company. I don't know how, I don't care how you're going to do it, but get a company that can give you light in Nigeria within the next 6 to 8 months. Something running. And Abacha did it. The government of the military did it. There was a time, if you lived in Abuja earlier on, you will see that there was, if you come to where they call beggar roundabout, there were more than 50 generators that was there stationed, okay, and they worked almost 24 hours. So at that time when we were, in Abuja, light don't blink. All the light going to the airport, all the way to the airport. You can put off your light and drive your car
So you
through,
had 50 generators there, 50 large generators, you mean?
more than 50. Okay, they
You see,
kept light.
that's what I call a kind of mobile power plant. But
Thank you, thank you.
see, that's what I
Now,
was saying, that they should use that to light up the entire capital. But sorry, go ahead.
Now, when you've done that, you see, you are going to bring back work like barbering salon, hair salon, all those small welders and this that we use this thing. So you're already creating some form of what, of economy. Now you go to the education section. When we are grown up, we had friends who were going to technical schools. Those technical schools are no longer available. Recreate the technical schools. Bring back people, artisans who go to learn how. Right now, if you want to build a house in Nigeria, you go to Cotonou to go and get tilers and all those people.
Thailand.
Yes, put that back in the system. You train these people and bring them out. Then you declare in the public. It doesn't matter whether you're a cleaner cleaning the gutter or you're a professor in the university. Work has respect. You give respect. You respect whoever is working, because it doesn't mean that because he's working in the lower realm, mean that he is a no good. When you have created that, you see, there'll be you start balancing out.
So when you create this system, before you put Nigeria first.
I'm putting Nigeria first. That if you put these things, Nigeria will come first. You don't necessarily have to do it. The people
No, I'm saying for you as an individual, would you put? Do you put Nigeria? Okay, maybe I should ask you: do you put Nigeria first right now before anything else?
Forefather, why will I put Nigeria first?
Okay, then what would it take? Okay, then what would it take? Okay, then what would it take? Well, that's what I'm asking you now, because it looks like you are describing things that Nigeria needs to do for itself, not necessarily what it will get you to put Nigeria first. What is the minimum that Nigeria needs to do? Because this is a long list you are putting right there. It's almost like an excuse never to put Nigeria first. So what is the minimum Nigeria needs to do for you to say Nigeria comes first?
Listen, what is the real meaning of Nigeria coming first? Is the Nigeria a person? Is it an entity? No, it is.
No.
You
put Nigeria first. Yeah.
See, I'm putting Nigeria as an individual. Now, me and you be Nigeria. Nigeria is not a landmass. It's the people that live there. Mm-hmm. After all, we can move Congos to Nigeria tomorrow and call them Congolese. Okay, so it is we that are the Nigerians. If our lives are good, we will put Nigeria first. It becomes automatic. Mm-hmm. You don't need to. You see, if for instance, those of us who went to early school, who went to federal government schools, we had some form of patriotism at that time. Okay, mm-hmm. we went to people's houses to do baba job. We went to the house to cut. We didn't consider as anything. You and your friends.
KJ, this is not a complex question. They just asked you. You are beginning to. You are moving like you are making it the people and everything. They ask you, what do you want from Nigeria for you to say Nigeria comes first?
Okay, forefather, on a good evening, on a good evening, good night, and good morning.
Thank you for coming in, Mr. Paul. Thank you. I appreciate you coming in.
Thank you, Mr. Paul. Thank you.
I'm trying to tell you what to create the patriotism that you need in the people.
No, I'm asking about you, not what others. Yes. What will Nigeria do for you to say, yes, you know what? I didn't used to like Nigeria. I know Nigeria will never come fifth in my estimation, but now Nigeria first. I don't care.
I have gone beyond that point now. I'm not sure that.
So you are irredeemable, eh? You are irredeemable. Is that what you're saying?
Right now, you see. Okay, let me.
Okay, but Father, so the question I want to ask now, KJ. So, what do you put first now? What has taken Nigeria's? What is first now for you?
Mm-hmm. Equity, justice, and righteousness. Put justice, peace, justice.
No. I'm saying is it? I mean, we are talking about country now. Is it a Biafra land? Is it where do you stay? Is it UK that you stay?
US.
Or where is it that you put first?
Oh, where
is it just KJ that is now first, or is it?
I am nationless now. I'm a free boy.
Oh my God, man without nation now. KJ has declared himself a man without nation, and we are asking you, what is Nigeria going to do for you to recognize Nigeria as your nation? Then, so that you will be a proper Nigerian.
I need to go, man. I need to go quickly. Sorry,
okay.
Mosca, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I just like Mosca is not hearing me. Mosca,
I can hear you, Victory. I can hear you.
Okay, you didn't drop your number in the private chat. I'm waiting for your number because I need to go.
No, if you have a pen, I don't want to drop it there. Let me just quickly tell you.
Okay.
No, you can't say it online.
No. You can't say it online.
You can't say it online.
It's better. Look, listen. It's better for me to say it online than to write it down somewhere.
Oh no, you can't. If you say it online, that's compromising your personal editing. No, it's not good.
Okay. So how do I do it now?
Private chat.
Personal private chat. There's something that they call
So
private
how do
chat
I do
there.
the private chat? How do I do private chat with you?
When you know where you see Live Studio, there's somewhere on the left side or top side, depending on whether you're using it. Are you using a computer?
No, I'm using a tablet. I'm using a phone actually. This flip phone.
Oh my! I think it's going to be
Okay.
somewhere on the side or at the top or something. It should say private chat. Okay, it's looking for it. He's probably logged himself out by accident.
Okay, you were asking me something before, Father.
This
Is
stuff
it?
can be funny sometimes. Go
Is
ahead,
it?
please.
When do you
He's
think?
back
When
now.
do you think? When do you think that we have gone to a point
Technology.
where it will be difficult?
I don't see. Okay. Victory.
Yeah.
I, if I send it to Dr. Rudolph, will you be able to get it from him? He has my number.
Yeah, I have his number here. Or maybe what I would do, maybe I can even
Okay.
no, I don't want to call my number on there. So just send it to Rudolph. He will
No,
just
don't
tell him to
worry.
forward it.
If you have Dr. Rudolph's number, I will send my number to
Call
him. He will
him,
send
man.
it to you.
Okay, no problem.
Okay,
Yeah.
perfect.
Thank you.
That's the good. That's the best way to do it. Yeah. All
Yeah.
right. So
But
who was? I think
just for the record, Victory. Just for the record, I believe this policy is going to make the naira dance, but it ultimately is the only way to go because we will now have more inflows into the official market.
Yeah, but that Moscow, like I always say, see me when I look at the policy, right? I'm looking at it from multiple angles, right? And this, like I said, it's an issue that really affects me deeply. This is an issue
It
that,
affects every Nigerian.
yeah, I know, but this is an issue that has always made me want to pull my hair because I cannot understand why a group of people will run a country that way, whereby somebody will go and get money black market, somebody can go to the CBN and get money. I don't get it. Even because of this issue, I had an issue with one of my friends, right? That claimed that I had connection with CBN there when I was into export and all that. I had serious issue with this guy. And to today, I don't speak to that guy, right? So, and I looked at the policy and I said, fine, Nigeria don't have the required forex. Not that I wouldn't even say Nigeria don't have it. I think Nigeria have close to the required forex, but there are certain element of people, the greed of the elites, they are taking the forex for themselves, right? So they are stopping the oil from themselves. Not that the forex Nigeria have is going to be about almost equal to the demand. No, it will not be equal to the demand because we demand more because we are import driven country. Like we want to buy stuff, right? So the only way to counter that, you need to produce what you are buying from the outside world that you need that dollar for, and that naturally that will die down. That will kill the demand for the dollar. And one of the easiest way of them doing it, which was what they did with China, the currency swap, but that did not see the light of day. So why we should be asking them why did that policy not go through?
because Nigeria is captured by Western
It's not for that.
interests.
Even though you're saying that Nigeria is captured,
Yeah,
Victory. What I can tell you,
that's basically the reason why.
No, what I can tell you, and I think this applies to all of us. The reality also, and when we talk most of the time, we tend to address some people like I don't know how to explain it, but we need to understand that it is a system. If you're benefiting from the system as a human being, chances are that you want that system to continue. It's like, for instance, the people in National Assembly today. If you say you want to stop budget padding, they will not agree to that. Why? Because they are enjoying it. So the reality is that as Nigerians, we need to stop complaining and start thinking, okay, what should I do? How do we collectively box these people into a corner and get what we want? Because it's not going to be something they will give easily. The same thing with the FX. If you are the governor of central bank and you know that, okay, the official rate is 460 and the black market is 750. And as governor of central bank, I can allocate 1 million to you now, Victory, and you go and sell it. That would be like 350 million naira in your pocket, and you forever be grateful for me. Why will I, as the central bank governor, change it?
Okay,
Do you
but you see,
understand what I'm saying?
that's what I
But
was trying.
see, for me, the only morality in this public life is what is for the greater good, and I think most Nigerians don't understand that concept. If it's good for me and my friends, maybe that's good enough. They don't see the bigger picture. When you are in position of authority, this is one of the lessons they have to be taught. If you want to get into any position of authority that controls lives of millions, you have to be taught about the greater good, because you will always be susceptible to wanting to do things for friends and all the rest of it. But if you understand that concept, you're going to draw a line somewhere and say, you know what, I can't do this because this is the consequence of what I'm actually doing is damaging our nation, and sooner or later the consequences will even come back to me too. And so sorry, go ahead, KJ.
Okay, earlier on I was talking about something, and I just want to also lay emphasis on what you're saying. I'm just looking at Seraph. Seraph is an NGO in Nigeria, and I have a breaking news from them, which I'm a member, and they're saying they are taking the government of Tinubu to court based
Yeah,
on the increment. Okay, but I said that here, and someone was saying it's fake news.
seriously, was
Okay,
that the government of Tinubu that did it, or just crazy House of Assembly members that are
no,
trying to
this
do
thing
that?
this thing had been done before. It wasn't his government that did it. That bill had been lying down. Okay, Buhari
Okay.
didn't sign it. Okay, so but they sneaked it in to him and he signed it for whatever it is.
What you mean Tinubu signed it?
Yes, this is Seraph. This is Seraph, and they're taking them to court
Jesus Christ.
based
How
on
did
that.
he fall for that one?
Now,
Every
what
even Masca and T were saying he was doing well. Now he just give himself 114% increase in salary.
now
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 he just
now
disappointed
listen
everybody.
listen to what I'm saying. You see, majority of the policies in Nigeria are done for friends and family. That is the problem. It's not as if it's not done in other nations. But when out of 100, 90 is done to favor your cronies, it becomes a big challenge. It becomes a big challenge. I'm not, hey, forefather, I think if I'm in government now and you want me to probably sign a import license, I won't do that. But when
Mm,
that policy is now written for you alone, for you and
yeah,
your
that's
family
a
alone,
problem.
it becomes a big problem. Okay? Now we are still, Tinubu is not already sitting down. Dangote has already brought Bill Gates to him. Okay, the man is not settled
Mm.
yet. They're already making him make big commitments. He may not be able to leave, or before he even understand what it is. Half of
Yeah,
Nigerian land
before you
is
know it, it
controlled.
was and Dangote is trying to help Bill Gates. I am telling you, our people. Why did you think I said captured? Do you see that with Chinese people? Do you see that with
No,
Indians? No,
no.
they are only with the people that enslaved and colonized our forefathers, and those are the ones that they are palling with day in day out. I don't
Mhm,
see when the Chinese were trying to build their country, they were working with the Russians. It turns out that when they broke away from the Russians, because the Russians wanted to make nice with the West, they said, no, 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 we are not doing that. We have to fix our country. So they pushed the Russians aside. It turns out that because they did that, they arrived at their destination faster. Because the Russians were saying, I'm helping you, but in a way, slowing them down and slow walking everything, progress for them. That is what the West is doing to us. They've been slow walking us forever. If anything, they are slow walking us even backwards sometimes. And we still tag along with them.
I
They
agree.
are killing us slowly.
I agree. I agree. So you see, what I'm saying is, if anybody who wants to do an honest job in Nigeria, I'm telling you, forefather, it will not take Nigeria 1 year to bounce back. All we need to do is look for the best brains and put them in the best places, irrespective of whether they're Hausas, Yoruba, or Igbos, or whatever they are Jukuns. I don't give a hoot of where they come from. What our children want and what Nigeria wants is people who have the understanding and what it takes to deliver the goods. As simple and short. It doesn't matter who is there. It doesn't matter who is there. Okay? Deliver the goods.
It really takes people that understand these things. That's why we need nationalists. I don't know whether you were here when Masca was describing why he will put Nigeria first. He made one of the most compelling cases for it, and there is also that of this thing, electricity, which is very interesting. You know, north south people, they are very, very clued on and said, no, we have to put your nation first. And the truth is, if you don't put your nation first, how are you ever going to do well? The plague of all Africans around the world, all black people around the world, is coming from the epicenter is Nigeria. You can't even make it up. The epicenter of the shame of black people around the world is Nigeria itself. We are the ones sitting on top of the race and ensuring that the race never progresses. And hence why our nation is a priority to be captured.
Let me say something to you, sir. There's a man from the north called Dr. Abubakar. He wrote a book, very interesting book. And why he anchored his book on is that if Nigeria wants to develop, if Nigeria is serious about developing, then Nigeria need to take a serious look at the southeast. Now, do you know my best candidate? If you want me to say, okay, honestly, I'm looking for somebody to run Nigeria, I will go for the president of the African Development Bank, Akiyomi, who is a go-getter. It's not, it's somebody who, if you look at his track record, has done things you can see. Even the West are afraid of him. He has done things you can see. And he's a man of ideas. So you cannot go and bring a bigot and put before him. I think you'll be afraid to say where you're going is not correct. And this is what I think. No. You can't bamboozle him. Okay? Because what you know, he knows also. The books you read, he had read it also. So he's equal to the tax. Now, why is the problem? The problem is that most times I have a friend whose father was minister in the time in Obasanjo's time. And one day the guy will tell me that his father came back and said to him, "Oh boy, he's a Yoruba man. I think I'm done with this ministership." He said, "Why?" He said, do you know that we went to in a conference in America, and I was sitting before me on the other side, me leading he's about at that time he was about 70, 71 or about there, late 60s or early 70s. And then he looked across and he saw children, as I saw what he was telling my friend, who are 25, 26, sitting before him, and he said to himself, "What is this? This my first son should be sitting with these people and arguing." Okay. And so when papers were presented, I'm telling you the true story. When papers were presented before them, they didn't know what was inside. So he quickly got up and told them that, let's postpone this meeting. That was when they ran to DC to go and look for Nigerian students. Okay. To come and explain to them what was in that policy they were trying to make them sign. I'm telling you a true story.
Wow.
Okay. The man
Nigerian officials didn't know what was in the policy.
Yes. Because they changed the road, the technicalities and all that. He couldn't understand it.
Okay? Imagine. Hi.
So they came back and he said to his son, "If I finish this term, I'm not taking this job again. I'm too old for this nonsense."
You see what I mean? This is another thing I was saying, that most of all these nations that went on to develop previously, the diaspora made a big difference in their ability to develop. And our nation is doing their best to keep the diaspora out. If anything, they want to shift, they want to chase some of them away even further.
You see, Father, when you guys talk like this, honestly, it baffles me.
Okay.
It baffles me.
Regarding the diaspora.
Okay.
Why does it baffle you?
Okay,
the idea that you, for instance, we all should acknowledge and agree that the system in Nigeria is not working, and that it's only a few that are benefiting from it. And those few that are benefiting from it are not going to be happy with people or group of people they know are also going to work against them. So the idea that Nigeria is keeping the diasporans out, of course, what do you expect? What are you expecting?
Okay. You know what?
No, wait.
You know what? That's a fair point.
Let me make my point. The point I'm trying to make is that the diasporans should understand that people are trying to keep them out. And that because you are trying to keep me out should not keep me out. They are naturally going to be a battle.
So how are we going to do that?
The diasporans should understand that, okay, it is not in the interest of the people who are enjoying the faulted or the flawed system that we have today. It is in the interest of the Nigerian poor people that the diasporans will understand that this person is trying to keep me out. So I must find a way of of checkmating him. I should find a way of always. And the truth is, like, the beauty is the people in Nigeria today, almost everybody is poor. If you have small money that you are giving people, they will have to listen to you. So I'm saying that the diasporans have their own weapon, they have their power, and they should begin to look for how to leverage on their powers to make sure that they affect things. If they continue to complain and say, oh, these people are keeping us out, what do you expect? That is
No,
how it is.
to be
Nobody
fair,
is going to come.
hold on. To be fair, I get what you are saying. I was saying it in the context of already. Me, I'm one of those who are advocating that the diaspora needs to start acting. They can't wait for these people. As a matter of fact, a lot of people were insulting me that I was saying that we should be trying to do something on the ground. The context I was saying it earlier on was that they are putting pressure instead of them, because the context was that they are not fixing things in Nigeria. I said instead of them to be doing everything to fix it, they are doing everything to push everybody out. Because for me, the logic is that even in the West, they are corrupt too. They are corrupt, but they are corrupt because but they want their people to be doing well so that they can make more money. You don't have a livestock farm and you starve the livestock. You want them to be fat, big, and so that you can make more money out of it. But in the Nigerian context, that tells you that something unnatural is going on. In the Nigerian context, the leaders don't do anything to try to fatten the Nigerian state. They do everything to cripple it as much as possible. Not because they are not going to make profit. Believe you me, there are elites in the West too. They are doing it because they have been compromised. That is the difference between them and many other nations around the world. Because most of our wealth ends up in Western accounts. That is the problem. If that wasn't the case, no matter how corrupt they are, you will see that Nigerians won't even care. Nigeria will be doing just fine because most of the money is spent in the country and all their work. If you steal money, what are you going to do with the money? Are you going to chew the money? So you have to pay somebody to do work with the money. You pay carpenter, you pay builders, you pay drivers, you pay. By the time you finish paying, the economy goes around. The problem is that our economy, all the money is being taken away.
Okay, all right, but let me address that point for fathers also.
Guys. Okay.
Jude, don't worry, you can go. Let Moscow respond first.
Okay, so you see this thing you're saying, I'll go back to the issue of corruption. You see, we have a corrupt system where it is the lowest of the low among us that get to all these positions. I mean, KJ just gave an example. A minister was a minister and he can't respond to something that students are talking about. So these are the price of corruption, for instance. All these people, the thinking that you're assuming, what I always tell people is that even the America you're talking about, I'm telling you, there are a lot of dumbheads in that place. If you allow them to get to a position of authority, you see the rubbish they will do. The only thing they have over us,
even in the House of Congress, they didn't know everything in the House of Congress. When Facebook went to the House of Congress, they didn't even have a clue half of the thing Facebook was telling. Michael Zuckerberg was telling them in the House of Congress. So I think.
But what I'm even saying, forefather, what I'm even saying, forefathers, is that their system is far better than us because their system is a meritocracy. It promotes. If you're good, it promotes you to the top.
It's not true. It's not. See, what is going on there is it's not.
What are you saying now? I schooled in the US. Okay, you cannot fail your exam.
Let me describe what I'm trying to.
What are you trying to say that the US is not meritocracy?
JJ, let me talk now, please. Let me talk. I think this point is very, very interesting because it's a meritocracy because of the lack of bleeding of wealth out of their country. What is happening with us is that the system we see now is meant to exist because of the way the nation is bleeding out. See, it's not because they are not corrupt. If you look at the stratification in that country in terms of the gap between the rich and the poorest ones, it's almost similar to that of Nigeria. I think they said the top 8 people in the world own as much wealth as the bottom 3.6 billion. How do you think that happens? You think that happened because they were just being nice? They are also very stratified. The difference is that their wealth is not being hemorrhaged.
No, who are the richest? For instance, who are the richest people in the US? Go and do the analysis. Merit. They merit to be rich people. That's the difference.
No. See, come on.
No,
Let's not do that.
let's list it now. Who
Let's
is the
not do
richest
that.
person in the US today? No, let's do
See,
it.
the richest people in the US belong to certain families. We all know the
No,
names of the
it's not
families.
Mark Zuckerberg. Which family does Mark Zuckerberg belongs to?
Zuckerberg is just an
Which
individual,
family
and
which
What
family
Warren
does
Buffett? Which family
they are
does
they are
Warren
they are
belong
Buffett
to?
belong
they
to?
are not the rush. They are not the richest people. When they talk about the richest,
No,
they are
no.
talking about some
I'm
very
not
very
talking.
super rich. They are talking
No,
about
okay.
like the Rothschild, Rockefeller family, and all this, but that's what they are referring to. See,
Even the Rockefeller, even these families, they did something you can point to. You can point to steel and say these people are related, this family is related to steel production. You take this family, you say they are related to banking. They merit it. They
Exactly.
merit
no,
it. It's a
That's how what they are
meritocracy.
producing.
hold on. Now, when you say it's a meritocracy, see, the way you merit something is that when you make something and you pay back to the state, if you look at it, most of them don't pay back to the state. What you are talking about, they cheat the system, and the state gives them a lot of benefits when there is any issue. The benefits that the big companies and the elites get in the West is it way surpasses that of the lower classes. So when we say meritocracy, it doesn't exist. You just need to study the system. You
No,
see
it
that the
does
system,
exist. It does
see,
exist. It
it
does
only
exist.
exists. It only exists
Can
in
I say
patches.
something, guys?
The only reason why you are seeing what is going on in their country is because the wealth is going around, because the wealth is so high. Look at the Nigeria. Nigeria's national budget is about 30-40 billion, and the UK's national budget is 1.5 trillion. If it is 1.5 trillion, how can you compare the two? This is how that, because if you don't really understand what is going on, you will not know. That's what I mean by why are our leaders willing to skin the Nigerian state so that it's as small. So the money they make anyway is very very
I'm
tiny
trying to
compared to
answer you now.
what
I'm
their country.
saying that, look, what you are seeing is the result of a corrupt system. And a corrupt system will breed people who their level of thinking is, they are the lowest people in the society. And then the system, because it's corrupt, what it will do, it will push them up, and they will be taking decision on behalf of more intelligent people. And these are the lowest of our low. In Nigeria, Anagbero,
Okay. Let me ask you that. Why does the system push them up? How does that happen?
okay, because when you have a corrupt system, what normally happen is that you no longer, the laid down process will not be followed. The person who has enough capacity to disrupt the system, to do the wrong things that are not in the good interest of the system, is the person that will go to the top. Somebody who is willing to kill the whole system. You give an example, like you have a chicken that lays the egg. In Nigeria, the guy who is senseless enough to kill the chicken, not
That
minding
lays
the
the
egg,
golden egg.
is the guy that will take the day.
Why
That
do
is
we
why a
always
lot of
think
the,
that
let me
Nigerian
give,
people are not
okay, let me
smart?
give you, see, let me give you an example, analogy with what is happening today in the political scene. Okay, a lot of
Mhm.
people will not contest. Why? Because they believe if I go and contest, Kukuma, the election will be rigged. So why do I have to waste my time? So let me ask you, between the person who is going, and when you say you are going to rig election, this rigging is not a simple matter. It will involve guns. It will involve sometimes killing people. Are you with
Where
me?
is Jude? Where are Jude gone to? Okay, yeah, please go ahead. He has
Mm.
not even been
So,
here that long, and
so what I'm saying is that the system, once it is corrupt, and meaning that even if you kill somebody, it is already corrupt, so you cannot be held accountable.
okay.
You
I
you
see.
you now find, so you
But
now
there are
find.
corrective measures, though. We do have corrective measures to
But
correct it.
when
Like,
the system is corrupt, who will do the correction? Because it's like a car that the brake system is faulty. So who will match the brake?
okay. Now, let me run the cycle round. Now, let's say that man is corrupt. He's stolen 1 billion this in dollars equivalent in naira,
Mm,
and
yes.
then he keeps it in Zenith Bank, and he wants to build a house. He goes ahead and builds a house. He wants
Mm,
to buy a car. He goes ahead and buys the car. Does everything within
mm,
Nigeria. What
Why
do you
will
think
he do
Nigeria
that?
loses?
No, he cannot do that. Number one, he's
Why?
not intelligent enough. Yeah. Number one, he's not intelligent enough to understand even the dynamics of money. That if you keep money, even if it's $10 billion, if you go and find a place and bury it, that money will be losing value. A smart person is the one that will understand that, okay, let me invest this money so that it will be growing. That's
Yes.
number one. Number two, this idea that you think the man will keep the money here and he will be feeling safe is not going to happen. Even if it's you, if you steal the money, you are not going to. Who will steal you steal a car in front? You go to a house, you steal the car, you come outside in front of the house and park it there. Who does that?
No,
When you
I
steal
hear what you are
something, you go
saying.
and hide it.
Yeah,
When you
but they are
steal, you
already
go and
spending
hide
the
it.
money and they go and spend it overseas. That's the problem. They go and spend it overseas, or sometimes they
It's
don't
not
even get to see
spending
the money
as
again.
far as their mind. You see, you need to understand the psychology of a thief. In their mind, it's not really enjoying it, it's not spending. In their mind, they are
What
running
are
to
they doing
hide the
with it?
money. They are
Okay,
hiding it.
okay, they go and hide it overseas,
That's
and
in their
and
mind, it is hiding.
you think so? And
I
okay,
know
but
so.
okay, good, good. You see, but you see, okay, I'm glad you think you, because I think you do have some experience in this type of industry. So they are in their mind, they are hiding it.
Poor father, what do you mean by this industry,
No, no,
stealing
no, no, no.
industry?
I am not. No, 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 no. That's what I mean. No, if that's how it came across, that's not what I meant.
Is he
Because you
helping
did
them
say
to
something.
hide it?
You said something about working in financial stuff. I think that's what you said. So what I meant
Yes,
by
I
that is that
understand that. Mm.
you understand the concept. So how many percentage do you think are the higher levels of Nigerian politics that will understand that putting his money overseas, yes, it's a means of hiding it, but it's also a means of Nigeria losing economic activity because they understand the economic implication of taking capital overseas.
Okay, I
How,
think it's a
how
first
many
principle
percent?
argument we're having with you. No, we cannot have
Okay,
that percentage because it's a
okay.
first principle argument. My argument is that anybody who will go into a position of power to steal money, his level of thinking is warped. He will not even understand this thing you're saying. Because if you understand that if you steal money from coffers of the government, it is not in the interest of your own community and by extension your children and every other person. The idea that you can steal enough is not a smart level of thinking. So to even start calculating the percentage of somebody who will steal money and say, okay, let me invest it here, I think it's an aberration. If you're going to be a thief, you will steal it, and the first thing you would want to do is just go and hide it. You are no longer interested in the people. You cannot steal the money and say you are still interested in the people. Yeah, there are some
You
small arm
see,
robbers that they will rob
Sorry,
you and say, okay,
sorry.
let me give you transport money to go home. But I
Yes.
don't think that is the
I
major
think
concern of an
I
arm
think
robber.
there's a I think there's a middle ground. I've spoken to some
Sorry.
Europeans
Sorry,
here.
sir.
Don't worry.
Sorry. I think
15
I
seconds,
don't
15 seconds, 15 seconds. I spoke to some Europeans here, and the guy said that um, better that I'm screwed over by my own than by other people. So, in other words, they understand that even when they are messing about, as long as it's not by other people that is doing it to them. Sorry, KJ, you can go ahead.
yeah, I wanted to say to Masca that I don't seem to I want to push back a little bit. You see, the Nigerian content for which we are all from doesn't seem to agree with what you're saying. Because right after Shagari's government, we were still quite young then, but when we started becoming aware, politically aware, all the thieves have been having traditional titles and they're not afraid to walk around. They are the ones who become governors. They are the ones who become permanent secretaries. They are the ones who build the best houses in the town, and they live comfortably with it, with the police and what do you call them, mobile police guys guiding them. It doesn't work that way in Nigeria. They have defeated that. In fact, they I can tell you how the corruption, transgressed. It
Yeah,
became
I agree with you.
now it came to a
Yeah,
point
I
where
agree with you, KJ.
so what I'm saying is
I
that
agree
we
with you,
now
but what I'm telling forefathers is that the thing we are talking about is that the thief who is stealing money, okay, is stealing it and is not interested in the welfare of the people.
Of
Okay,
course,
I
of
agree
course.
with you that today you steal and you are no longer afraid because the system has, the level of corruption has increased. If people tell you, in fact, I know people, not even in government, people who come and do 419 for you. Once they collect the money, they know that in their head, they are just going to, if they defraud you of 10 million, in their mind, it's only 6 million that belong to them. The other 4 million, they know they are going to use it to make sure that nothing happens to them. This is the Nigeria we live in. So I agree with you that it's not now at this point, people don't need to go to the US to put their money to enjoy it. But I'm just saying my argument is that the person who is stealing money is no longer interested in where he keeps the money. He steals the money. If he can keep it at home, he can keep it. But he is not going to
Like the
start thinking,
CBN
oh,
governor,
since I
get
steal
it for
this
the house.
money, I want to keep it here so that you can enjoy it. I steal your car, but I will make it taxi. And if you are the one that enter, you enter free. Mm-mm. If he steals it, he steals it. He's not interested in you.
So the problem now is that it's not only the fact that they move the money overseas, which is damaging to us. Secondly, the ones that they even have inside the country, they hide it. Sometimes they dig it and put it inside the ground. In other words, the money doesn't get around the economy. We might as well in
Mm.
Nigeria be digging a hole and covering it, and it's like suffer ahead. We are working for nothing because this is why our nation is starving of
So
resources.
people do it now. They do. People do pit latrine where they sock away. They do take soak away.
They
No,
hide it inside
seriously.
stock away, didn't they? They put it inside stock
And
away. I heard about
just
it.
to
Yeah.
agree, just to fully agree with Katie also, the reality also is that today people have realized if you take your money to the West, there is more audit trail. So it is no longer a safe haven for them because
Um,
history has shown that people can follow. People can follow. Trust me. This is part of the things I know very well. If you give me time, any money, I can follow it. You can't. You can't.
you can follow it, though, but it's going to always lead to a dead end because we know that from NNPC recently they lost 1.4 billion because the NNPC manager refused to charge his friends that they sold crude oil to. They refused to collect the money back. From some of the proceeds that came from that is the property that they said Abiola, Tinubu's son went and bought some of the property involved in that case. So you see these people, they move the money around and around everywhere, and they have tax
You know
havens
what
too on
I
top of
can
it.
tell you,
That is secret.
that crude oil was paid. If you follow from there, you see where the money has gone to. So look,
But
let's leave that matter. See,
hold on, so
leave that matter for further.
that are you saying that for 1.4 billion that they were looking for has been paid for?
Who will you? Okay, let's put it. So you are saying that somebody gave somebody crude oil and forgot to charge the person for that crude oil.
No, they chose not to charge. We're talking about years after the incidents. The money hasn't been brought forward to the Nigerian coffers. The government was looking for that money, hence the investigation. And some people
And I'm saying
disappeared.
that that money went somewhere. If you trace the oil, you will see who paid for the oil, who was paid for the oil. Instead of coming to the Nigerian government, you will see where the money has been sitting, whether
Oh
they buy a
yes,
house
yes.
with it, it will be there. And I'm saying
Oh no,
that
no,
this is more prominent. It's more
oh no,
prominent if you take things to the West than in
hold
Nigeria.
on now. I need to explain some of the things I know that they can do. They use shell companies. Even if the shell company is tied to somebody, it's going to be some ordinary person that will lead you to zero this thing. And they can put it in tax havens that even if you find the company, by the time you find the company, they can move the money from there. So you can't get that money, get hold of that money and just take it back. The way if it was that easy, even in West, in the West, they also put money in tax havens. So if it was that easy, people would be getting money back from tax havens all over the place. But you can't get to it because they have ways, shell companies after shell companies that they use to obfuscate the money. And the people that manage this money, that's even worse. The ones that manage the company, if you want to go after, you have to go after that company. Good luck going after venture capitalist company. All those like big companies that know how to control all this money. If you go after them, you're going to lose. Nigerian government is going to lose. That's the problem. So this money that they take overseas, the people that where the money is going to, they know where it's going to. It's not because they don't know. They know where it's going to. The problem is that these people that put that money there, they are not bringing it back to Nigeria. Me, my own policy on that front is that I will give an amnesty. That all this money that they've sent overseas, they need to bring it back to the country so that they can use it to invest in the country. You are free. I will give amnesty for 1 year or so, bring the money back into the country, invest in the economy, because that is what the economy needs. But that's where the damage is. That's why I keep saying people are not paying attention. They think just corruption alone is the problem. It's the fact that the money is leaving the country and going somewhere else. That is where the damage is being done. If you don't take care of that point where the damage is being done, the rest is just details. If you keep the money in Nigeria, you know what is going to start happening? Over time, the system will become self-healing. Because now there's more money in the system. Guess what happens when goods are available, when cash is more available in people's pocket? They are not going to be doing corrupt things for that cash. They are not going to be so desperate for the cash. The system will start healing itself slowly, and before you know it, we are like one of the Western countries again. That is how you heal a system. You have to be smart about it. Go to the real source of where the problem is. If you put 2 people or 3 people in a room and you starve them, what do you think is going to happen? Good people are going to start doing bad things. That is what Nigeria. See, that's why for me, sometimes I find it a little bit hard to blame Nigerians. If you look at what Nigerians are going through historically, the macro and geopolitical implications of what Nigeria represents today, it's not their fault. And then you look at the way the corruption is occurring and why Nigerians are mean. You see some of the things that are going on. If I look at it, I can explain it. So how can I possibly blame them? The only time I tend to blame people is when you tell them what needs to be done, then they keep pushing back and pushing back and pushing back. Like when he says, okay, let's find a way to stop these people from moving our money overseas, they push back. That's the one that pains. Or you say, these people, all these Oyibo people, you are saying that you're your friend. They are not your friends, so they are your rivals or maybe downright enemies. And Nigerians keep pushing back on that. That is the one that frustrates, because you are never going to get to the solution if they keep pushing back at that kind of argument. That is the one that frustrates me. I don't
Anyway,
blame them.
gentlemen, it has been a wonderful evening with you guys. It's almost 5 a.m. here. I have a serious meeting tomorrow, so I thank you for your time, and thank you guys for the platform. I want to close by saying that I still firmly believe in Nigeria, and I'm very positive that, inshallah, things would get better. And good night to everybody.
Yeah, let me say something. I think your submission on Nigeria is one of the strongest ones I've seen. And would you consider yourself a nationalist before you leave? Oh, see, he has to think about it. You see that kind of attitude.
You know why I'm thinking? Because in fairness to everybody, we're all human beings. There was a point when they were at the height of the agitation from the southern part of the country. People like me started saying, well, what the hell? Because it's like people are bashing you. You have not committed any fault. People keep bashing you. They lump you up and bash you. And at some point, I said, well, what the hell? I mean, Nigeria, as of today, is not doing anything for me, really. I have to have solar in my house. You have to get water. You have to do everything for yourself. You have to do security. You have to do everything. Nigeria as an entity, as a state, technically speaking, it has collapsed. And you guys are enjoying, because what you don't know now, this Google storage. At some point, I couldn't buy Google storage simply because I'm in Nigeria. Because there's some FX policy.
Wow.
Okay? I'm just telling you guys. So when you say nationalist, one has to think through. Not just only Google storage. Okay? There are books on Audible, on Kindle. You want to buy, they say these things are not sold in your region. They are not allowed to be sold in your region. It's a terrible place. It's a difficult place. I'm not talking about, I mean, you drive, police would sometimes they will annoy you, they will insult you. This is just a difficult environment. The state has collapsed. It is the case of a tree that has died and is still standing. So people see it there, but it's a dead tree. I have 6 kids. Okay, I have big aspirations for them. But at the end of the day, you look at the country, you wonder what will happen to them.
Mm. Yeah.
Okay, so
Mm.
it's a difficult environment. We are tearing at each other, but in the end, when you sit down and think clearly, the truth is that in the grand scheme of things, if you go to the US, people are going to look at you as a person from somewhere. And like I said, it is better and it is important that you go back and remember that somewhere you come from, because ultimately that's where you truly belong.
Mm.
So yes, I'm a nationalist, but it's not like I'm not I'm not singing and dancing nationalism.
Okay, but I want
Okay,
to I want to
but
I want to ask something before you go,
Mm.
sir. Um,
but
you
I
see,
but ultimately I know that this is the thing that will be well for me to be a nationalist.
Yeah. If you
Yeah.
want to do well in the context of the world today, Nigeria needs to be a nationalist. We needs nationalists to survive and do
Nigerians
take
needs
over
to
the
build
country.
Nigeria for them to do well globally. You guys that are there, you
Mm.
will be better people if Nigeria, the country you come from, is a better place. People will
It's
not match
nationalists
some
that do
of the
some,
shit you will take. You will not take it.
it's nationalists that do that work. That's why people like you are important in the continent, and I hope you are coming here to keep having the conversation. If you have others,
No, I'm
people from
always
the
I'm
north that
always
wants to,
here. It's difficult because of timing. I'm always here, and sometimes it's more difficult because of the things you hear. Sometimes you scratch your head like, why would somebody say something like this? But
see,
yes, I will be here. And just
yeah,
for the record,
we welcome you.
what I believe we should do, we can talk here, but there has to be a forum, a quiet forum. We can gather here and talk openly,
Mm,
but for us to
yeah.
move forward, for anything to happen realistically, it has to be a quiet place, somewhere
No,
hidden.
no,
It's not like
no,
you're
no,
going to go plan something bad, but there's no point
no, no,
planning
no.
something because you're fighting somebody, an evil, let's say you are fighting evil spirit. Okay,
Mm,
you
okay.
cannot afford the devil to know all the things that you want to do. This is the reality.
Mm.
So sorry,
Okay,
KJ, sorry,
I
you were
agree
saying
with you.
something. Mm.
Yeah, KJ wanted to say something.
well, no, I will leave you till next time when we meet. When we
No,
meet
no, no,
next time.
please go ahead, KJ.
Okay, you see, because you said something I like. You said you know the talking about where we are and how we can go forward. The truth still remains. How now do you bring a leadership accountable? Leaders that don't even feel accountable to you in the first place. Who has the power of states and every apparatus of government in their control? How do you bring them to accountable? Because that's what some of us try to do, and we have brandished all kinds of names. So how do you bring that leadership accountable? That's where you are right now.
Okay, my submission to that is that it's not going to happen overnight. What is likely going to happen is probably what is happening. I'm not a Tinubu apologist, but what I believe, I study the world. You take places where there have been bad regimes and see what has happened. You take, for instance, let's say South Africa, for instance. What happened? Okay, people will continue to keep fighting until one day somebody from the inside of the devil's camp would decide, okay, he thinks he's going to a middle ground. But that singular step that he will take out of his own camp will be the demise of the whole camp. What happened in, say, probably like Russia? Okay, you think you are just going to bring some small moderations, and then these small moderations will be the beginning of the end of the devilish regime. What I'm saying is that we will not bring, it's not possible for Nigeria overnight to have accountability. It is not going to happen. What will most likely happen are probably moderate leaders who believe they want to steal money, but they want to do it with decorum. They want to also make sure, like forefather is saying, that okay, they will steal the money and still keep it here so that there will be benefit. Okay, it will be a gradual change. It will be a combination of a lot of things. One of the things that will happen is what forefather has suggested. We as citizens should take responsibility on election day. Only election day. Don't do anything on your life, but on election day. Okay, even if you are not going to vote, just decide. I don't know if you've been here in Nigeria when there was this road safety people, they call them road marshal. You voluntarily decide to come and do traffic warding on a day.
But
It
also,
happens here in Nigeria. So
but
I'm
think
just
about
saying
it
that
now. Think about it. If they are able to recall like any National Assembly members, let's say they recall one, two, three National Assembly members because they were misbehaving, you will see that they will sit up. Their behavior will change. And I think that don't you think that would help?
no,
Because that is
that is not that will not that I doubt that route, that recalling electricity route. I doubt if it would be the route. Okay,
Same
because
thing
the
with
thing is, what you're
why.
suggesting, you allow the man to be in power, you wait for him to be in power, and that is when you want to remove it. It doesn't make sense to me.
No,
What
no.
you
The
have
idea
said
is
is
that
what makes sense to me.
sorry. The idea is that when you get somebody elected and they don't do what you want them to, they go and betray you. You pull them back. The next time you send somebody there, the
Okay.
next person will know that okay, you know what? If I don't do what these people want me to do, they are going to bring me back. You see what I mean?
Okay, so
That's
let's
holding
let's
them
be careful
accountable.
what we say. Forefather, let's be careful what we say. Listen to yourself. Where you
Mm-hmm.
start is where the problem with your argument is. You said
Mm.
if we elect somebody,
Mm-hmm.
are we the ones electing these people now?
Yeah. No, no. Okay. Okay.
No,
If you want to say we are not
no,
the ones selecting them, let's say
we
we are
are
not the ones
not,
selecting
because I see. Let me tell you also. Let's take this National Assembly people. I can tell you where the problem started with Nigeria for National Assembly. I can tell
them.
you
Mm-hmm.
what happened in 1999 was that almost everybody was more concerned with his state. It's either you are going to look for a local government chairman or governor or commissioner or something. Everybody was looking for something within his state. Those that are now that were going for, people were being in political terms, they were settled with national assemblies. If you don't get anything, they say, okay, sorry, but don't worry, just go and take a House of Rep. It was seen as if it was nothing. Today, there are National Assembly members that have been in that assembly since 1999. They are as powerful as hell. So they don't need me. Like I know a couple. They don't need me. They don't need me to be in that seat. They have enough money. I mean, they can go and do what they have to do, and just make sure they keep coming back to that National Assembly. What I'm
So
saying
can they
is
buy
that
all their local people? Can they buy all their local
yes,
people from voting against them?
with the level of poverty in Nigeria, why not?
Okay, now this is where what electricity is talking about comes in. These are people in diaspora that can fund people that are on the ground to do the right thing by their people. So if they are able to pull that one off and say, you know what, this MP, House of Assembly member, he's not doing anything for us. As a matter of fact, he's going to vote for himself to have 114% increase in salary. Let's recall him, or let's trouble him. Right? Let's go and protest against him. Do something to disrupt him. Then especially if you are able to recall and take them out of office, I'm telling you, it's going to send shivers down all of their spines, because all those
You don't
politicians, they are
know
so
who you are. You
selfish.
don't know, it's because you don't know these people. That's why you are using the word
No,
shivers.
your own thing, I think your own way of looking at it is that they are too powerful to be removed from office. But
No,
what
you
if
see,
they
Number
are
one,
able to be removed?
forefathers. The
what he's
person has
saying,
been
what he's
there.
saying is what I've been saying. These people, they have the strategy to keep them in place, and that
Yes.
strategy in a community doesn't have to be everybody. They will look for some key individuals, just
Mm.
like some of them will pick people like well, for maybe, let me not call a name so that nobody gives me a name. Just pick one guy who has some gang around himself, and they will give them whatever they demand, I'll give you an example. There is a man who helped one former governor of Imo State, Abia State, to execute election. His name is Okosisi. He's dead now. He was the one who single-handedly took Aba and gave to that governor. Okay, because the governor had already lost election everywhere until he got to that Aba Osisioma Ingwa local government area side. And this guy delivered on result that can never be quantified from anywhere. Him alone with his boys. So this is what they do. They may not go
Yeah.
for the whole state. They will go for a
Mm.
particular region where they know that the number coming from there cannot be verified, and they use the figureheads there to gather those votes.
Okay,
And the
now
same
you,
thing
you
is
see, now you just said the right thing there. They go to areas where they can be able to get away with it, but it's not everywhere. The areas you can make people accountable, because how can the citizens not be able to hold their politicians accountable and we're expecting to change? Nothing will ever change at that rate. You have to be able to
See,
hold them
I don't know how
accountable.
long so far that you've left Nigeria, but I think there's a disconnect between the reality on ground and the way you perceive people. Things are not like that. Number one, the elites, people like me, that can make things happen. Either
Mm-hmm.
you're looking for how to join them,
Mm-hmm.
okay, or you are so fed up because you talk to the people, they are not seeing what you're saying, so you just wash your hand and look for what you can do for yourself.
simple.
That is the reality. But I'm saying, and I'm not saying that all hope is lost. I'm responding to KJ's question. How do we get accountable leaders? I'm saying that there was a suggestion you made, you forefathers, at some point. And it's one of the things that kept me glued to the platform because I felt, okay, in the midst of all the bashing, there are sensible things that are coming out. Where you said on an election day, in your opinion, citizens should take responsibility and don't leave just the police or the army, because this polling station is in our own area. If I take my own polling station, for instance, on that day, even before the election, I go to my estate, I talk to 5 people. Let's do this responsible thing. On that day, let's make sure this is what happens.
Yeah, but from what you've
Across
said,
the country, across the
hold on, hold
country,
on,
I
hold
assure
on,
you.
Masker. Hold on, Masker. From what you've said, you just said that even when somebody has been elected, they can still be flaunt the law anyhow. And you also went on to say that the selection, we don't even have any say in this election. So what is the use of standing in an election day? It's completely useless. If you stand in an
No,
election
no,
day,
no, no.
they
It's
still
not,
get
no,
in
okay.
anyway.
So maybe I didn't explain that point or that part of my reasoning. Okay.
Okay.
My logic is that there are still good people in every election cycle. There are some stubborn people who are committed in Nigeria. They they know that it's difficult, but they will present themselves anyhow across board from local government to the presidency. If you check all the presidential candidates, you find 5 good candidates.
Mm-hmm.
This I can put it to you. The only issue we have in Nigeria is that these 5 good candidates, number one, without any significant action, they will not get there, either because they will be rigged out of election or simply because people will use money and just intimidate every other person. So people voted for them, but simply because of money. But I'm saying that as citizens, we know these people. And let's take you for instance. You come from a state. I'm sure you at your level, you know a lot of people in your state. When the election cycle is beginning to come, you can begin to canvass that let's rally around XYZ person. The party he belongs to doesn't really matter. And on that election day, you galvanize citizens to make sure they go there and stand for people. The truth also is that people will not want to hear this. But Buhari came into the political scene simply because of thinking like this. Buhari was not a politician. Some people look around and say, okay, all the other politicians are rotten eggs. Let's look for a good person. They saw somebody like Buhari as a good candidate. They went first to convince him that please run, we will support you. And obviously, like I'm saying, because he's an outsider candidate, when he contested the first time, I mean, he was rigged out. Whether he was rigged out or whether money was used, the bottom line is that he didn't get into that position. He only managed to get into the position simply because Tinubu decided, okay, I'm going to support you also for whatever reason. Let's not go into whatever reason, but that was at the end of the day what happened. So I'm
Yeah.
saying that even Peter Obi, I'm sure it's not Peter Obi himself that decided on his own he's going to run. I believe some people, credible Nigerians, decided to sit him down and say, look, why don't you do this? Why don't you do that? We will support you. It's the same process. I'm just saying that the support process should be to the very end
So, but
of
okay, but
collecting the result.
let me ask. I get what you are saying there now. You've clarified it, but let me ask a hypothetical question. What if 1, 2, 3, 4 MP, this is a House of Assembly member were able to be recalled and replaced? What would that mean to the other? Would it affect their behavior?
It will not.
So they'll just carry on. They will
So
not fear that they are going to be recalled. Okay. Okay. I guess it will be interesting to watch that happen
they will
because.
see what will happen is that because this is psychology now. Okay, I'm sure you're in Nigeria. You know this thing. They say another man's head na pot.
Yeah.
In their minds, what they will explain it for some reason that maybe he didn't do this, he didn't do that. That's why he was recalled. Me, I cannot be recalled. And in Nigeria, you know, they say over my dead body, it's not my portion in Jesus Christ. This is the psychology of Nigerians. So we are not people that read logic.
What is the northern equivalent of not
They
over
will
my
first
this?
explain it, and they believe it's not going to be their portion. Because, take for instance, now let's technically speaking, the senator in Abuja has been recalled. Yes or no?
No, I don't know about that. I
He
don't know
has been
about that.
recalled because if you contest for an election and you lose, what is that? You have been recalled effectively. It's one and the same.
Is that okay? Fair point, but the recall is specific
There are
for.
many what I'm saying, there are
Recall
many
can happen at
senators
any
and House
time.
of Rep people. Okay, let's even extend this argument. There are a lot of Labour Party candidates that are in the House of Reps.
Yes.
Which means that there are a lot of House of Rep people that were there and they are not coming back.
Yes.
Are you suggesting now that the attitude of House of Rep members will change?
You know what? That's an interesting point you made there. That's an interesting point you made there. I think it might actually affect them. Actually, one.
I can go and write it down. Go and write it down. What will happen? These Labour Party people. These Labour Party people, you will see how many will be corrupted. Go and write it down.
Hold on. I think what one area you want to observe first is that one, it will affect them because now the ones that are corrupt will be out of the way. The corruption level will go down. That's one. Secondly, they will feel that okay, maybe next time if I go for an election, it might affect me if I carry on like this. Because look at all these. Oh, that guy gone. I thought he was a beloved this in House of Assembly member. They will know that this is not permanent if they misbehave. That then the third one is when the process of recall is going on, they will have less chance to be corrupt because they will be trying to fight for their seat. If you give them free
Let's
reign,
leave this recall. Let's leave this recall matter. You know why? You know why this recall matter is something that should be dropped. Okay?
No, it can't be dropped. I don't think
you allow listen, no, see, let me explain to you my position on this, my perspective on this. The biggest mistake you make is to allow a House of Rep person to go into the House of Rep. Because once he's there, you are just fortifying him. The amount of money you people will put together as diaspora people will be nothing compared to the money they get.
Yeah,
they will use that money. They will use that money to make sure that they scuttle everything because there will be a lot more what do you call this thing now, administrative process to even initiate the recall that they can use money to scuttle.
See, I hear what you are saying, and I think electricity is very much aware of these challenges. But you said it yourself. You can't say just because the problem is going to be difficult, you don't fight. You fight, and maybe if they fight for 10, 20, one of them will fall. They fight for 20, 30, 40, one of them will fall. So, and you don't need all of them to fall for them to realize, because while they are doing that, they are watching their back every time now. That there are organizations out there and people out there that are going to come after them. And I believe that that is something you want to be keeping them. You don't want to give them free reign. If you just say, okay, the moment that you are in is over, that is trouble. You are asking for trouble. That in the next 4 years before they see you again, they will just do whatever they like throughout that period.
But
And
that's
that's why,
what's happening now. This is what has been happening.
okay, watch the space. There are Labour MPs, that Labour House of Assemblies that will be there now. When they misbehave, you will see the move that is going to happen against them. They are going to get recalled. Sooner or later, they will get recalled.
Well, okay,
And
so
if they get recalled,
no, wait for father. So what do you mean by misbehave?
if they misbehave, if they go and start passing laws and doing things like taking bribes, doing stuff that against Nigerians,
How will
like
you,
putting,
forefather, know they have taken bribe?
no, okay. Let me put it this way: they go and vote for this law that wants to increase the salary. Let's say they go and support it, or somebody brings a bill to stop it, and they go and vote against that bill. Yeah, they'll go after them. You find out that people will go after them. And when they go after them, they recall them. Then because you have to set the example for the citizens. I think, see, aren't you a nationalist? If you're a nationalist, you want to empower the people to be able to take charge of the system.
But
Because
being a nationalist, you still have to be realistic.
I'm being a realist, forefather. I'm saying that, look, I support electricity in that format, but I support more your idea that on election day, before the man going, let's make sure the right people going. The idea that you allow everybody enter and then you start hooking people out, I don't understand.
Yeah, but your argument also has the same problem that you are criticizing on the recall side, where you say they have money. When they have money, the same thing will happen during the election. What is the difference between recall and election?
Okay, the difference between on election day, people can have a choice. Even if I collect your money, okay, even if I collect your money, I'm gonna go vote who I like. You are never going to know whether I vote for you or I don't vote for you. At least the country has given us that
secret
I don't know.
Most of these so-called secret ballot is not secret ballot. So them
No,
you'll be seeing who you are voting for.
This is where the citizens come in. If citizens are there at the ballot booth, just because your contestant is giving people money, you want to go and see who are you. This is not allowed. Please,
they were showing it on TV. they were showing it on TV. They will give you this thing, then you go and vote. They are seeing what you are voting. You can't change
you know why? That is so. This is why your suggestion is very, very important.
I get what you are saying.
It doesn't matter what you want to do, but if there are 5, 10 people, credible people, respectable people that are just standing there, things will run properly on that day, and it is the best candidate that will likely win. I'm just saying that is not the only thing people should do. Now, if the diasporas are going to put money together, they should not wait until election day. They should start today. Put money together, begin to look for candidates that they can begin to push. Okay? Or even the people that are there that you think are moderate, call them and say, oh God, we see this thing you're doing. It's not nice, it's not okay. You even gather the whole of the people, you do some lecture for them. And so you begin to clean the system. And like I keep repeating, it can never happen overnight.
Yeah, it don't take a while. I'm trying to
find. But the thing is that once you start, things can happen. And I'm telling you, this is exactly what brought Buhari to power. Some people sat down and decided, okay, look, this is the good candidate. And I can tell you, Nigeria is not as bad as we think. I know every election cycle, I know a lot of people that go shopping for candidates. I know people who flew from Nigeria to the UK and France and sat down with this former central bank governor, what's his name now? Sanusi, and tried to convince him whether he should contest.
See, let me tell you something. Hold on, let me say
both from the
something
north and from the south.
before you start saying Nigeria is not that bad as we think. You know, I used to say that some time ago, but when I found out that Nigeria's life expectancy was 53, I was like, okay, I give up. I give up. Something is wrong. Something is seriously wrong. Whenever we say Nigeria is not as bad as we think, no,
No, see,
it's
look,
as bad as we think. Life
understand
expectancy
what
of
I'm saying. No,
53,
understand what I'm saying,
53.
forefather. The country is, but I've told you that this country is a dead tree. It's just that it's still standing. This tree is dead. The state has collapsed. People are suffering here. People are dying. It's not the suffer side I'm talking about. I'm
Okay.
saying that in terms of the fabric of the society, the people, whether they've given up on their country, whether everybody has given up on the entity, the answer is no. I know of people who
They have
day in,
not.
day out, they
That's
are
true.
looking for how, senior people who are,
Yeah.
they are looking for how to salvage the country.
Yeah.
So that is what I'm
You know what I call this? I
trying
call
to
them
say.
the angels on the ground that are trying, because I've seen it. I've seen it when I go to Nigeria. I've seen that people are doing good work on the ground. That is why we have anything functioning at all. If everybody was just busy stealing, you're not going to see anything in Nigeria, or everything will be gone. But you see some good things on the ground happening, and you know that people actually put real work in to get this thing done. So, but I take your point, and I really appreciate your insights. And if we keep having people from other parts of the country coming in, I really, because I want to you see, most of the stuff you said I already know, because now that you're coming to talk, I'm hearing it too. So it's not like I'm just saying, oh, people in the north must be like this. When I hear from them, it confirming what I already know, that the information is clear that they are just like us. I've said this to you. If you take that top off, you throw your Igbo man this thing on and put that Igbo man hat, they are not going to be able to tell you another now until you open your mouth and say something. I'm telling you, because we've been here for thousands of years, but somehow we've decided that, oh my God, some other person's religion should be the reason why we fight each other. This logic for me is crazy. I don't understand it. I really don't get that logic.
No,
How people can do that.
but I know where some of these things are coming from. Okay.
Where?
Okay. Somebody mentioned, okay, I think it's Mr. T that mentioned it, all this Wazobia issue. Okay. A starting point where I believe, I don't know, this is what I call it monkey philosophy. I tend to think sometimes in a way that a lot of people, most of the people around me may not agree, but I'm sometimes also convinced in the way I think. So look,
You're going to be
so
in
this
trouble
is a
now.
monkey philosophy. Don't take it wholeheartedly. Take it with a pinch of salt. But my philosophy is that at some point, okay, in this country, there is an overbearing influence on certain tribes. Okay, your Hausa, your Igbo, your Yoruba. And so this colored our national existence.
That is
And
it.
the reality is that it is a falsehood.
Very, very false.
It's a falsehood because the belief for a typical northerner, he will tell you a southerner. What does a southerner mean?
No.
Exactly. That too doesn't match.
What is a southerner?
Mm.
For a typical northerner, every southerner is the same. Okay?
Yeah.
But if you sit down and ask yourself, okay, so what is a southerner? What does even southerner means? Because in the south, I have worked in Lagos. In my office, there are Igbo people, there are Yoruba people. And you can see the distrust between the Yoruba and the Igbo, the fundamental difference between the Yoruba and the Igbo. So the idea that, so it is simply because we have started off with Hausa, Igbo, so we've lumped the country into a picture that is really false. We are not homogenic. We are the same and not the same. But the difference is not like because you are Yoruba, so you are this type. Because you are Igbo, you are this type. That's not true. Because if you go to Port Harcourt, for instance, if you're not when you say Port Harcourt, you think it's Igbo land.
Yes.
If you say Calabar, you think it's Igbo land.
But don't you think that some of our leaders are part of the problem? Because when they wrote the constitution,
That was
they
what I was
allowed
saying earlier.
they did some of in this indigenous thing where if you are born in the state, you have to, so even if you are born in that state, let's say a southerner is born in the north, you have to subscribe to where your parents are from. This is
Where
something
your surname comes from.
this is something that is ancient. If you have a nation, you are supposed to be nationalistic and say wherever you are born, that's where you are from, especially if you
I,
grow up there too and work there. They should treat you
I,
as
I,
people, somebody from there.
I
At
asked
some
one
point,
question. I asked one question.
forefathers, this is like that in this country. We went to. I used to collect scholarship with Yoruba and Igbo people in Kano. This is the
You see?
truth.
I see.
This is the
Okay.
truth.
But
When you are born
I
I
there,
think
thought
you
it's not
grow up.
I begin
There
to
are
universal.
people
wonder.
That's the
who,
problem.
I
Go
thought I
ahead.
begin to
when you
wonder if
grow up, when
Nigeria
you
is
are
a
born
nation.
and bred and buttered in a place,
I
people
think
accept you. It is
so.
just
Sorry,
logical. It's just human nature.
Masca. We have
Hmm.
massacred. See, T. You know, I owe you a big apology. I think I took it that you didn't want to say something, and somebody in the chat has even said it that you didn't say anything. So it looks like we are shutting you down and completely ignoring you. But that
Anyway,
is not the
guys,
case
me, I have to even
because
good night,
yeah,
everybody.
yeah, I know you have
Forefathers.
a meeting. Yeah, good night. We'll see
Okay,
you
good
in
night.
the
Good night. See
weekend.
you.
Yeah.
Okay, bro.
Yeah,
bro.
I owe you a big apology because I feel like we just
It's
left you
okay.
there for a long time. I just kept yammering on, and with like you didn't care about this. It's just that it's hard to feel sorry for you with all your big body and everything. Whenever, whenever you want to talk, we feel like you can just come and say whatever you want to say. So, so
No, the truth is, you guys were saying the real things, and the points were hitting up. So even
mm,
if I don't have to contribute, as long as we're having a head point,
yeah,
because
that's
it
how
has
I
to be
feel.
the collectivity that we have to hold on to. Because you see,
Mm,
that level of it is me what I say that is right. It is me what I do that is right. I think these things are
mm,
the conflicts. Okay,
yeah.
you do because if okay now you make lots of points. Masca made lots of points. Others who have been in
Mm,
the panel has made lots of points. So now I think it is only better if we don't center on what I say, but what somebody says that is right.
yeah, that's it.
If this
Mm,
man says this thing is right, we should be able to give that man accolades and give him support. But now I think
yes.
the difference we have in the governance of Nigeria, if somebody says it because it does not come from one particular ethnic group or one expected
Mm,
person or one glorified person, nobody takes it.
yeah.
Nobody will want to adjust to that level. Even if it is for the good of the nation.
Mm.
You understand?
You
Because what
push
you guys
back.
have been saying has been on point. So there's no need for me to intrude because even though I'm going to say it's
Mm.
either I'm going to concur or go against.
Yeah, you see that's very interesting. I don't know why. I guess the reason why I joined. Normally, I do what you said because if I don't feel like everything is going well, what's the point? Why should I get involved? You see what I mean? So I
Yes,
felt like some of the point Master was making, and
well,
I
very,
think
very good point.
yeah on Augustine, and but some of them were a little bit on the edge, you know,
Yes,
and
normal. It's
who
normal.
was giving that weird analogy? I think this guy. I think so. I had to just come in to straighten some of all this because if I feel like something is getting that I
Out
don't
of
believe
point.
in, yeah, I will come and try to join the conversation. Otherwise, I will just yeah. If I agree, why not? Just shake it, not my head, and
Exactly.
let's walk to
Exactly.
do anyway. I'll just be talking, watching them. So, is there anything you want to share with the people before we close out?
Yeah, I think what I have to say is, you see, Nigeria, we still have to keep our hopes up. We still have to keep filtering the bad from the good. Then we still have to keep our records because there's only one thing that I know and understand about life. History is bound to repeat itself.
Mm,
You understand? So whatever we do today, whatever is done by these leaders, there will always come an extinction time, either directly or indirectly. So I
mm,
think we, the Nigerian people, we should still be hopeful. We should still try and do things that we know that we can do. But now it has to start from individuals. Nigerians as a collective unit, I don't think we're progressing. But I think
mm,
if, as an individual, if I know that leaving this can here is not good, that I have to trash it. If I take it upon myself to trash it as a good citizen, I don't need somebody to put a gun or to write it on the wall to know that leaving this thing here is not good. I think if we do things individually, we'll help the situation. Okay,
Yeah,
because
that's true.
if we complain about the people at the top stealing, if the little man who's the secretary will not lie with his paper and pen, we'll keep sanitizing the house gradually. It's a gradual
Yeah.
process. You know, so for me, I would tell Nigerians to be hopeful, but in as much as we are hopeful, but at least we still need to leave that clause of sectionality. That's Wazobia. Because you see, that Wazobia thing I talked earlier is a big thing, is a big problem for the
Yeah, it
country.
needs to go away. It needs to go away.
See,
You saw how I argued against it, North and South thing that they
yes,
did. To it. So all those things is just not. It's not even correct. Most
it's
of it
not
is just not
correct because
correct.
that's not what the
You
country
know.
is.
Yeah, it's disfiguring the nation. Just making it
Yes,
look
not
like
just divide into
it's
three, then
nobody
divide into
please.
multiple, 240
Yeah,
ethnic groups. Let's
yeah,
address it
because
like that.
even in the north, they have so many different. I was shocked to hear that Kaduna had almost 50-50 Christian Muslims, even in
Yes,
Kaduna of
yes, I
all
was shocked
places.
today. I was shocked when I heard.
It's crazy. So also, well, it's like we don't even know the country we are in.
At
Like so
all.
the real structure of the country we don't know, and we just buy into all this narrative. Wazobia, this
This
Benue is the north, and Jesus, how can Benue be the north? So many
be
people.
not.
It shouldn't be
Is
in the
it
north.
possible?
Benue is a southern state. It's ridiculous. So I really appreciate your time.
It's
Thank you
always
for
better.
coming in, and we've been here almost 7.5 hours.
Yeah, all right.
Unbelievable. I thought I was going to do 3 hours. Something tells me that Nigerians, we our
But
conversation always goes long because there's so many
yes,
issues, so many
because
issues.
issues, interesting
Mm,
topics, and
yes,
a lot of things to
yeah,
weigh in. But it has been a
yeah.
successful day. So I
Thank
look
you,
forward to
thank
see
you.
you again. My
Yeah,
regard.
we'll be here on Saturday.
Okay
Thank
then.
you for coming
Bye
in.
now.
Bye. Let me uh, see. Thank you all for coming in, and I appreciate everyone that has contributed to the discussion today. And we've had very powerful submissions from different people. Everyone actually contributed richly to it. I have to thank Electricity for coming in. I have to thank T for coming in, Masca, Victory. There's Victory. There is KJ. There is who else? KJ. How am I forgetting all this? But there are quite a lot of people that came in. KJ came in. I've said Electricity. Who else? The Electricity. And who else again? Okay, but I'll go to the chat in the meantime. Chioma is here. Chioma, thank you for coming in. Mariam Mountain Man, thank you for coming in. Jude, you didn't have much of a chance to say anything. Thank you for coming in. I really appreciate that you actually came in. I'm sorry that you didn't get a chance to say anything. It appears that you were due to go to somewhere. Augustine, thank you for coming in. And Olumide was here. Thank you for coming in. And let me see who else is on the chat. See, AC Equam, thank you for coming in. Freedom Freedom Simple, thank you for coming in. Oh my God, Freedom Simple. Oh God, that guy is a troublemaker. Waris Jinadu. Waris Jinadu, thank you for coming in. Yemi Adekamola, thank you for coming in. Let's see who else is here. I think there was this in that's Chioma there. Creeper, thank you for coming in. Who else? Chioma is there. Let's see. Black Experience, thank you for coming in. Black Experience, I think he's always been here. He does show up often. And who else that I have not mentioned? Let's see. Augustine Mwagbara. I think he was on the channel. Fab Foundation African American Black Holocaust Survival. Oh, thank you for coming in. That name is long though. Let's see who else is there. Let's see. I think that should be it. Actually, the participants are quite just fine. All right, so I've got to close out now, and for what I can say is that, in summary, is that um, for the country, you can see that many Nigerians have things that they feel that the country is not doing right. That is true, and some don't even require anything. They believe that just by deduction, that Nigeria is their own, that they have to put Nigeria first no matter what happens. No matter, even if Nigeria is not that good, they put Nigeria first. You heard the argument of Masca, that you have to put Nigeria first. Even if he went on to say some things that were not working well in Nigeria, and the fact that Nigeria is not doing very well, but yet he still put Nigeria first. And that is something that one has to admire, because if you cannot put the country first, but are happy to put the homeland of some other person first, what are you saying to your fathers, your forefathers, and your great grandfathers, the ones that have gotten you here? And personally, I subscribe to that. I was one of those people that used to think that if the country doesn't do anything for you, why should you care about the country? Um, I've begun to realize that it's like saying, if your family doesn't do anything for you, you shouldn't care about the family. If you don't care about the family, who is your family? You can go and try to create a new one, but you can't go and create a new one in another family. You do that, the family that you created it in, you don't own that family, because it's not yours. You're just part of it. And if you are one, while they are a whole bunch, and that is a big difference. Sooner or later, you will just disappear, and they will still be there. In other words, you are just gone extinct. Your whole family is gone. And I don't think Nigeria deserves that fate, for this reason. I've seen other nations, I've studied other nations, I've seen all the hell they put their citizens through. Nigeria has not had the opportunity to do that to Nigerians. Yes, things are bad in Nigeria, but the government, the way they do their own evil to Nigerians, or if you want to call it, the way they perform their own incompetence and leave Nigerians the way they are right now, is not the same as what other nations have inflicted on their people. We are talking about the millions of casualties, millions of casualties that they inflicted on their own people. The Nigerian government have not done that. And the Nigerian people have not done that. I don't know why I'm calling the government. The people haven't done that. The people are a good people. They do their best to try to be nice to each other. Some of all these divisions that you see is something that is manufactured by their leaders, and instigated by the people that our leaders listen to. We have to think deep about this. I know I'm a kind of rambling about this, but every Nigerian has to think and ask themselves, how is it you can be able to abandon where you are from? Completely abandon it and think you can build somewhere else. Somewhere that some other person put the hard work to build. Not you, not your forefathers did it. Some other person's forefathers did it. They fought hard to put that country together, to put that land together. It's attractive to you now, and you want to run down there thinking that that's where salvation exists. There is no salvation in that. You will never gain the respect you want. History has suggested that you will never have it. Look at the African Americans today. Do you think they are happy with their lot? They're not happy. They know they are prisoners. And our fellow Nigerians are happily throwing themselves into it because they think it's salvation. Maybe at first it will be. Maybe second generation, third generation. If the other side, the dominant society, gets stronger, they will exert their power again. They will exert it, and you back to square one. And if Nigeria is not there, Africa is not strong, we'll be in trouble again. Nigerians are being kicked out of many countries, and on their way out, they'll be crying to return back to Nigeria. Like Nigeria is a coastland that they cannot come back to. One of the most important countries on the continent, and maybe even in the world. And we just treat it as if it's trash. This is what I refer to as the Esau mindset that we tend to have. We have a birthright, but we are willing to sell it out for porridge. That is a serious symmetry with what Nigerians are doing today. Because of the discomfort, isn't that what Esau felt? Esau felt great discomfort, so he was willing to sell his birthright to, I don't know I think it's Isaac or Jacob. Well, we need to sell the birthright to Jacob. To be fair, I'm not sure what name that the other one is, for that, to get rid of that discomfort. How you can do that for a temporary discomfort, while the other one knows full well that you are selling something very precious away. That's what we are doing. Nigeria now, you have to factor in the Jackpot syndrome, because it's in everybody's head. When interviewing someone now in Nigeria, I have to ask, do you have any plans to Jackpot? And almost every single one of them said they are looking for an opportunity. So it tells you what is going on in the country. And some of us are working overseas. We are serving others. And I get that Nigerians want to blame their leaders, but the question still remains, what will it take for you to put Nigeria first? I tell you this, it's not even like Nigeria needs you to do that. Nigeria is a land, it doesn't care. But this is something your forefathers fought for. They paid a genetic price. It's even in their genetic makeup because of that sickle cell marker that is there. That takes a long time. They've earned it to be here. And our people just giving it up is basically like that of Esau. We have to see beyond our discomfort and do the hard work. It's our lot. We don't have a choice. It's our lot to do the hard work to build a nation. We can't leave it for others to do. We don't have a choice. If you say you have a choice to abandon it, good luck with that one. Abandon it. Just know what you are doing. You are abandoning your nation. You are abandoning your people. You are abandoning your heritage. Everything that leads you to be who you are, you are abandoning it. Your entire bloodline, what makes you what you are, you are abandoning it. This world, we are all in transit. The meaning of this world is not that complicated when you think about it. You know, why do you think people just have children and the children has children, everybody has children, and so that they can be able to travel through time, passing information on, passing knowledge on through time. And suddenly you want to give all that up because you feel like your people has not earned your respect, and you go and hop on some other ship and hope that that is going to work for you. If that works for you, what do you think is going to happen? You're going to have, let's say, a child in the West. Tomorrow, chances are that that child will have another child with somebody from there, not from your bloodline, not from Africa, not from where your mother is from, not where your father is from. You're going to have a child with some other person that is from that side. And guess what? The chances increases over time of that child that you've just had and the child's child, all of them marrying into the other side and procreating with the other side. In 10 generations, by my calculation, your footprint in terms of DNA will be less than 0.1%. That is crazy. In just 200 years, you will be as if you never existed. You know how you have some family members, you know, you have one generation after the other, then one person is born 2 or 3 generations later and they find, oh, this person look like somebody, great grandfather or great grandmother. No, you're not going to see that anymore. It's gone. There's nobody that is going to look like your mother anymore. There's nobody that is going to look like your great grandfather anymore. They are all gone. Most of our people don't think about this aspect because they just think that, oh, we just live and let live. No. Generationally, there are consequences. And I'll tell you, the people that are doing some of all these things and understand these things, why do you think they fight? Why do you think they fight so hard to protect their own? Because they don't want to engage in a situation whereby they lose out. And we are losing out right now. We may be doing a lot of procreation on the continent, but we are losing out overall. The whole world is leaving us behind. And we cannot have Nigerians keep abandoning ship every single chance they get. You heard what Masker said. You can't always expect the people that are putting the trouble and making your life hard in Nigeria to make it easy for you to come back. They are not going to make it easy for you to come back. You have to make a conscious choice to come back. You have to make a conscious choice to get involved in what is going on in your land. It is yours. It has been given to you by the heavens itself. And if you don't keep it, if you don't maintain it, you only have yourself to blame. Believe me, the consequences might seem like nothing right now. You will not see it happening because it looks like, oh no, I'm getting good pay, I'm getting good job, all this stuff they are giving me is so nice. It changes. That's the sad thing. I'm sorry to say, it does change. The world does change. It never remains the same. America is extremely powerful today. Tomorrow they may not be. China is extremely powerful today. Tomorrow it might not be. The world might just change again. And when it changes, if you're not in the right place, you're going to find yourself in a bad situation that is not good for anybody. So I think I've gone on long enough. And I don't think I need to tell Nigerians what they need to do. One thing I can just say as a simple term is that there's no substitute for where you come from. There is really no substitute for where you come from. You have to do everything to protect it and help them to ensure that they prosper. Because if they don't prosper, your prosperity is tied to it. You may not know it, but it is. It's very simple. If Nigeria is not doing well, Africa is not doing well, believe in me, all those people that you think that they are friends, they're just having you there because you're just part of the furniture. They know they are the ones in charge. Thank you.